have some sort of number there. So say like what's a scale here? Like
the Richter scale.
Richter scale or like a pH balance or whatever.
Yeah, you want to get it to say 6.4.
Yeah, 6.4 is like the ideal, and how close you can get it to that 6.4 or whatever it is.
Okay.
And that's the prime kind of spot. And then also, I think there has to come like also your attitude around it. Like if you're like just vibing, like you don't want to be staring at the pot the whole time. You want to be like getting your toast ready, like getting your squeezy avocado or your fresh avocado for your toast.
It's more X Games style vibe. There's a bit of fun. There's music.
Flair. Like, you know, it's got to be like who's the bad boy of the sport who just like has a nap. Like, I don't know. Like there's all this sort of stuff that comes to play, like artistic elements too. So
no timer. The eggs are all the same. We have a panel of judges. You've developed a extremely advanced level of egg softness meter.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'll invest.
Great.
I like it.
Let's go.
I think I'll be good at it too.
Okay.
Maybe not Olympic level, but it sounds like I'll beat you.
Well, I want to see a picture of the perfect egg that you cooked this week.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. I'm not good at the egg unwrapping though. There's always bits. Yeah,
see, I'm better at that.
Wash. Oh, okay.
I'm better at that. Yeah.
So can you do teams?
Yeah, maybe we could do teams.
Yeah. All right, that is us done. What are we looking forward to over the next few days? There's heaps. Firstly, I'm looking forward to the Masters, which by the time we next chat will have just started. The biggest, best, coolest tournament in the world.
So cool.
And so cool. And next week, I reckon we're going to be able to get one of the Aussies who's playing.
Yeah.
So stick around for that. What else, Marley? What are you looking forward to?
I am just stinging to see who are our first announcements of NRLW contract signing. That I'm on NRLW contract watch. That is my whole social media. I'm hearing whispers. You know, I've got some insider knowledge. That's what I am getting excited about at the moment.
So this is probably a next week chat, but the one you tease, the one which we've seen on social media is Millie Boyle, who was at Newcastle, now at the Roosters.
She was the marquee signing of Newcastle last year.
So to put that in perspective, if you don't know NRLW, Brandon Smith just went to the Roosters.
Yep.
He's been there for this season.
Yep.
It would be like him leaving now for another club. That would be huge. Yes. So what's happened there?
Well, I mean, this is something that's really important to know, that all NRLW players, no one was signing multi-year contracts. So this is not her snooping, looking for something else here. She doesn't have a contract at the moment.
Right.
So, of course, she's one of the best players in the competition, in the world, to be honest. And rightly so, clubs have been snooping, and maybe the Roosters just offered her a better deal.
Offer.
I think it is
that's
quite interesting.
Money.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see some Suoliti money for her, but the interesting thing is that her fiancé, Adam Elliott, signed with the Knights to live with her in Newcastle.
Oh.
So, I mean
long distance? Back to long distance?
This year, it's going to be a 20-week competition. So, I wonder...
20-week?
20-week competition.
They're paying each other twice?
Yeah.
And then finals?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a long time away from
Plenty of women's footy, which I'm so excited for. So.
All right. That's it. We'll see you next week. Have a good one.
Bye.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. A man who stabbed his pregnant ex-partner to death in her home in Melbourne's East has been sentenced to 25 years in jail. Here's court reporter Christian Silver.
In October 2021, Ashley Darragh went to his daughter's home in Bayswater and was met with a horrific scene. His pregnant daughter Michelle had been stabbed to death by her ex-partner Benjamin Coman, who then turned the knife on himself. Coman survived the self-inflicted injuries and later pleaded guilty to murder. The Supreme Court heard Coman was a heavy drug user who wrongly believed Miss Darragh had cheated on him. Justice Andrew Tinney said Coman's jealousy reached psychotic proportions at the time of the attack. The judge sentenced Coman to 25 years in jail. With time already served, he'll be eligible for parole in 2041.
John Farnham is back in hospital being treated for a respiratory infection. In a statement, the 73-year-old's family says he's comfortable and is responding well to the specialist care he's receiving. It comes 7 months after the Australian music legend underwent major surgery to remove a cancerous tumour from his mouth. Victorian-based home builder Porter Davis has come collapsed, leaving more than 1,500 homes unfinished, with industry groups blaming rising costs. Christina Cavalieri has the story.
Worksites across the state have come to a halt as the company fails to find a buyer to save the business. A peak building industry group is blaming skill and supply shortages along with fixed price contracts with customers. Michaela Lahu from Master Builders Victoria says builders are being burdened with cost increases.
They're not able to pass them on to consumers or clients.
Homebuyer Dave Biondo says his family's savings have been put towards their build.
We were hoping to be in there before our Christmas this year.
There are now 1,500 Victorian builds in limbo and 200 in Queensland.
Analysts believe a review into the Reserve Bank spells the end for its governor, Philip Lowe. A review with 51 recommendations has now been handed to the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, who's expected to release its findings in full next month. Philip Lowe claimed in 2020 interest rates were likely to stay near zero until 2024, before 10 consecutive rate rises from last May. Judo Bank economist Warren Hogan says Governor Lowe's position is untenable.
I can't see how the government will reappoint him. They certainly haven't gone to any great lengths to defend him or the RBA's board's monetary policy. And I think it would be politically risky for them now to reappoint the governor.
An inquiry has found a former councillor in Melbourne's inner north benefited from vote tampering. In October 2020, Milad El-Halabi was elected to the Moreland City Council, now Marybeck City Council. The Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal has made final orders in its inquiry, declaring Mr El-Halabi was unduly elected and benefited from ballot tampering. Mr El-Halabi resigned as councillor after being charged with rigging ballots, accused of stealing multiple ballot papers and lodging them with the Victorian Electoral Commission. At least 35 people have died in central India after falling into a well when the ground at a temple gave way. South Asia correspondent Avani Dias reports.
Hindu worshippers had gathered at a temple in the central Indian city of Indore on Thursday to celebrate the festival of Ram Navami. A concrete slab was covering an ancient stepwell, which gave people access to a body of water hundreds of years ago. Police say the slab collapsed because of the crowds in the temple. Army and rescue personnel are still working to pull people from the well. They've now rescued 18 people. Avani Dias, ABC News, New Delhi.
Formula One veteran Fernando Alonso has set the fastest lap in the second practice session at the Melbourne Grand Prix at Albert Park. Rain set in during the day's second session ahead of more wet weather forecast for tomorrow, when qualification is scheduled for the afternoon. World champion Max Verstappen ended the second session with the third best time after recording the day's fastest lap in the dry earlier. To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for the East Gippsland coast. For the state, tomorrow, mostly cloudy in the south with isolated showers contracting to the southeast and clearing later. Dry and partly cloudy in the north. For Melbourne, showers clearing tomorrow, a top of 16. Partly cloudy Sunday, 19. Mostly sunny Monday, 23. It's currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
For extreme entertainment, stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView.
That's so cool.
Extreme feel-goods with Ghosts, Ronnie Cheng International Student and Summer Love.
Never hold back, kids.
Extreme funnies from the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
That means a lot.
And extreme good times with Starstruck, Peep Show and Fisk.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
So cool.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet. Feel it on your skin. Can't believe what they're about to see. Feel the electricity. Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited.
What a game. It's got everything.
It's like Grease Lightning. It's so cool. On the run. It's happening again. a whole new game. 'Cause here it comes, with a torque from 55. That is the cream on the cake.
Sometimes you've just got to sit back and enjoy the show.
And we have a thriller. To Gully, chest out, goal.
Goes for home. He's got it. Phenomenal finish.
Fires, goals, brilliant.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The chance exchange blows at either end.
Step up on the big moment.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This is a fantastic game of football we've got here.
The big time spot. His drop punt is pure.
Here they come.
What a finish.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant.
He goes.
It comes the way of Nick Dacos. Gives it to Josh. They've got Dacos running through their DNA.
AFL.
Harlem gives the boundary in the right. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season. Checks on Benson home. You cannot teach that.
Brings it back superbly.
Has a shot from the pocket. He is smoking tonight. That's around the body. Sensational goal.
And that's what brings fans through the game.
40 out. What a superstar.
Goes for home. They're red hot.
Punches the air in celebration. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle.
It's high. It's long. It's straight.
Unguarded goal square. He's got it. This is just getting good at the G.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio.
Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know. Two undefeated superpowers early in the season in a genuine blockbuster. Two of the biggest, loudest fan bases in the country. It highlights a loaded week of footy, round 3 of the AFL Premiership season. We're already one game down. It is Richmond and Collingwood tonight, and despite the fact it is wet and gloomy, they are already sitting in the very back row, so we're expected to get another huge crowd for these arch rivals tonight. There is no late change despite the fears around Brodie Myercheck and Darcy Moore. They're both in the Collingwood team, and even a depleted Richmond lineup won't keep the Richmond fans away. They're already situated behind the goals at the punt road and decked out in the yellow and black. And of course, Collingwood looking like the best team in footy through the first fortnight of the season. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole crew's here for Friday night. Premiership players and Premiership coach Mick Malthouse. Cameron Ling's here, Kelly Underwood alongside me, and Tim Hodges down on the boundary. It's a hell of a weekend in Prospect, Kel. One game down, 8 to go. Blockbusters everywhere you look. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Corbin. It's almost grudge round, isn't it? Round 3. We've got the Mick Malthouse Cup tonight. We've got Clarko against the Hawks tomorrow. We've got the showdown tomorrow night in the City of Churches, and the Derby to top it off on Sunday. So just looking out over the MCG, light rain is continuing to fall. It's the last day of March. Just had a look at the calendar. It's like the drawbridge goes up over the moat, over our city of Melbourne. Winter's here, forget the date. The rain is here, the clouds, the grey clouds are here. We've just got to buckle in, and basically you've lived in Melbourne a few years now. We don't leave for 6 months. It's just all about footy and coffee, and if you Mick Malthouse a bit of red wine over the next 6 months. But it feels like footy weather. Bring on a great game this evening. Can't wait.
I pulled my puffer jacket out for the first time since probably
I
last.
should have added that to the list.
Last August.
Western Australians, honestly.
I put my hand in my pocket and there was a surgical mask in there, and I was like, oh, that's right. That was back in 2022. That's what we're doing back then.
Well, the puffer jackets everywhere you looked walking in. Lingy's rocked up in shorts, but anyway.
A good thing is no moon boot this week for Cameron Ling, which we saw last Friday night. Lingy, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, Corbs. Great to be with you. Yeah, no, the moon boot's off just for tonight because the doc said try and get a walk in. Go for a walk, just a nice slow one. Look after the foot, put a proper shoe on. I thought, you know what, I've got a great idea. I'm going to walk across the Botanical Gardens. It'll be a beautiful night for footy. This will work perfectly. And it just rained the whole way there. And I thought, oh, I'm with you, Cal. It feels like winter, feels like footy weather. I was walking here and I was thinking, it's a bit of a shame. Jaden Short's out, Dusty's out, Hopper's out. Nathan Broad is deservedly out of this game. It's probably going to be Collingwood by a fair bit. And then I thought, no, with the people streaming into the ground and the huge crowd we're expecting, those Tigers players would love nothing better than just shutting up all the Collingwood fans and how good the Pies are going. So this Richmond team, though, it's a little weakened. They will come out really looking to take a scalp, but good luck to them. Collingwood are playing some brilliant football, and they are deservedly right now the best team in the competition.
There's so many great storylines this weekend, Mick, but you know plenty about Collingwood versus Richmond. When I say that to you, what do you think of? What do you think of the Pies and the Tigers?
Well, the first thing I thought of when Lingy was just talking there was the castle. Tell him he's dreaming, because there's no way knowing Richmond will get within 7 or 8 goals of Collingwood.
Oh, so even in the wet.
Collingwood are one of the best wet weather sides in the competition, and you know what it does to wet? The best players play well in the wet. It's a falsehood to think that, and these grounds. I mean, Corbin. Now, cast your mind back into you're probably about 2 or 3, if you can think that long ago, in the 1950s and 60s, 70s, I mean.
Yep.
The grounds were horrific. This had the MCG had the cricket pitch, and if it was a day like this, it'd be muddy, stick to you. You'd run through it in quarter pace, but the good players still got to the football. Ian Stewart, Francis Burke, all those sort of players, they just kept them to the footy. So I don't think, and I know Richmond are a good wet weather side. They are a good wet weather side, but their best players in the wet are Dusty Martin and Broad and these sort of players. Guess where they are? They're sitting in the grandstand, Lingy. So you are dreaming.
No, I think Collingwood will win.
And can I also say, you have got a puffer jacket on. You might have shorts on, but I saw you put the puffer jacket on. What's wrong with you?
I'm going to have a warm top half. I'll go cold in the bottom half. I thought when Corbs asked you about what you think of, the man I ran into in the lift as I was coming up here, David Cloak, he was one of the original ones who created that tension between Collingwood and Richmond, didn't he? With all those transfers back in the day, and they just tried to pick each other apart, didn't they?
Well, I'd say this. When I was at Collingwood, Greg Swan, he was there for a few years before he went to Carlton, now is Brisbane. He said that there was nothing more scarier in his life as a CEO to walk around the stands, around the back of the stands during a Collingwood and Richmond match. He just didn't want to look at anyone and this sort of stuff, because he said they are the most... He said, I was only just there, you know, as CEO, and they wouldn't have known me. He said it was the scariest thing of all time, because you've got 2 suburbs back to back, come from the same background. They're knitted in the same, you know, the tanneries were there, the knitting stuff there, or the coal was there, same river, same junk that was going down it, and they ended up hating each other. And to this day they still do. But the thing is, they do have a lot of respect for one another as well.
Inside the Collingwood camp in just a moment, Isaac Quaynor is going to join us, which is awesome to be able to hear from a player participating in the game tonight. He's going to do media shortly. Just repeating, there's no late change. Noah Cumberland is the sub for Richmond, and Josh Carmichael the sub for Collingwood. Question around the Pies. So they've been white hot through the first 2 games of the season, and maybe it's a little bit different tonight given the conditions. But the question broadly is, how do you beat this team? So do you try and hold them to 50 and get into a dogfight with them? Do you try and get in a shootout, which means you need to obviously score well over 100, as we've seen Collingwood do in the first couple of weeks? But, Lingy, it feels like you play quick and they absolutely burn you the other way. You play slow, you play into their hands. And the one thing that they struggled with last year was clearances and contested ball, and they won that lopsided last week. So all of a sudden, if they become a contested ball and a clearance team, they're almost the whole package.
Yeah,
well, they are right now.
Well, they are. So these are the things, and I'm sure I'm not giving anything away, but what Collingwood, outside of the fact they've got a very good football side, well run, well coached, well liked by the players, like the coach, love the coach, is that you've got to dissect their game. What they want to do is not commit any errors in their back half. So therefore, you rarely see them go back. They'll bring the ball forward and let the errors be forward of centre or in their forward line. And of course, even if you make 5 errors, they'll kick 5 goals. They can make 10 errors, but they can force 5. So there's one aspect. That means that if they don't want the ball in their back half, you've got to get it in there and keep it in there. So it's okay. And I know you've got to have the football to get in there, but you've got to have fighters in the forward line or mark the ball. You can't just see the ball go in and come straight out. So therefore, even then, you layer up. If I was Richmond, I'd be layering up behind the ball in there, so that therefore any ball coming out, and we know they hit good targets. Dacos can hit Trupany bit from anywhere. You've still got to be in a position to be able to halt that. Don't give them any ball that's going to come out on their terms. So that's very hard to do, but that's part of it. Second part is they'll dominate the middle. They'll dominate the middle now. You've got to match them in there or take away. I don't necessarily think you always have to take away the best player. You might have to grab the second or third player and go, right, he's going to have a miserable night. Richmond don't do that. they rarely tag. So at some stage, Damien Hardwick's going to have to go, you know what, we're going to have to sacrifice someone to knock over their third best player, which means that now the pressure still goes back on that first player to be a 35 possession getting player.
Yeah, sorry to jump in there. And Jack Crisp, to me, is that type of player that you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Nick Dacos and Josh Dacos are flying,
Yep.
and they deserve all the accolades they're getting right now. Tom Mitchell's had a terrific start to his new team. Agreed. Jack Crisp is still the one for me who ends up just cutting teams to ribbon through the middle of the ground with his powerful running, with his ball use, and everything that he brings to that team. So if you with Jack Crisp score assists leading the team for the Pies, you need to be able to beat them and match them in so many of their areas. This is why they're the best team right now, and this is why the teams who are eventually possibly going to beat them are going to be the very best teams in the competition.
Yep.
You've got to be really good in the contest. You've got to be terrific at clearances, which was their little weakness last year, not so much this year. You've got to be able to score when you get the ball and create a turnover yourself. So highly efficient in attack. And you have to have a sound, strong, really well-organised defence across the whole ground that can just limit a bit of that break-open wild play that they can have forward of centre as Mick said. They don't do it so much from down back, but once they do, they go from 0 to 100 in a hurry. So you need to be really well organised. Only the very, very good teams are going to put all that together and sustain it for 120 minutes.
Isn't it incredible to think Crisp has won back-to-back best and fairest, and he flies under the radar a little bit in this team? Have we got time if I ask them about Nick Dacos very quickly, or should we come back to Nick Dacos?
We'll come back to it. We will do plenty on Nick after the join, because we should get inside the Collingwood camp, because Isaac Quaynor is down there waiting for us. He's with our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, thank you. So good for Isaac Quaynor to come and join us so close to the bounce of the ball. Isaac, how are you? How are the nerves? It's going to be a great stage, a huge crowd, an old rival. How are you feeling for tonight's game?
Yeah, I'm super excited. We love the wet weather, as you can see from a few of our results from last year. So it's a little bit wet. It's going to be a good spectacle, a big crowd, I'm sure, and I'm super keen to get into it.
Are you a frustrated defender, or do you want to push forward? Because you kicked a hell of a lot of goals. We've just had warm-up, and you were doing a lot of goal kicking.
Oh, I was actually missing a fair few of them, but I'll take that. Thank you. Look, I'm a natural defender, always have been, and I think that's probably where I play my best footy. I'd maybe in the midfield one day, but probably got a long time to go.
Are you excited coming to the footy? I mean, I imagine, young bloke, you're always excited coming to the footy to play for the Pies, but everyone in footy, it's just the buzz team at the moment, watching Collingwood play their footy. It's been such a great start to the year. Are you feeling that? Yeah,
100%. There's a buzz internally as well. We're loving it. We're having fun. I grew up a Collingwood fan, so every time I get to put on the jumper, it's pretty special. So, and when the Collingwood fans go nuts like they have been lately, it's just unbelievable.
We love to see it. I hope it rolls on tonight. I'll send you upstairs. The crew are in the box.
Oh, Zach, thanks so much for joining us pre-game. You mentioned before about how you love playing in the wet, and you played some really good footy last year in these sorts of conditions. Does the message of the game plan adjust at all when it's a little bit drizzly?
Not really. I think that's what kind of makes us a good wet weather team, is that we kind of play that ugly brand of football, you could say, I guess, in the dry weather. So nothing much changes, I guess. And I know at the moment it's not actually raining, so it usually does end up clearing up, but it'll still be a little bit skiddy on the ground, and you have to be really clean over the ball, so it'll be a good game.
I can't believe I'm saying this about Colin. I think you play the most beautiful football I could possibly watch right now. Hey, and two of the guys who are leading that charge, along with all of you, honestly, everyone in the team is playing that scintillating footy, but there is a lot of focus on the Dacos boys. They are playing superb football. Have you noticed anything during the week? Does it affect them at all? Is there any hint of almost a big head, or knowing that they're pretty damn good at this game, or are they just so relaxed?
Oh, look, they're just freaks. They've been born into it. What they can do with the football, the way they compose, around goal, how they are as people, humble, hardworking. There's really, you can't say anything wrong about them, and it obviously makes sense as to why they dominate in the game at the moment.
Isaac, congratulations the way you're playing too, mate. You've just been playing fantastic football. Just if you reflect on last year, do you get annoyed at probably when you look at the grand final, you missed out by really a prelim final by just a kick, and you look at a side go and get smashed. Does it give you any more incentive to sort of resurrect that, or put yourself in a position now that you don't have that happen again?
Yeah, I think we had a mix of ages in regards to, experience as well. And I think we had a bit of a taster of it. Obviously getting people like Nick a taste of finals footy, someone who's built for it. I think it gives us a real upper hand going into this year. And, we're literally 1 point away from being in a grand final. And obviously the result was a real one-way display of by Geelong. So, and I was actually at the game. It was pretty painful to watch. But especially when you know that, we would have loved to have been there, and we really think we would have, given them a red-hot crack.
So did you ever look at those games over pre-season where you may have been able to pinch a goal or save a goal? Because both games were very, very close, and you probably really, when you think about it, lost in the last minute virtually. Yeah, well, I think we actually ended up doing a pretty good job at getting our way back in the game, because we were, they had a pretty good buffer on us most of the game. And there was just a few things that just didn't quite go our way. And it was interesting in the sense that we'd won so many games by a close margin, and we kind of got pipped by 1 point in probably the most important game of the year. So that's just how footy goes, and we had a really good pre-season and we're ready to get going this year.
Isaac, Jamara Ugle-Hagan was racially abused at the footy last week. Last night he let his footy do the talking, and then he made a powerful statement lifting up his jumper and pointing to his skin. When you saw that, what did you think?
Well, as a person of colour, I thought it was super powerful. He's only a young man. He's one of my good mates, or a mate of mine in the industry, and he's a really humble, hard-working fella. And it sucked to have something like that happen to him. But I think the way he handled it and the way the club handled it, Western Bulldogs, was first class. And it was good to see him play well.
Have you ever had to deal with anything like that before?
No, not in the AFL system. I did when I was a little bit younger in juniors, and I was kind of a little bit naive and didn't really understand what was going on at the time. But thankfully in my AFL career I haven't had to deal with anything, which is great. And you reach out to him. You said he's a mate in the current environment. Yes. Yeah, no, he's I didn't actually personally reach out to him, but I've caught up with him plenty of times before, and he's a good man, and it sucked to see something like that happen to him. But yeah, as I said, the way he handled himself was, I thought, unreal for someone so young.
Isaac Quaynor with us from the Magpies, so close to the bounce. A huge clash with Richmond tonight. Isaac, it's Corbin Middlemass here. I just want to ask you about one of your other good mates in Jack Ginnivan, who's obviously back playing this week in the VFL tomorrow night. I know the pair of you are very close. Just on a welfare check, how is he doing? How's he going?
Yeah, I think he's really excited to just play some footy. He's obviously done his stint in the sidelines, and he kind of knows where he went wrong, and I think he's learnt from it, and tell you what, he's been working super hard. He's in real good nick, and I'm actually, I'll be at the game tomorrow night, and I'm super keen to hopefully watch him kick a few snags and stir a few people up.
Well, I imagine it must be so hard to challenge. I'm quite empathetic to, that kind of rise. I don't think we've seen a second-year player like that sort of take off to become a household name. So he was already in the system. He'd had a full year of AFL footy, and then his sort of profile just skyrocketed at the start of year two. How do you handle that, I guess, as a mate, to be able to support someone through that? And really, by the time we got to Anzac Day 12 months ago, he was on the lips of every single footy fan in the country.
Yeah, well, he's a pretty humble man by nature. He does have that, quiet confidence, which I think is what makes him so good. But I always kind of joke with him. I say I gave him the Anzac Day medal because I kicked him his fifth goal. I actually kicked him the ball. I could have gone for goals. So that always keeps him a bit humble. But, yeah, everyone around the club, he's got a good support system. There's a good bunch of us young lads who are really close, and, yeah, I think we all kind of keep him pretty grounded.
Good on you, Isaac. All the very best tonight. I appreciate your time so close to the bounce.
Actually, Isaac, just before you go, Tom Mitchell, how many touches will he get tonight? It's sort of wet weather?
Oh, yeah, it's probably a Tom Mitchell night, isn't it? It'd be 30 plus, I reckon.
30 plus? Yeah. You going to put a number on it for us?
We'll go 32.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see if he tops it.
Good luck. Good luck tonight. Play well.
Thank you, team. Appreciate it.
Isaac Quaynor from inside the Magpies camp. So 2 and Zep playing some spectacular footy at the moment. And, of course, he's in the lineup tonight. There's no late change for either team. The 2 Medi subs, Josh Carmichael for Collingwood and Noah Cumberland for Richmond. Just some news coming through, too, out of the Magpies camp surrounding Jeremy Howe, who has had a setback. He actually got an infection in his arm after that compound fracture. So he's had to have a second stint in hospital. Despite the setback, with his recovery. In true Jeremy style, he is in good spirits, is the quote from Graham Wright, the Collingwood GM of footy. And Mason Cox, who misses tonight's game, of course, Richmond fans will know him well from that preliminary final back in 2018. He has bleeding on the spleen, so unfortunately no Mason Cox tonight. That sounds like a serious injury, but no Mason this evening for Collingwood. And obviously on the Richmond front, Martin Hopper, Short, Broad, all out of the team that lost to Adelaide. That beat Adelaide last Saturday afternoon. Kelly, you mentioned it as part of that interview, the huge story coming out of last night. I mean, all the talk leading in was about Josh Dunkley, and all the talk coming out is about Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously had a really challenging week. He took a day or two off from football before returning and playing last night and booted the 5 goals, as I mentioned. Let his footy really do the talking, and said he realised, I listened to his post-match press conference with unusual to bring a player in with the coach afterwards, but Luke Beveridge and the Bulldogs decided to bring Jamara in, and for, I think he's 20 years of age. He spoke eloquently, beautifully. It was quite moving, actually, and he spoke for a lengthy amount of time about the week and what he'd been through, and described what made him lift his jumper up and sort of imitate that photo from nearly 30 years ago that Nicky Winmar did. Let's have a little listen to what Jamara said last night.
Oh, I felt pretty proud to obviously going out there with all my mates that supported me throughout a tough week. And then to do that in front of everyone, it just hopefully makes a stance in a moment, and hopefully people look back on it from 30 years now and say, from then, nothing's happened since, and you know what I mean? Like, hopefully no one cops anything that I've been through. Yeah, I did get a bit emotional, especially when all the boys ran over to me, because it was a special moment, not because I kicked 5 in the way I performed. It's just obviously the week I've had, and the boys have supported me throughout that whole game, but throughout the whole week they've all supported me with messages and catching up during training and always ringing me and stuff. But that moment out there was probably a bit emotional because they literally love me, so it's so easy to see, but we're just not just a football club, we're a big family. I just want to see someone point them out instead of me have to contact the club and say this happened. I'd rather someone in the fan to point them out. Tell them, just let them know that it's not the right thing to say. And that goes with any race, not just in Aboriginals and Indigenous boys and girls. It's all races around in the league. It's just making a stance and just it only takes a little bit just to make a comment and just say it's not the best thing to say, and then they're just going to say it to the next person. It's just going to follow on. But just pulling them up on the spot is just going to help and make what's better for us.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance on field, and completely echo that sentiment, Cal, the way that he handled himself at such a young age afterwards, to be able to put all of that into words, and you could hear the emotion and how much the episode had impacted him. So support from Nicky Winmar today. As expected, he released a statement saying, "I'm proud of Jamara for standing up for himself. It's up to the new generation to reinforce the stance I made back in 1993. I'm still here, still involved with the issue, but it's been 30 years now. It's like a big relay race. Time to pass the baton on." I spoke to Luke Beveridge today to thank him for supporting Jamara and other Indigenous players at the Western Bulldogs. It's a great club that I respect. I was welcomed and I felt supported when I played for them back in 1999. So Nicky Winmar with his statement earlier today. So all power to Jamara on the back of his 5 goals last night and the stance he took to open round 3 of the AFL Premiership season. We're counting down to the start of Friday night footy. It is another blockbuster in what is a loaded weekend. Collingwood and Richmond, no late change. Crowd filling up despite the rain here at the G.
ABC Listen. Rampaging Royce Laven and HG Nelson.
I note that some people don't use logbooks anymore.
What?
Yeah.
They don't know cos, sine,
cosine, cosine, cotan. They're all great.
Bludging on the blind side.
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
I think Royal Commission. What happened to the logbook? I loved it. I used to open it up. Could we get Volandis to drag the logbook
kicking and screaming back into our universities?
Podcast available now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
Footy's back, Cal.
Oh, footy's back, baby. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It's a huge weekend of footy. They don't get much bigger than Collingwood versus Richmond. Despite the rain in Melbourne tonight, the crowd is filling up. They're in the back row for the white-hot Magpies up against Richmond, the last great dynasty in the competition. There's storylines wherever you look. Tom Lynch, who's still got a claim as the best key forward in the game, despite the emergence of Charlie Curnow and Jeremy Cameron. He kicked 6 the last time he played on the now Collingwood captain Darcy Moore. 5 of them in the first half. They'll go at it again tonight. Well, we've got Damien Hardwick and Craig McRae in the coach's box against one another for just the second time. They coached against each other after winning premierships together at Richmond for the first time last year in round 8, where Craig McRae famously said in the aftermath, look, we're 8 dates into the relationship. They're married with 3 kids, talking about the Richmond Footy Club. Well, that relationship's got a little stronger for Collingwood in the interim. They look like the best team in footy at the moment. We're still early on, round 3 upon us. No late change, the Magpies and the Tigers. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse and Tim Hodges downstairs for Friday night footy.
Mick, is it true that you tipped Nick Dacos to win the Brownlow?
You know I did. I wouldn't. I'm glad you said it, Kel.
Well, we gave you a lot of stick last year, didn't we? Because you tipped Essendon to win the flag?
Well, I was misinterpreted on that.
Okay, all right, we won't get into that. Talk to me about Nick Dacos, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. What do you do if you're Damien Hardwick, who's celebrating his 300th coaching game tonight at Punt Road? There's talk of a tag, there's talk of a hard tag, there's talk of Shea Bolton going head-to-head, and let's just see who's the best, and no one plays defence at all. Having a look at Nick Dacos, so it was 35 touches in round 1, 32 and 2 goals last week.
Got 6 votes.
I did study very, very deeply his stats. No tackles in round 1, 2 tackles last week. If you're a coach, do you even, when you're playing like that, do you care?
He's got the ball, Kel. Why do you tackle? Why do you want to tackle someone when you've got the footy? and you know, the good thing about it is he's had 67 possessions, right? And I would almost say Collingwood have got 134 possessions because 134 because he rarely wastes the football. So therefore, he's not in a position when you kick the ball 40 to 50 metres, who's he going to tackle? Come on, Kel. Okay. Now, I'm big on tackling, you know that.
Yeah.
But when you've got the footy like he has, I doubt he even knows I doubt he's even been told how to tackle, because Peter was a wonderful, gifted player that would have taught him all the things about football except tackling. Because he
like
also...
father, like son.
That's right.
You asked Cal, would you tag him? Hard tag? Soft tag? Shea Bolton? The answer to that one's no.
No. Absolutely no.
Just say that one there. You've just handed me a stat. Nick Dacos has been involved in 33.3%. That is exactly a third of all scoring chains this season, ranked number 1 at the club. So his kicks do end up in his teammates' hands and ends up more often than not going through the big sticks. Collingwood, the beauty of their team is, no, you can't go just an all-out, hard, super negative tag on Nick Dacos, because Josh will bob up, Scott Pendlebury will bob up, Tom Mitchell will, and Jack Crisp, who we mentioned a little bit earlier, will certainly dominate. It's not like in years gone by I've said go to Lachie Neale, because everything revolves around Neale and you can shut out so many others. Collingwood's not built like that. So I still think you need an accountable midfielder, a player who is prepared to go both ways, a player who's prepared to put time in, but you've still got to find the footy. You can't be totally negative, because Collingwood aren't wired like that. Someone else will do the job.
Lingy's one of the best taggers that I've seen. And one of the things that would probably do your head in would be playing middle, forward pocket, back pocket, wing, halfback. So it throws the whole lot out if he changes position. What Lingy has just said, and as a coach, I'd be saying, okay, where do we need to grab him most? Where's he going to do the most damage? Is it as a halfback? Right, we need to get him at a half forward. But once he changes there, hand him over. Or is it the middle? Take him in the middle. That's Lingy, you're tagged. So when I try to throw players around, you generally went with them because they're only 1 or 2 positions. But when they go 4 positions, good luck.
It's hard, and it throws everyone else out. I think Down Presti is the one through the middle of the ground.
Has to.
He's accountable, plays both ways. Crucial to them as the Pies come out onto the MCG Corbs.
They kicked 125 points in week 1, 135 last week. The roar goes around the MCG. We just had the lights turned out beforehand. That was for dramatic effects. That wasn't like what happened last Friday night up in Brisbane where the lights shut off completely.
I panicked for a moment, Corbin. I did.
Here come the Pies. Darcy Moore leads them out onto the ground. The 48th captain at Collingwood. Remarkably, he captains Collingwood as his old man did. Of course, Peter Moore. If that's not interesting enough, given the fact that you've got a father-son combo captain Collingwood, they're not even the first father-son to have captained Collingwood. You have to go back to Charlie Panham and Albie Panham, who captained Collingwood back in 1905 and 1945. So out of the 48 captains, we've got 2 father-son combos in the history of the club.
Yeah, when you look at Collingwood, and probably Geelong, one of the first clubs in the competition, Melbourne, Collingwood, Essendon, they're going to break a lot of records because they had a lot of brothers and then father-sons play right through because the suburbs kept it that way, and now, of course, with father-son rules over the last 20 or 30 years, you're able to reintroduce that. And, who's to say that Dacos, Peter never... Yes, he did. He played in the 1990 premierships. Who's to say that can't be a combination as well? So we've seen that more often now with the clubs that have got that deep history.
I love the father-son rule. I really do. I appreciate...
You get sons, would you say?
I do have 3 boys. Yes. But I do appreciate the bidding system now is much fairer for the competition. I think when we got Tom Hawkins at pick number 40 when he was touted, he was going to be a number 1 pick. The competition sat up and said, well, hang on, this has got to be fair. But I still love that we can hold on to a tradition of that father-son. I mean, the fact that we are watching Josh and Nick run around and Peter's a legend of the Collingwood Footy Club. The fact that Darcy is the captain of the Pies and his dad Peter was a captain of the Pies and a legend of the Pies, that's beautiful. That ties us to another generation and the romantic side of footy. Keep it up.
There's always a few whispers around Friday night footy in Melbourne. This afternoon, all the talk was around Darcy Moore's hamstring. He is playing and he's out there, as we've touched on, leading Collingwood out onto the park. The other one with a injury query was Brodie Myercheck, who dislocated his finger, was ultimately subbed out of that game last Saturday against Port Adelaide, but he too is playing. So from the side that beat Port, Mason Cox misses. Unfortunately has bleeding on the spleen, so he misses this week, and you'd think probably at least another one thereafter. Reece McInnes, as the Medi sub, is out. Ash Johnson is in for his first game of the young season, so he last played in the prelim. And Josh Carmichael is the technical sub for Collingwood. He last played in the semi-final where he was the unused sub against Fremantle going back to last year. The Pies already out on the ground. They're the home team, so they're in the black shorts in their black and white stripes, as you'd expect, with a 2-0 record. And we're just getting pictures from the tunnel of Dylan Grimes, who's leading out Richmond tonight. They too in their traditional jumper in the black with the yellow sash and the white shorts. And it's a very different looking Richmond team without those 4 big names that drop out from the team that beat Adelaide. So no Dusty, who's missed a whole lot of footy in the last 2 years, having barely missed through the first 250 games of his career. Jacob Hopper, their prized recruit. Jaden Short, who's a best and fairest winner in a premiership year. And Nathan Broad, of course, suspended. And a little nod to the milestone on the banner. So 100 games for Jack Graham, the 2-time premiership winning Tiger. And Damien Hardwick, as Kelly mentioned earlier, 300th game in charge of the Tigers. Becomes just the 9th man in history to have coached 300 games at a single club. So well done to Damien Hardwick on passing that milestone tonight. So 1 draw, 1 win. Technically undefeated. I think we're all just trying to work out where we place the Tigers in the hierarchy of the competition.
And patchy's the word that comes to mind. Last week played some terrific footy and then left the door open and let Adelaide come back, and then played some terrific footy to slam that door shut nicely. Same in round 1 a little bit. They probably shouldn't have got a draw, then deserved a draw, and then maybe could have pinched a win, and it was certainly patchy. And now you take those 4 players out, 4 very, very important players to them. I'm with you, Mick. I can't see them beating Collingwood tonight. I know Richmond have been good in the wet in the past, but you make a great point, a point that's often overlooked. We go, oh, he's a great wet weather player, as though the game slows down. No, the great wet weather players are the great players.
Yeah, they are.
And they get better in the wet because they're cleaner, and their moments, their touches are better because they're wonderful players. Richmond lose some of their really high-quality players, and that's going to hurt them. If they play patchy footy against Collingwood tonight, especially with those players missing, they're going to get smacked. But
inside 50, Ling, it's interesting. If you look at the inside 50s, which I'll show you, and they only name the top 5, or we can go right through and get more. Richmond have effectively lost 3 of their top 5 players.
Yeah, so
for one reason or another.
Bolton at number 1 and Taranto at number 3, and they're missing Hopper, Martin and Short from that top 5 inside 50s.
Whereas you look at the other side, Collingwood, I mean, they're all very much intact, and they're generally, you've got 2 of them, I'd throw DeGoey in there as well, outstanding ball users. So if you're getting the ball inside 50, how would you like to be a forward with one of the Dacos or DeGoey with the football?
And crisp, I reckon.
Yes, he is. And we'll probably say that Johnny Noble is not quite at that level, but he still, as a half-back, still gets the ball in there.
Isn't it funny? We're pumping up Collingwood so much in this pre-game, and quite rightly so, because right now, as we stand, they're the best team in the competition. And we've talked about the Dacoses, we've talked about Crisp, we've mentioned Tom Mitchell settled in very nicely. We've spoken all about this. That is the first mention we've had of Jordan DeGoey.
Yeah.
Who
pre-season, everyone's
pre-season, and round 1 was outstandanding against the Cats, and is, I hope, on that transition to becoming a genuine star, not a potential one that's been pumped up a little bit prematurely. Their depth is incredible through the middle and the running half-back and dangerous half-forward parts of the ground.
Side bottom, Pendlebury, didn't mention Adams.
Yeah.
You know, the list just goes on and on. And that's why, you know, Kel asked a question about tagging. You're going to end up with someone in there, horrible in there, who's not a midfield specialist against that special size. So that's why it's got to be very, very careful about how you tag players. Look, I'll go back as a coach to tag behind the centre, tag in front of the centre, but sometimes you did chase someone around because you just knew that if you went to a half-forward flank, it was okay to put Worsfold up on the ball, whatever the case may have been, or Dane Swan early days up on the ball. So, but you've got to be so careful that you don't throw your own team out to try to accommodate their strengths, because otherwise they just lead you around like a caravan.
Yeah, and you can't afford to put into the midfield tonight, if you're Richmond, a player who only gets it 8 times in the middle of the ground and plays 80% midfield time. Because of all those names we just reeled off, who will go through the middle part of the ground for Collingwood, they will all win at 25 plus times. So if you have one guy running around for Richmond who's only getting it 8, gee, that leaves a lot on the other players. And Koch isn't the same player that he used to be. That's just a fact. Don't go biting my head off. It's just a fact. I rate him incredibly highly when he was in his prime, but it's a fact. Bolton is a star, yes. So he's going to get the ball.
He goes to sleep, though.
Yeah, but even if he has a big night, if you put a midfielder in who's no good in the midfield and is purely a negative and has 8 touches, that's asking Shea Bolton to have 38 and kick 6, which is just too much to ask of a player. So you need a player in there, and I mentioned before it was Dion Prestia. Prestia has an ability not to tag but to run both ways and play a beautiful balanced midfield game. He can still get it 24 times and he can keep a really good midfielder to 18 touches and not as much influence. That's where Prestia can do it, because he has an ability to still find the football and attack. You can't have the total negative tagger. I think he's done, well and truly done, especially in the team defence mould that they play now.
Yeah.
And you can only do it against teams who are so heavily reliant on one player, like the Brisbane Lions have been in the past with Lachie Neale.
I just want to ask you, Mick, about Darcy Moore and Tom Lynch, 2 fascinating figures in the game. So Lynch had a day out the last time they met, kicked 5 in the first half, and to Moore's credit, kept him to a goal after half-time. Do you put him straight back to Tom Lynch this time, or how do you handle that?
Every day of the week he goes to. Every day of the week, because he did have a day out. Richmond got a lot of the football. The 3 leading goal kickers at Richmond are all talls. I'm looking through this window, and outside of looking for a Lingy's jacket, he's taking his jacket off.
It got a little hot.
It's going to come through.
It's about to go back on.
But I look at Collingwood's goal kickers. There's one tall, all the rest are medium. Taylor Mayfield's. So if Lynch has a day out, fantastic. But on a day like this, I don't expect him to. And he's got to get a lot of support from Jack Rewalt, but he's also got to get a lot of support from even young Ryan, who you might think, well, he's not going to have too many kicks today, but as long as he can bring the ball to ground. The thing about I don't care how good your back line is, and as good as Geelong was last year, the times when they suffered most against the side was when the ball was on the ground, not in the air where Stewart can punch the hell out of it. Down here, Moore will punch the hell out of it. Okay, they've got, we know that there's...
Murphy reads it well.
Murphy,
yeah.
They're all very good, Maynard and so forth. But when you've got a haphazard... When someone goes up and brings it to the game because he can't mark it, it's a different ball game. And then it becomes a bit of an even ball game. And if it goes 50-50, guess what? You're even half the number of shots on the goal. So the quick answer is no, I don't think he'll have the same impact. So other players have to.
Mick, on your point about the way the Collingwood team is structured a little bit with their talls and all that, I look to Toby Nankervis for Richmond and coming up against Darcy Cameron, and let's give a huge tick and credit.
Oh yeah,
Darcy Cameron has been superb, and that list management decision is just unbelievably outstanding right now. But if Toby Nankervis can get a hold of Darcy Cameron, if Toby Nankervis can do what he occasionally does so very, very well and accidentally lands on someone and maybe just uses a hand in the chest to get up and maybe leans a knee on an opponent, does it very, very well, and Darcy Cameron is struggling to cover the ground, or is sore, or is anything like that, what else do Collingwood do?
McStay will go there.
McStay goes there, but that puts a huge advantage in Richmond's court.
Well, you can say the other way too, because when Nankervis goes off, young Ryan's going to go on the ruck, and I think he's highly vulnerable around the ground. So I think it's 6 to 1, half a dozen the other, Lingy. It's... Ideally for Richmond, they need to keep Nankervis out there for probably 70 to 80%, 75 to 80% game time, because I don't know what damage Ryan can actually do in that forward line on a night like this against a Collingwood backline that moves the ball. Because the last thing that Richmond want is the ball to hit the deck and Collingwood take control, because they will run that ball unmercifully against Jack Riewoldt, Lynch and Ryan. I just don't reckon that's a that'd be the first thing I'd be doing straight away with the game the way it is. Whip one of those big blokes off and sub him out early, or just keep transferring him off the bench, because you cannot have the ball run out of that back line.
Craig McRae already in position in the bunker down there out of the rain, and Damien Hardwick was walking off the ground after the warm-up with a big smile on his face, and he strode over with the chest pumped out all the way to Craig McRae, and they shook hands right in front of Tim Hodges, who's on the boundary for us this evening. Hodgie, you got the hoods on. There's plenty of ponchos, plenty of scarves, but the rain continues to fall outside.
It is, Kel. You're a boundary rider from way back. It is wet. It is a wet night. Darcy Moore won the toss. He elected to kick to the city end, I think. He just gave the thumbs up, the thumbs towards the city end, so it was a bit hard to tell. The weather is the big story. It's been raining on and off since 4 p.m. Right as the second Formula One session got underway across town at Albert Park. It is very wet. It's very slippery. The ball will be a cake of soap early on. It's still raining. Probably the heaviest it's been was right when Richmond ran out through the banner. I tell you what it hasn't done, though. It hasn't deterred the crowd. The MCC still, I spoke to them just in the last few minutes, still expecting 85,000 people tonight. They're up in the back row of the top deck of the Shane Warne stand. They're in the MCC members up the back. They're in the AFL members up the back. This is a phenomenal crowd, just an amazing atmosphere. And I can't believe the crowd is as big as it is, considering how wet it is. Just repeating the no late changes. The subs for the Magpies, it's Josh Carmichael. For the Tigers, Noah Cumberland. Hopefully, this game lives up to the hype. It's going to be a cracker.
I hope it clears up for you down there. Thanks, Hodgie. If you weren't with us earlier, Mick Malthouse said Collingwood by 7 or 8 goals. Who are you tipping, Lingy?
I'm Collingwood comfortably. 5 goals.
It is a stacked weekend of footy. The AFL's version of rivalry round 3. And what a way to kick it off under the Friday night lights. 2 arch rivals, Collingwood and Richmond on Grandstand AFL. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Nankervis missed it in the ruck, and instead Cameron got it, but he's tackled, standing up in the tackle, Nankervis. So we'll reset and go again. Billy Frampton has gone to Lynch at the punt road end. An interesting move already. Josh Dacos with the first clearing kick. Clever tap forward was from Bobby Hill, and then it's kicked out of mid-air by side bottom. Got the party tricks out already, these Pies players. And 50 metres out.
It's
deliberate, so it was Bolter falling over the line. He just let the ball to Sharon roll out. It's been called deliberate, so Adams has got it. 52 out. He pulls the kick at the last minute. He hits up my check, not quite. To go in with the crumb, to go in with the snap, and it hits the post. My check slips straight through his hands. Just highlights how slippery the Sherrin is out there at the moment.
And his finger too, Kel.
Yeah.
So might have a little bit to do with it.
4 touches and a score already for Collingwood. This is Richmond's first possession as Dan Rioli takes some ground and then nails the kick out straight to De Goey, who kicked the behind moments ago. Mark 70 from home, puts it into the pocket. Wanted Bobby Hill in the long sleeves. Baker drops the mark. Hill regathers. Kicks to the top of the goal square for the Pies. Check flying, no mark. Spills to McStay. He snaps. He misses.
Wow.
Gee, they're hot on them early. They've had 7 disposals and 2 scores. Collingwood 2 behinds. Richmond 1 touch. Yet to score 90 seconds in.
Check. What a leap early on. That was just unbelievable.
Austin on the kick in. He goes around the southern side. Big pack forms. And they're on all hands and knees trying to fight it out. Is Tom Mitchell. No surprise on the bottom of that pack. The umpire says it'll be a stoppage.
Braden Maynard going to Bolton at the moment, playing across half forward.
Bowler on the southern wing. Cameron gets it only as far down as Nankervis. Somehow he just hacks it out of there, and John Noble takes an uncontested mark and he's off. He squares the kick to Josh Dacos, who marks defensive side of the broadcast wing. He's pointing, he's running, he's keeping it low. It's skittled straight through Prestia's legs. Now Prestia gets involved, little toe poke, got it over to Rioli. And now this is Dan gets it to Morris. Morris, the centering kick, it needed to be precise, and it was. Cochin got there just. He takes off. He wants to go. He flares it wide, and McIntosh marks uncontested on the southern wing.
And he's got the job to run up and down that southern wing all day again. Camden McIntosh, like we've seen so often in the past, goes short to Baker. Baker for Richmond with the yellow Sherrin, just bangs it long to a contest at half forward. Lynch down there. Cameron stands in front of the pack, spills it front and centre. Bolton, beautiful spin move and finishes outside of the right boot. A bit of class with a greasy footy for Shea Bolton to kick the first major of the night. 3 minutes in. Richmond 1 straight, Collingwood 2 behinds, Tigers by 4 points. Cameron Ling, Mick Bolthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Mick, you said it right at the start of the game. Great players get better in the wet. Bolton there, just one grab with the spin, under pressure, banana.
Yeah.
Don't worry about a wet footy. That's just great footy.
Well, that kick of Cochin's was an interesting one. It was cross goal, across the centre of the ground, and it just made the target, but it did open up the ground for them. And you've got to be really careful about that kick here, particularly if it hits the ground, because it's Collingwood's greatest asset is to cover that loose football.
So Nick Dacos at half back there, Lingy. He's got Jack Graham for company.
That was Nick on Bolton at that as that ball came in. It's not his matchup, but he had him just a little moment.
Out of the centre, it's Mitchell who grubbers a kick. It comes up to De Goey, a quick handball. This is all under pressure. Josh Dacos breaks the tackle, gets a kick away, bouncing straight to the top of the goal square. It skittles a few. Throwing it on the boot there is Young, the inexperienced defender for the Tigers. It'll come back to the Pies. Still side bottom, curls it round inside 50. This is Johnson. Grimes tackles him. Johnson loses it, regathers. Handballs back to McIntosh, who bangs it onto that southern wing. Can they keep it in play here? It's a one-on-one contest.
Lynch and Frampton wrestling for it. In the end, there's going to be a stoppage as Lynch is caught out on that southern boundary line. So Tigers by 4 points, 1 straight, Pies 2 behinds. As Hodgie mentioned at the opener, a hell of a roll-up. Anticipating 85,000 right in the back row, and even out in the elements, there's plenty of people out there with the ponchos on. Big weekend of footy. Some great rivalry games across the weekend. Clarkson and Mitchell. Of course, tomorrow we've got a showdown and a derby. And Josh Dunkley last night against his old team and went the way of Luke Beveridge and the Bulldogs from the boundary throw-in. As then Curvis wins it down. Mitchell scrapping for it for Collingwood. Still no clean takeaway. Still Mitchell over the footy. Eventually comes out. Taranto for the Tigers. Hurried kick forward. Frampton skidding through. Drops the mark. Spills to Nick Dacos. Hand pass out to Maynard. And he just knocks it to the advantage of side bottom on the wing.
He goes long down the line looking for Johnson, who had to spoil it in the end. And he knuckles it over the boundary line. Free kick in that marking contest.
Cal, just a little hold of the jumper. Spotted by one of the umpires out of the area. Dion Prestia, the man with the footy now. He's got the job on Tom Mitchell. around the stoppages.
That's a good move.
So Prestia, he's going to go long down the line. The leaper in the pack from behind was Revolt. It's punched down to Pendlebury, who's caught, holding the ball. That is a wonderful tackle by Mansell, one of the young guns for the Tigers. Now, short, sharp kicks. Dan Rioli's got it across half forward. 60, 65 metres out, directly in front of goal. The rain is tumbling in the lights here. He's just going to thump it as long as he can, right to the hot spot. Coming across was the spoil from Darcy Moore. Going again was De Goey. It spills the way of Josh Dacos in that back pocket, and he wheels around onto the right boot. Bouncing ball. Who can control it? Charging out after it was Young. He smacks it over the boundary line. It bounces, it goes over, and the umpire says that's deliberate.
Isn't it crazy? If that was a marking contest, you can punch it as far as you like to the line, but because it bounced once, he was still in doubt, so he punched it. Gets paid deliberate.
Tigers by 4 points early on as Elliott takes the free kick, heads down the wing. Chopped off, though, by Young, the man who gave it away. Hurried kick back down the wing. Morris Rioli, clean pick up off the deck. Hand pass to Taranto for the Tigers. Gives it to Baker. Heads down to half forward. Half volley, unkind for Reebok. Couldn't control it. More Sockers into the middle of the G. Cameron also just hacks it off the deck, but a turnover. And Vloston picks it up on that southern wing. Heads down to half forward for the Tigers. Mansell and Murphy scrap out after it. Still alive footy, forward 50 for the Tigers, but Maynard's back. Hand pass in front of McIntosh. He leaves it, lets it roll out of play. What a deliberate. The umpire said no. He had a play on it and a boundary throw in, 60 out from the Tigers' goal. So Richmond 1 straight, Collingwood 2 behind, 7 minutes in.
I'll make one prediction right now. In the rooms beforehand, I reckon McRae was saying on the ground, just kick it off the ground and get yardage.
Yeah,
Collingwood are continually doing that.
They are, aren't they, Mick? It's a great pick-up. So ball spins back in, side bottom gets it to Maynard, kicks inboard, still going down the southern wing. This is Mitchell. They're running in waves. Handball City, it's Adams giving it over to Pendlebury, who puts it on that lethal left. Can he hit up a target? He tried to, but he couldn't quite find McStay. It's socket forward. Ash Johnson, cute. Bobby Hill in the middle of a pack. Marks, top of the goal square.
Wow, what about their willingness to just keep the ball alive? That ball was going out of bounds. It was done. And just kept it in, rushed it forward, numbers surging, and a beautiful little pinpoint kick to Bobby Hill.
So he's wearing the long sleeve, Bobby. He's feeling cool. But he's kicking hot. Right in front of the Collingwood cheer squad, the Magpie Army up and about at the city end. In the opening stages here of this round 3 clash. And it's the Pies by 2 points. 1-2-8. The Tigers with the first one, 1 straight 6.
Just looking around the ground, it's an unbelievable crowd, isn't it?
Amazing. Just so early in the season.
Yeah.
Was that part of your coaching philosophy in the wet? Just knock on, surge on?
If it's a bouncy ball, do not even attempt it. But if it's on the deck, it's all about meterage. I call it in those days yardage. That's how long ago I was coaching.
They've adapted well to the condition. It's basically rained really uninterrupted since 4 o'clock. And showers sweeping across the G in the first 10 minutes here. Collingwood by a couple of points. Back in the middle.
Wow.
A little kick forward from Ross. Burning through his Bolton. Clean pick up again. Kicks to the behind line and off hands. It slips out of bounds.
Oh, they'd want to fix up that stoppage structure, Collingwood. Shea Bolton running completely free through the forward part of that centre bounce. Don't want that happening at all.
That's what we call coming out the front door.
Oh, yeah. Straight out the front door.
Collingwood by 2 points. Boundary throw in deep forward for the Tigers. The ruck share it. He's Quaynor. Hand pass over his shoulder for the Magpies to Maynard. Floats a high bomb out to half-back. Good luck marking that. Gee, there's 4 Tigers around McCreary. They let it bounce. McCreary out after it. Taps it to his advantage. Then sockers it off the deck. 30 metres downfield and it trickles out of play. Great effort from McCreary. Forces the neutral ball and a boundary throw in on the broadcast wing. Collingwood by a couple of points after 10 minutes.
We need a stat, Mick, for toe pokes off the ground, sockers off the ground.
Well, they're effective. It's an effective kick. That's going, 30-odd metres?
Flick back in, right in front of the Pies bench.
Oh, that slipped.
And it was a little holding with the 2 ruck as well. So it was a shallow throw in. Bolton pounces onto it. Gives it off to Ross, and his kick under pressure sails out of bounds right in front of the Tigers bench.
Is it really windy down there, Hodgie, or is that user error, the boundary throw-in?
No, I just wanted to ask Lingy, he's the most recent player here. Are the yellow balls more slippery, especially with the signage on them? It just feels like nobody can get a handle on them.
No, it shouldn't be, Hodgie. I mean, obviously we use them at night, so the conditions are generally slipperier when you use a yellow footy, but no, shouldn't be.
Oh, Grimes, defensive 50. Has kicked it straight to the opposition inside bottom, who pounces, and Bobby Hill in the right place, right time. Left forward pocket at the city end. He's kicked the Pies first, and he's going to have a set snap.
There's that kick, Kel, that Collingwood sweat on. You to make a mistake going across the ground. What got into Grimes' head is beyond me, because he had 2 targets and he kicked it to the middle, which was Collingwood.
And it was side bottom, who then skied it into the pocket. Bobby Hill. Can he put the Pies through for the evening? It hits the post. Crowd tells the story in the background. They go up and they go down. The Magpie Army. So it's 1-3-9 the Pies. The Tigers 1 straight 6.
If I can just say, when you're making that move across the ground, you do it immediately. The moment you start to think about it, so is the opposition. They'll cut you off. You've got to be very quick to make that move, or don't make it at all. Fair.
Yep. Great call. Great call. The players can cover the ground so quickly too. If you telegraph it to them at all, they'll get you.
Collingwood well set up. Vlauston takes his time and then pokes the pass to Dan Rioli. Goes short to Ross, who marks it right half back, pressed up against the boundary line. Tigers in a slow play. Collingwood by 3 points. As Ross goes long to a contest on the wing. Cameron puts his fist through it. Spills to Prestia of the Tigers, though. Hand pass away to Clark. One way then the other. Retreats back by hand to McIntosh. He kicks back inboard. Slides up the side of the boot. Picked up by Ross. Hand pass turned over. Collingwood back with it. Mitchell tackled high. Free kick. And the 2018 Brownlow medalist Tom Mitchell will get it on the wing for Collingwood. Pies by 3 points, 13 minutes in.
Don't be alarmed if you are watching and listening to us. He's covered in red, but that's only the paint of the logo. It's not blood, I promise you.
So he got the short kick off to Nick Dacos on that outer wing, and he kicked down the line, and it's fisted over by Judson Clark.
It's like something out of a movie, isn't it? He gets taken high and then he gets up and he's covered all in red. You're quite right. From the logo.
Especially one of your calls, he's taken his head off.
Yeah.
Pies lead it by 3 points. Better throw in this time, although both ruck miss it. And Tom Mitchell pounces on Ross, so it'll be a ball up half forward here for the Pies. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Cal, so funny. The doctor from Collingwood just got up to actually look at the monitor to make sure it wasn't blood on Tom Mitchell. He looks like Braveheart out there.
He goes still side bottom, kicking it into that left forward pocket, where Bobby Hill had a set snap just a few moments ago and flooded into the post, and it goes over the pack. It rolls out. So we reset here for another boundary throw in. Grimes has got the job on my check. Deep in attacking 50 here for the Pies. Spinning ball back into play. My check against Nankervis, who reaches up over the top, taps it down to Young, hacks the kick out of there, straight to Nick Dacos. Dacos is going to sky this one. They're going to run and launch, including Young, and also rather Ash Johnson, who couldn't control it. And again, another throw in from exactly the same spot, Corbin.
And I'm sorry.
You're right, Mick.
I was about to say, if Richmond are going to resurrect this, they've got to get a better setup outside back 50, because Collingwood are just setting it up to come back in again and again and again.
For the boundary throw in, spills down to Ross. He's tackled by McStay, who attended that boundary throw in, is the ruckman.
+2 I've got Liggy at the moment.
Yep.
Collingwood.
Perfectly set up.
Pies by 3. Nankervis down to Dan Rioli. Just hooks a kick hurriedly to half back. And Nick Dacos awake to it. Drops in the hole. Takes the intercept mark. 45 out.
So that's the structure Mick's talking about. But throw in, steal side bottom. Yeah. The experience there. He knew that ball was going to sail just over his head and land in his teammate's lap. And just did enough to keep Camden McIntosh out of it. That is, how many games are you up to now? 292 games of experience right there.
And the man with the footy in his hands may have played the most eye-popping 28 games of footy that we've seen. Here he is, the second-year Magpie, Nick Dacos, looking for some extra distance.
He's human, Corbs.
And he's missed everything.
That is bizarre.
Out on the full.
That wind really must be blowing up. Come on, Timmy, tell us it is.
It's always swirly here, Mick.
Swirly.
1-3-1 straight. Collingwood by 3 points halfway through the opening term.
Tigers want to move it quickly, looking for Samson Ryan, but the mark paid in front to the more experienced Darcy Cameron, outmarking the youngster. He gives the handball over to Nick Dacos and might have mucked it up here, a little bit of over-possessing. And it'll be a boundary throw-in right in front of that Shane Warne stand. 1-3-9 the Pies. Plays 1 straight 6 the Tigers. We've gone 16 minutes here in the opening term. Boundary throw-in. Tigers win it at the back. McIntosh hacks the kick. Bouncing one. Tough one to a contest. Tom Lynch is in there. He's got Frampton for company, and Tom Lynch has just decked as he fell Murphy and given away a free kick. So a free kick to the Pies defender in Nathan Murphy.
Yeah, high contact. Just watching the replay.
Clumsy.
Clearly there, yeah, clumsy. Nothing more than that. It's a free kick.
Murphy rockets it to centre half forward. Up they go in the pack. It spills the way of not side bottom. He has to take off instead after Bolton. Bolton just tries to wriggle free and then kick long down the line. Hampton playing in front of Tom Lynch. And that's one of the more interesting matchups. Mick Moldhouse, we expected that it would be Darcy Moore and Lynch.
Yeah.
But no, it's Billy Frampton in his second game for the Pies.
Well, they might think they get more out of Moore on a, well, you don't want to say lesser player, because Jack Rewalt was a very, very talented player, but he's aged, of course. So you want to get a bit more run, perhaps.
Boundary throw in. Cameron wins the hit out, but it's gone straight back out. So another throw in between wing and half forward for the Tigers.
And with Rewalt on the bench right now, it's Samson Ryan that Darcy Moore is on. So he will really
run right. He will just murder him. Yeah. Honestly, he will murder him. There's another call there.
Yes.
Without blood there.
not literally. For the boundary throw in. Degoe got a hand pass inboard to Josh Dacos, and Morris Rioli was right onto him with a chase down tackle on his heels like a pair of socks as he kicks it out wide to Ross. Picked up by Bolton now. Hand pass inboard to McIntosh. Chips it to the top of the goal square. Ryan crashes the pack. No mark. Spills down the side bottom, and he's helped out a play. So a throw in. Forward pocket for the Tigers. Kicking to the punt road end of the opening term. The Pies by 3.
Rioli with a brilliant tackle at the MCG. How many times has that been said over the years?
I played with his uncle. I saw that regularly with Morris.
So this is a boundary throw in right in front of the Tigers' goal at the city end. Lynch in the ruck. He falls over. Degoe is able to get it off to Maynard. Maynard throws it on the boot. It's a high ball. Nankervis drops what he should have taken in the end. McStay jumps on top of it. He kicks into space. It's a bouncing ball. Is this deliberate? Yes, it is. Well, he was under pressure. He's kicked it 30 metres down the line.
But it was a miss kick because of that pressure, Cal. He was trying to get over the top to Jamie Elliott, who was free with an entire half of the MCG ahead of him. 3
controversial deliberate calls already in this opening term. Grimes, the co-captain, takes it. He kicks to the big pack. It's fisted the way of Mitchell, who's got Degoe. Degoe rushing past, accepts the handball, delivers long, taken in. What a spoil! What a spoil, and a somersault to follow from Noah Bolter. He celebrated that spoil like he was Sam Kerr.
And also he's in the Olympics in the gymnastics.
Yeah. Oh, that was
unbelievable.
It was a superb kick, about as good as you can get, and it took the most brilliant spoil to wreck that.
Would he give the landing, Mick?
Oh, you give him 10 out of 10. Yeah. I mean, he's not only did it, he's landed straight on his feet.
Boundary throw in. Hoskin Elliott scoops a hand pass out to Goey. He snaps goalward but misses. 1-4-1 straight. Collingwood by 4 points. Approaching time on in the opening term.
Great to celebrate defence, isn't it?
Oh, that's a shaky kick out. They've turned it over. The Tigers straight to McCreary in the forward pocket. Hands it to McStay to cash in. He's hit the post.
He's kicking off for Richmond. Whoever it is has got the blinkers on.
Third poster that the Pies have had tonight. They're 1-5. Richmond are 1 straight. Ticking into time on now in this opening quarter. Pies by 5.
Radars off.
I was interested in the Bulldogs kickoffs last night. Player that we see that ran, didn't stop. So the second kick come to the wing each time.
Vlosten goes long, looking to almost go down the corridor. Maynard got a fist to it, spills the way of Cochin. High handball under the pump. Here is Mansell. He uses it well to Ross at centre half back. Squares the kick to Bolter. With the brilliant spoil only a few moments ago, but he's kicking. Pops up for an anxious moment, makes it difficult for Pickett. Coming in to spoil was Cameron. Got it down to side bottom. Uses it beautifully. Gives it to Elliott. Elliott off to Degoe. Degoe pokes it into the pocket. Here's a chance for Myercheck. He goes at it with one hand in the end. He tried to hold off his opponent with one hand and go at it with the other. Grimes v Myercheck, and in the end, the win goes to Grimes, who sees it over the boundary.
Well, you can just see the saliva coming out of the mouth of Craig McRae. He just knows that this is only a matter of time before they just keep giving the ball back, Richmond.
This could be over already.
Yeah.
1-5 to 1 straight. Pies by 5 points. Ryan grabs it out of the ruck. Kick smothered by Degoe, who's been sensational early. Spills out though Richmond's way. Graham hand pass to McIntosh. Gives it to Taranto. Tumbles a kick to half back for Clark. Got there on the bounce. Hand pass to McIntosh. He turns it over. Josh Dacos for Collingwood. Kicks down to half forward. Another turnover. Intercept mark for Dan Rioli. Spears his kick to Cochin, defensive side of the southern wing.
Can they go end to end here, the Tigers? Bolton once, 2 grabs at it, and in the end his handball went to no one. He almost tried to come in and toe poke his own handball. Messy passage of play. Tigers emerge with it. Ross off to McIntosh. Kicks under the pump. Revolt front position. Quaynor over the top. Spoils it down to Bolton. Fires out the handball wide. It comes back inboard. Here's a chance for Graham. Spears the kick straight to side bottom. How many times have we said that in the opening term? So many turnovers by Richmond, and they keep kicking it to side bottom.
Yeah, it's disposal number 8 coming up for Steele side bottom.
He's got it in the back pocket for the Pies.
Goes along to a contest. Big leap at the back from Johnson. No mark. Spills down to Maynard. He's mowed down from behind. Johnson Clark. Nice chase down tackle. Wins the footy back for Richmond at high half forward.
Yeah, great tackle for a kid. The Tigers have just got to settle a little bit. They seem to be really rushed on this.
Clark, first game since round 15 last year. The lefty puts it into the pocket. Knocked away by Frampton and out of play. So a throw in forward pocket for the Tigers. Collingwood by 5 points. 1-5 to 1 straight. Time on opening quarter.
Yet it's 10-9 inside the front 50. So it's not as if it's been dominated by Collingwood, but the scoreboard says it should be dominated by Collingwood.
Still 6 minutes to play in this opening term. It's Johnson in the ruck there. Side bottom again, but he's kicked it this time to a Tigers player who's been tackled by McCreary. The umpire says it'll be ball up. This is right on the arc, right on the 50, going the Tigers' way. Thrown in the air. Ryan in the ruck with Johnson. Gets it down. A couple of Pies players pounce on it, but it'll be a free kick for Holding. And this is going to the young gun in Clark.
Can you believe if he kicks this, Richmond will be in front. He's decided to centre it to centre half forward. The target was Ralph Smith, couldn't take the mark. The Pies on them now. Socked away by McStay, straight to Bolter. He's tackled. 3 Pies have got him and a ball up, 60 out, centre half forward for the Tigers. 1-5 to 1 straight. Collingwood look like they've picked up where they've left off in wet, greasy conditions. And the Tigers hanging with them for now, just 5 down on the scoreboard. Lucky to be that close from the restart. Mitchell off his backside, got a hand pass out to Nick Dacos.
High contact.
Whistle on the play, taken high, Nick, after getting rid of the footy. So downfield, free kick going Collingwood's way. And Nick Dacos back edge of the centre square. Long kick, 50 metres out wide to the wing and puts it straight onto McCreary's chest.
It's off one step.
He rolls and kicks deep inside the forward 50. Myercheck and McStay both in the pack. McStay tried to give the pack a shove. The ball spills out the back and out of play. And a throw in next to the behind post for Collingwood. They lead it by 5 points, 24 minutes into the opening term.
We've got 4 umpires. Yeah. We've seen it from up here. Didn't need the TV monitor. McStay has shoved 3 players in the back. They've moved 2 metres. And the umpire doesn't see it. I just find it incredible.
Boundary throwing one in front in the Pies goals. Ryan got it down. Baker had it. He was tackled. Then a huge tackle by Josh Dacos. Tackling Taranto over the line. So they'll reset. Lots of stoppages in this opening term. It's a wet, slippery footy. 1-5 the Pies have kicked, including 3 posters. The Tigers 1 straight 6. Tossed back in. It comes the way of Taranto. He just hacks it out of the danger zone. Bolton flew. Couldn't take the mark. Pounced like a cat when he hit the deck, though. Quick handball. Got Revolt into all sorts of problems. He handballs when he's sitting on his backside on the turf, but they've coughed it up here. Frampton was able to hold the footy, and then a couple of Tigers second to the ball hold him up. So a ball up on the outer side here at the MCG.
Up it goes. Johnson doing some of the ruck work. He's outpointed here by Ryan. Knocks it straight down to Nick Dacos. So clearance win for Collingwood. Hands it out to Crisp. Kicks down the boundary line. Elliott and Grimes. And Grimes just got his knuckles in there to knock it out of play. Boundary throw in southern wing.
Young Ryan, he's hit that straight to where there were no Richmond players but a Collingwood player. If you're going to be 6 foot, 2'6", and going to reach like a sick dog, put the ball to your left or right or to the ground, not where your opposition are.
Here's Ryan and Johnson to go at it again. They both miss it. Spills through to Adams. There's a free for a hold. It's going Samson Ryan's way, so he'll take it. In his third game, the big man for Richmond, the ruck forward, lays a hand pass off to Dan Rioli. Heads down to half forward, turns it over. Isaac Quaynor takes the intercept mark, half-back for Collingwood.
Wants to go quickly across half-back. No surprise, Nick Dacos involved. Back to Noble, he goes by hand. Noble by foot down the line. Bolter marks.
That's good mark. Yeah.
Richmond are holding
up.
They're holding up well.
Okay, I know Collingwood have missed some chances and should be further in front, but Tigers are holding up okay.
Bolter goes long looking for Lynch. He's got two pies either side. He can't take the mark. Rare fumble from Tom Mitchell. It opens the door here for Bolton. Bolton can't pick it up. Pickett comes in. Pickett can't grab it though. Rioli rather it was. And then the kick out of there. Johnson, clever tap to Chris. Breaks the Dan Rioli tackle. Uses Taylor Adams in the centre of the ground. He's going to handball a long one back to Crisp. A little bit too fancy. Baker gets him. Crisp gets his kick away. McStay waits at the back. Elliott gets it over to McStay, who bobs it towards goal, and he doesn't get there. Ralph Smith sliding on the last line of defence. He's able to get a crucial hand there. And he slaps it down right across the boundary line, and we're at 1-6-12 for the Pies.
Another blown chance, though. That should have been a little handball over the top to Myercheck, not a kick. Was he having a shot on? I don't even know.
Ralph Smith on the kick out goes long to Tom Lynch, who hits up to meet it at half back. Spills down to Taranto. Hand pass back into dispute. Southern wing. Pack forms. Murphy ushers it out the back door to Mitchell. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Stepping one way then the other. Back onto the right peg. Heads inboard and hits up Crisp. Neat work from the second-year Magpie, and Crisp has got it. Collingwood by 6 behinds, 1-6-1 straight. And Jack Crisp in his 191st consecutive game. Outer edge of the centre square, heads down to Myercheck. Bolter flew for it, no mark. Myercheck on the deck, footy comes back to him. McIntosh has got him. And a ball up, 60 out from the Collingwood goal.
Collingwood got all their players, Cyberton, Mitchell, Dacos, Tagoe, Dacos, all top position getters. Richmond, not their midfielders necessarily. So this is where the difference is at the moment.
Johnson wins it out of the ruck. A little give to Adams. Adams' kick was smothered. McIntosh is going to go off the turf. They've got it at centre half back, putting his head over it as Pickett back out to McIntosh. Every possession is tough here. Rioli now marks with a bit of run, and there's a loose player inside 50. Going back was Revolt. Frampton gets it. Revolt's got him. He locks him up. The punt road end is asking the question. The Richmond cheer squad. And the umpire says no. Look, they've got all their arms outstretched. The Richmond cheer squad calling ball, ball. Did Frampton have the chance? We'll get back to that. Play underway. Flying shot from the Tigers out of bounds on the full.
They nominate that ruckman there.
It's come from nowhere. They
must have. Must have. Surely Ash Johnson it was.
Yeah. He's sort of trying to take a hanger. He's up on the shoulders of his opposing ruckman. So no score out on the full. Quaynor with the free kick, drives it up to the wing. Here's Ash Johnson through traffic, lifts a hand pass to Crisp. Magpies are out downhill. Hand pass to Pendlebury, front edge of the centre square, kicks inside 50. Myercheck
what a mark.
With the pack mark.
Wow.
And the Richmond defenders in Bolter and Vlosten just flailing over the top. And Myercheck rips it down, 15 out directly in front.
I know that's not going to end up on a poster anytime soon, Mick, as one of the great hangers of all time. But degree of difficulty of that mark is very, very high. That is a superb grab.
Wet footy running back, defenders in front of you.
And to keep your eyes on the ball, that takes a lot of courage.
Brodie Myercheck pops it through. And at last, Collingwood get their second goal. 3 posters and a blown chance into an open goal. Collingwood finally able to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on. 2-6-1 straight. Half-hour mark opening quarter. Pies by 12.
Ling, if you think back of the attacking move by Richmond, they had Lynch running towards the goal square. Rewalt running towards the kicker. The kicker only has to find Rewalt, who kicks it over the... And there's only one defender.
Yep.
And a poor kick, all of a sudden that ball now from Pendlebury gets it. When Pendlebury gets hold of it, we forget the kick. We know the mark, but the kick was an absolute cracker by Pendlebury. Finds the target, knows where the target is, and lays it in a perfect position for him. And there's the consequences.
Collingwood by 12 points back out of the centre. This is Pendlebury that gets the kick away. It ricochets the way of Baker, who took it on the bounce. He's kicked out towards the broadcast wing, and Noble sliding in has kicked that out of bounds on the full.
There it is, Kel.
Yep.
Don't kick a moving ball off the ground. It's only when it's on the ground.
Don't kick
when it's bouncing.
When it's bouncing that much,
okay.
You're just too high a risk of not hitting it right.
Rioli just shanks the free kick. It's going to come back the way of the Pies. Through the centre they go. Josh Dacos tries to go from one side to the other. McCreary and Dan Rioli. It's a one-on-one foot race. Rioli got down, hooked up the handball straight to the opposition, and Crisp's kick, though, was smothered. And then McIntosh tries to hold Crisp off the ball, allowed Boulder to come in. Siren sounds. It's tense. It's been scrappy, tough conditions, and it's Collingwood by 12 points at quarter time. 2-6-18. They've blown many chances so far to the Tigers. 1 straight 6. The goal kickers, Bolton snapped the first at the 2nd minute mark, it was, in the 2nd minute of the term. Bobby Hill at the 8th minute, Myercheck then at the 30-minute mark. So it was a long time between majors. Hill and Myercheck for the Pies, Bolton for the Tigers, and it is Collingwood by 12 points at quarter time.
8 scoring shots to 1, and yet Collingwood by just 12 points in the game. In the wet at the MCG, and another shower just sweeps across the Melbourne Cricket Ground. We think around 85,000 in. It's a hell of a roll-up given the conditions. It's pretty much rained consistently since about 4 o'clock local time, having just gone past 20 past 8 here in Melbourne. Quarter time, as Cal mentioned, the Pies by 12 points on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
Ready for some fun? The Melbourne International Comedy Festival is back, and it all began with the gala hosted by Luke McGregor.
Thanks for clapping when I came out. That means a lot.
With an all-star lineup.
We're all in this crazy mixed-up world together, though, aren't we? And now, thanks to unisex toilets, we actually are.
The Melbourne International Comedy Festival. The gala.
Excellent!
Stream it now on ABC iView. Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Baker for Richmond with a yellow Sharon, just bangs it long to a contest at half forward. Lynch down there. Cameron stands in front of the pack, spills it. Front and centre, Bolton. Beautiful spin move and finishes outside of the right boot.
It's socket forward. Ash Johnson, cute. Bobby Hill in the middle of a pack. Marks, top of the goal square. So he's wearing the long sleeve, Bobby. He's feeling cool, but he's kicking hot.
Magpies are out downhill. Hand pass to Pendlebury. Front edge of the centre square. Kicks inside 50. Myercheck with the pack mark.
Wow.
Brodie Myercheck pops it through. And at last, Collingwood get their second goal.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
They've hit the post on 3 occasions. They blew another chance going inside 50. The Magpies, so 2 goals, 6 is what they've got to show for it after outplaying Richmond in that opening term. The Tigers 1 straight, a 12-point lead for the Magpies at quarter time. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
We're just looking at the stats, Mick, and strangely enough, when you look at contested possessions, though it did get out of hand late. Collingwood up pretty comfortably there. Inside 50s, only 13 to 10. I say only because it felt like a completely dominant Collingwood quarter. 2 goals, 6, 8 shots a goal, but it's only 12 points of margin thanks to a late goal to the Pies. 8 shots a goal from 13 inside 50s.
Yeah, it's
though.
big.
That's scary time.
Well, it certainly is, because you work on the theory of 50%,
and Nick Dacos out on the full.
Yes,
that's right.
Yes, true.
Yeah. So you work on the theory of 50% plus is almost acceptable. I'm not a great... Well, there, I'll go 10%. It's 10% Richmond, because they've been there 10 times, only scored it once. Yep. There's been another couple of times. They had one out the full as well, and it was wrecked in the end out here. I can't remember who kicked the football to... might have been Rioli, kicked the ball to Rewald, who couldn't bend to save himself, and hence the ball got run out. But this is where... And you might say, well, you've been pretty harsh in regard to 7 or 8 goals you're going to win by. The simple fact is this, that you just know that Richmond will always put they only have a 5-man forward line. They always keep another player up the ground. They've got players that can't chase. They've got players that can't get the ball on the ground unless they mark it. One, Lynch and Rewalt. And if you put Ryan up there again, they're not playing 3 together, thankfully. But that still means that Collingwood will have an extra player there, if not 2, because the second player going in will be Sidebottom as a winger. Or Dacos.
One of the Dacoses, yeah.
Generally Sidebottom, because he works hard behind. He's the defensive winger. So not only are you going to... If you put the ball on the ground, Collingwood will run it out. So you've virtually got to say, are we going to keep a 6-foot man forward line so we can put a bit of pressure on and have scoring opportunities? Because you won't win the game by having one shot on goal against Collingwood, who so far have had 8 or 9, 8 scoring and 1 out of bounds, and we know that Cochin won't put one out. But this game will be dead and buried by half-time. Richmond need to change up their structure in front of the ball to keep Collingwood at least honest, and maybe their winger gets back, maybe Collingwood's winger gets back, but that's only +1, not +2. They've got no hope of resurrecting that if you don't change it.
No, because they're good enough, Collingwood, to put pressure on the ball carrier even with +2 behind the ball.
That's right.
So you're not necessarily getting a great advantage where the ball is and thinking, well, we can make those +2 irrelevant because we'll slice through them and away we go. No, Collingwood put enough pressure on that. Richmond, when I look to the middle of the ground, and you reeled off a couple of these names, but Tom Mitchell's had 9 touches, a lot of them handballs, mind you. Nick Dacos has had 9. Josh Dacos, 8. DeGoey, 8. Sidebottom, 9 as well. Chris, 6, but really dangerous ones running through. So they're middle of the ground type players are getting a heap of the footy. Richmond's aren't.
No.
So Presti is trying to go to Mitchell. Didn't mind that as a matchup, but Presti's only found it 3 times. Not enough. Tim Taranto's had 5 touches, but he's going at 30% efficiency. Not enough. Cochin struggling to find the footy. So that middle part of the ground, if those players aren't working and it's not the matchups aren't the way you want them to be, that's when you bring somebody else in there and go, you know what, you get the job done in there and you can stay in there and play for us. Bolton's the only one who remains dangerous for the Tigers.
Fireworks exploding in the background of the MCG just up over the Yarra.
Collingwood by 12 points. Second quarter underway. Darcy Cameron, the first hit out. DeGoey somehow got it out to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Chris. Gives it back to DeGoey. Out the front door of the centre square. Hits up Johnson. Out on the lead, Ash Johnson marks left half forward, 40 from home.
And that's what you always want as a forward, Mick. Yeah. Straight out of the middle. It's about the 20 seconds, 10 seconds maybe, where you get a dry footy.
Yeah. Well, it's a good mark under pressure.
Yeah.
That's Grimes, I think, on him. So it's a wonderful mark.
They've got 2 scores to start the game before Richmond had their second disposal. They haven't touched it yet to start the second term, and already Collingwood have a goal. Ash Johnson puts it through on the set shot. Collingwood by 18 points. And now the scoreboard starting to reflect their dominance. 3-6 to 1 straight. 1 minute into the second quarter on Grandstand AFL. The SMS number throughout the night if you want to get in touch with Mick Noldhouse or Cameron Ling, 0437 774 774.
You're right, you've got to get some different players in the middle to get this football, because, as I said, the 7 or 8 goals is looking, pretty. That could be by 3/4 time.
Well, Bolton didn't start at that last centre bounce. He's now in. I mean, I'd have him there nearly every centre bounce.
Yep.
Just play him in there.
Why not?
And even if he is going forward from there and doing some resting forward, that's fine. Have him around the ball because you're getting torched in the middle.
Cochin and Presti are in there. Nankervis looking for Cochin. DeGoey lost it, and then Bolton pouncing on it. Skies it. Noble in front. Had Taranto behind him. Good tackle sliding through on John Noble. Trying to control that ball for the Tigers was Ryan Mansell, but he can't. It's over the boundary line.
There's your thing. Bolton gets the ball. It doesn't matter if he goes forward.
That's fine.
Yep.
That's absolutely fine. But have him around the ball in that crucial moment.
Boundary throw in front of the great Southern stand. Nankervis and Cameron, a quick kick out of there, out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a free kick going the Pies' way. Josh Dacos is the closest player there. Socks down, the fluoro orange boots on tonight for Josh. His brother started the second term on the bench. Bolton, the man on the mark. So Dacos goes along. The leaper in the pack was Myercheck. And slapped over the boundary. We've seen a lot of this tonight. Long down the line from both these sides, when the talk over the last round was, a lot of teams wanting to use the corridor.
I love down the line.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, look where it is.
It comes when it's a real slow play, Cal. They won't try and bite off that impossible one. But when they get a moment, they'll still go.
From the boundary throw-in, Adams had a fresh air shot and then picked up by Taranto. The Tigers kicks to centre-half forward, somehow got through to Mansell, had 2 cracks at it. Hand pass a turnover. Maynard centre-half back, gives it to Frampton, turns into the tackler. Got it out as he falls to ground. Murphy kicks hurriedly to the wing and Nankervis gives the pack a shove. Free kick. Going to Cameron's way, the man in front. And the Collingwood ruckman will take the free kick.
No, Darcy,
heads
that's not
across the centre square. G. Murphy, clever, had the spoil with the pressure from McIntosh. Had the side bottom on the wing. Hand pass to Maynard. Heads inside 50. Johnson got it again. On that searching lead, marks at left half forward. The man on the mark 2 steps inside the 50.
Watch the replay of what Murphy does if they show up, Mick. He knows the heat's coming and spoils to his teammate, but opened himself completely up, knew he was going to get hit. That was courageous and great play.
Got a visit from the trainer, but he's staying out there, Nathan Murphy. And Ash Johnson, a slightly harder kick than moments ago. He's outside the 50, wants to take on Grimes on the mark. He plays on, draws the defender, hand pass to Pendlebury, feeds it to side bottom. Left peg goes all the way to the behind post, and in the end, Nankervis pushes it through for a rush behind. Collingwood by 19 points. Dangerous moments for Richmond 4 minutes into the second term. Collingwood 3-7. Richmond 1 straight.
Yeah, I would really think seriously about Bolter going on to Johnson and Grimes going on to McStay. I mean, Grimes has played on those players all his career, so Bolter's got that extra bit of speed.
So Vlosten on the kick in. He goes looking for Nankervis. Off hands it goes. Prestia was tackled. Handball's gone straight to Noble, who kicks under pressure, was good. Found side bottom. Handballs to Crisp. Runs and crosses half forward. On the left, into that left forward pocket. It's a 2-on-2 contest. McStay came late, and McStay and Myercheck look at each other, and they spoiled each other in the end.
That's the thing they'll get over time, I reckon, Cal. McStay and Myercheck don't both want to be going for that same ball there. They prefer to be isolated and just have a one-on-one. That'll come.
Twirling back into play. Left forward pocket here for the Pies to go. He reads it off hands best. He's got 2 Tigers either side. One is Graham and the other is Pickett.
19-6 possessions. It's really overwhelming at the moment.
Ball up 30 metres out from the Pies. Goal. Cameron flicked it behind him, looking for Pendlebury to run onto him, but they catch him, does Pickett. Pendlebury ends up just handing it to Vlosten, who spins around and kicks it out of that defensive 50 arc. Pies with the numbers. Noble spins out of trouble, does really well. His kick, though, was spoiled. It's thumped down by Vlosten, the way of Cochin. Quick hands. He gives it to Bolton. Streaming through the centre. Bolton keeps it low. Mitchell had to get right down low, rather. It was Lynch. And Lynch, it bounced off his chest in the end. Side bottom's the everywhere man there tonight. He's involved. Little toe poke was clever. Maynard. It's going to come back to Maynard. Sliding in goes side bottom again. Hard ball to pick up. Eventually Bolter's got it. Gives it to Cochin and he kicks backwards to buy a little time to Prestia.
You're right there, Kel. He had to go back because, again, Magpies get their side back so well. It's like a well-drilled soccer side, like Man City at the moment.
Prestia short to Taranto, who kicks a helicopter inside the forward 50. Quaino got a touch on it, spills to Prestia. Hand pass to Morris Rioli, spun around in the tackle, lost it. Quaino at centre-half back for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, goes all the way back to Frampton and hands it to the captain Moore in the back pocket. Collingwood exit defensive 50 again. Long kick out to Elliott, close to the boundary line. Baker slips over. Elliott keeps it alive, kicks down the southern wing. Johnson makes contact with Grimes, a free kick for a hold, and Johnson's getting getting it again.
Yeah, change that.
Numbers 4 to the footy, just got to go.
Johnson pokes the pass inside the arc and finds Adams. He's met late by Floston. Gives him the benefit of the doubt. Adams heads inboard. Crisp trying the one-hander, unsuccessful. Off his knees, hand pass to Pendlebury. Gives the greasy footy to Goey. Follows up his own handball. Back to Johnson, who shoots goalward. With a single step, he misses out to the right and behind. Collingwood all over Richmond. This game right at breaking point. Collingwood 3-8. Richmond are 1 straight. They've travelled 7.5 minutes in the second.
Another let off for the Tigers. Floston with the kicking duties. Lynch launches in the pack. It spills the way of Sidebottom. He's had 2 still Sidebottoms out there tonight. He goes short to Adams. Open goal square. Adams goes long. Backing back was Elliott, and he couldn't quite take the mark. And he cannoned into the goalpost. He's quick up on his feet, though. Eyes only for the footy. Going back and just got that left hip collided.
Oh, Cal, I wouldn't get up for a month. Oh, that would hurt.
Those posts don't have a lot of give in them. And as Dan Rioli comes out of the defensive arc, the target was Nankervis. He just swats it to ground to Morris Rioli. And Sidebottom tackles him to ground. The ball up, 70 out from the Collingwood goal.
Pickett's running around the ball at the moment either. He's finding it hard to get traction to the Tigers.
Pies by 21. Richmond with just the 1 scoring shot in the game. A single goal, the first one of the game. Free kick here in the ruck infringement. Nankervis taken over the shoulder and takes it for Richmond. Short kick to Pickett.
That's an incredible stat there, Corby, what you just said. 1 shot on goal, and we've gone a long time into the second quarter.
9 minutes in, 3-9 to 1 straight as Pickett takes some ground, kicks long to a contest at half forward. It spills off hands down to Pendlebury, the Magpies.
Wants to use the corridor. Pinpoint pass, as you would expect. Hits up McStay on the chest. He kicks inside 50. It's a bouncing ball. Bobby Hill leads all comers. He spins around. He gives it to Johnson, who's clever, flicks behind him. Too clever for Jamie Elliott, who wasn't cried up to it. And Ralph Smith comes in and makes a contest over it, and Elliott's forced to tackle Hugo over the boundary line.
That's ball was second to go in the forward line from Richmond. It just moves so quickly, the Pies.
Trying to whiz it around so quickly between them. Some of them aren't even ready for it. 2 ruck tangle. Nankervis straight down the throat of Cochin. Handballs back to Taranto in that back pocket. And that's a better exiting kick. Wheeling around is Mansell. Goes down the line. A bouncing ball. Does it sit here? No, Quainer gets there on the bounce. Runs into the advertising hoarding and the fence surrounding the MCG. And then trots back to his position.
Dylan Grimes trying to play on Ash Johnson. Johnson's giving him the run.
Well, that's why they've got to change it up. Yeah. There's no sin in changing it up.
21 points, Collingwood's lead. It's the 1 scoring shot in the game for Richmond. 10 minutes into the second from the boundary throw-in. Josh Dacos, first clean touch, hand pass to DeGoey in the middle of the ground. Feeds it to Tom Mitchell, slick hands to Nick Dacos, to Pendlebury, back to young Nick. He's going to give it back to the wise head of Pendlebury. Looks inside the forward 50, kicks it deep. Baker, the double fister, wanting the safety of the boundary line on the spoil. Johnson keeps it alive, sells a dummy, outside right boot, misses. Gee, that would have been something from Ash Johnson. He's been plugged into the electrical socket here to start the second quarter. Johnson's had 5 touches, 3 scores, 1 goal, 2. And Collingwood are 3-10. The game should just about be done. Richmond are 1 straight, 11 minutes in the second term. Collingwood by 22 in the wet.
These are the scores that I had at Wendouree West in 1960. Honestly.
Baker. It was a helicopter kick on the kick in. He didn't quite nail it, but it landed in Taranto's lap, and now he on the bounce goes towards Revolt. Quaynor just flicks his hand around behind Revolt and flicks it over the boundary line.
Well, Kel, that's not going to work. They've got 3 talls deep in their forward line, Tigers. That is just not going to work on a night like this. But not only because of the night, but because of the calibre of team they're playing. Got to get ground players who can come and meet the football.
Ball flicked in half forward here for the Tigers, but pouncing on us at Mitchell, gave it off to Maynard. His kick is smothered. Ricochets the way of De Goey, who just kicks it out of mid-air. Bending down was Vlosten, picked it up, was tackled by Elliott, affects the handball, goes straight to De Goey, gives it to Pendlebury, and then Pendlebury pulls the kick late. It's a bouncing ball. He was looking for McStay, but Ralph Smith got there with a burst of speed. Straight down the centre he goes. Cochin, a strong mark in front of Moore. Cochin now looks up, what's there? He tries to go, but he can't find Sampson. And Sampson, that was, in fact, Ryan. And Frampton came across on the young gun and did really well. Still they go again here, the Tigers.
Kick down to half forward. Danrioli knocked out of it. Collingwood back the other way. Crisp. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Feeds it to McCreary up to halfway. Heads down to Elliott. One-on-one with Vlosten. Elliott forced to spoil from the back. Down to Pickett, though, of the Tigers. Hand pass to Baker. Feeds it over the top to Clark. Kicks down the wing and Prestia takes a neat mark. She immediately stepped off his line and Quaynor went with him. Knocks down the would-be hand pass from Prestia. There's a free kick for a high tackle. And it's going to go Prestia's way on the wing, so Richmond will maintain possession on halfway. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just keeping an eye on Jamie Elliott. It's just near the 50-metre line for the Collingwood, and he, of course, copped it with the goalpost before. He saw from that and then copped another one. So, yeah, he's still unable to get up, guys.
Prestia long into the forward pocket. The pack collapses underneath the footy and the ball slips out of play next to the Richmond behind post. Collingwood by 22, 13 scoring shots to 1, 13 minutes played, second quarter.
Jamie Elliott coming off. He's got a trainer either side or a doctor one side, physio the other, and just limping. Back in play near the Tigers' goals. Spinning and shooting is Taranto and missing.
Richmond supporters also jump up and applaud that because it's a score.
1-1-7 now, the Tigers, so that's their second scoring shot for the night. And the Pies have had 14, so 14 scoring shots to 2. One out of bounds on the full is a Nick Dacos set shot, otherwise it's 3-10-28, so Pies by 21.
Yeah, it's not often, Corbs, I pull you up on anything, but when you said before that it should be just about over, this game should be absolutely, completely over. But the door's open, and now Richmond have got to work a way through it. Okay, so how do we use our ball going forward? Mix right, change up that forward line. Get Bolton involved like he just gets a handball there. That's the key. You can still be a chance from here.
For the boundary throw-in, so Bolton down to Cochin, kicks a high bomb back to centre half forward. Vlosten competes, spills down to Graham, hand pass picked off. Mitchell for Collingwood in the centre square, gives it to De Goey, goes long to McStay, getting across to help Ralph Smith. Takes the intercept mark for Richmond at centre half back and immediately flares it out to Noah Bolter. Off the back flank, chips his kick to that southern wing, and Liam Baker takes the mark for the Tigers.
So they've got a couple of smaller forwards now, Richmond, who've got forward hard. Bolton's one of them. They've just got to go there on the ground if they can.
He goes to McIntosh, who goes long to half forward. Lynch marks out in front of Frampton. Turns around too far out to score. Tries to hit up his teammate in Clark. Clark couldn't take the mark. There's a scramble at ground level. Pies fans want holding the ball. The umpire says, yep, you can have it. And it was McCreary on Taranto.
I'm not laughing at Richmond, that's for certain. But it's just Collingwood are all over them.
McCreary towards Hoskin Elliott, who had a bit of a leap, as he always does. Spills the way of Mitchell. Nick Dacos, can he keep it in play? No, he can't.
The really impressive thing, we rave about Collingwood's attack and the way they move the ball, but gee, they get back and scramble defence well. Because when they were just caught out there, Taranto, with a half a chance, bang, they're straight onto them. They win the ball back.
You also got to say, Lingy, Richmond are hesitating that split second, which is not giving their forwards any hope at all.
Ryan down to Taranto, 50 metres out here from the Tigers' goal. Rioli just dabbed at it in the air, and then he goes to ground. Lynch comes in and piles on the Sherrin, and they pile on top of him.
They have lifted their intensity a little bit, Richmond. It's now 62-44, and Toronto has got the football as a midfielder 7 times.
Ryan wins the hit out inside the forward 50 for Richmond, but side bottom wins it at the ground level, shakes a tackle, hand pass to Josh Dacos. Off the back flank, kicks a high up and under to the wing. Myercheck and Vlosten both compete. The ump says, we'll pay the Myercheck mark.
Well, he should spoil. It's just simple. The day's arguing when the player playing in front, you spoil the ball. So, well done, Myercheck.
Myercheck on the wing. Kicks turned to a contest with McStay involved. He got hands to it and then got some front-on contact. Free kick from McStay. He'll get it 60 out at half forward. So the two big forwards combining for Collingwood. They lead by 21. 13 scores to 2. 3-10 to 1-1. 17 minutes played in the second quarter. Collingwood by 21. McStay lays it up with a hot spot and Vloxton back. Able to take the intercept mark for Richmond. 17 travelled second quarter.
So both sides really far from their best tonight.
Yeah, if I'm going to be critical at all of Collingwood, Cal, just lately that... Oh, hang on.
Oh, that's dangerous. It was Ralph Smith who's given it straight to McStay, who had a quick kick, was my check rather, chopping it off.
There was another half chance there, but that last kick inside forward 50 in the last 7 or 8 minutes of Collingwood has just been long, high, bombed, and the Richmond defenders are now helping each other out a little bit.
Yeah, they only get the extra one back there too, Lingy, which has saved them, really.
So the Tigers did have possession, but now it's a boundary throw-in. Deep in, Pies attacking 50, although Ross gets it, kicks it to the centre of the ground. Rioli couldn't quite, he's hurt himself behind play. Nick Dacos is able to mop up and kick backwards. He retreats all the way to Noble. Noble flares it wide. Ralph Smith out in front of McStay.
He's done a terrific job, Ralph Smith.
Dribbles not quite over the boundary. Josh Dacos keeps it back into play. Back to Mitchell from a standing start. He goes looking for Crisp. Crisp somehow. And then Myercheck keeps it in play. Goes high.
Or out of play.
It was out of play, and it was Hoskin Elliott rather. So it'll be another boundary throw-in. 3-10 plays 1-1. It's a replay of the Ash Johnson launch up over the back of Rioli.
Ralph Smith's only had 2 possessions this quarter, but he's been outstanding in his defensive qualities of spoiling the ball, saved them many times.
Johnson's had a hell of a quarter. He's now doing the ruck work with Ryan. Ryan wins the hit out, but down to Goey of the Magpies. Gives it to Josh Dacos. Heads inside 50. Fist on it from Grimes. Skids out the back. Bobby Hill slides through. Left it behind. Baker collects the footy half-back for Richmond. Sweeping hand pass to Cochin. Feeds it out wide for Pickett. Against the boundary line. Sends the Tigers down the wing. Slipping over Frampton. Not a great moment. Lynch got it. Frampton up to tackle him. Ball back into dispute. Front edge of the centre square for Richmond. Noble there for the Magpies. Hand pass ends up with Lynch. He works it out. Somehow got a hand pass to Dan Rioli. Squibs a kick to centre half forward, but Josh Dacos clean for Collingwood. Heads out wide and side bottom marks again at half back.
He brought his own footy, Steele.
He certainly did. He's happy to share it with Nathan Murphy. Comes back inboard on the wing and sliding in was Crisp. Maynard runs past and then thinks, no, I might head to the bench for a breather. So Crisp is going to go inboard to Mitchell. All uncontested this from the Pies. Slow and steady on the build-up. They lead it by 21 points. Mitchell points long. Into the pocket at the punt road end. Who's going to run and launch? Johnson gets his hands to it. Drops it right at the death. Ryan picks it up, hacks it out of there. Murphy tried to go the spoil. It ricochets the way of Frampton. Had the job on Lynch tonight. His kick inside 50 can't be marked once it hits the deck. Baker goes hard. Tackled brilliantly down there by Myercheck. Johnson, rather, who's been in everything, Ash Johnson.
Yeah, that's a good call by the umpire. That was the second umpire in that position to call that.
That's a great matchup. They're tackling one another and almost something like gladiators from back in the day. So the pair wrestle. Free kick for Baker. Kicks out wide to Pickett. Wanted to go and then pulled his kick late. Hand pass back to Baker. Feeds a handball down the line to Prestia. Kicks Richmond to a contest down the line. Frampton just kills it. Whacks it out of play. And a key post in defence, and we got a boundary throw in right in front of Tim Hodges on halfway. Hodgie.
Just an update. Ash Johnson is completely cooked. He's come off for a breather, and Jamie Elliott about to come back on. He's had that corky looked at, and Bobby Hill comes off, and Elliott returns to the field. So good news for the Pies.
The quarter's only had one goal, and that was Ash Johnson back at the 1 minute mark, first minute of the quarter. Hurried kick forward here from the Magpies, bounces out of play, and the ump says deliberate. It is a greasy night. Collingwood have dominated play, yet lead by just 21. Time on second term. 3-10 to 1-1.
Well, there's the new rule. Last touch, it's a free kick, because they're just awarding that all the time now.
Yeah, it is.
You might as well just make it. That's it.
You're right, they have it in the AFLW, Mick. It's like they're playing those same rules here tonight. So Tigers with possession. Ross kicks it to half forward. No one can take the mark. Ross goes without it. Now there's a loose ball. Adams tries to toe poke it. Comes up, flicks Dylan Grimes in the face. He can't control it. Dan Rioli tries to get involved. Taylor Adams launches over the top and gives away a free kick.
No, and it was a free kick. He accidentally got him high, but he did the right thing there, Adams.
Yeah,
he was about to plough into Rioli in the head, just through sheer effort, and just tried to dive over the top and not hurt the player, but did cop him high, so it is a free kick, well umpired.
So Rioli kicks backwards to Vloston and then back towards the interchange gates where Pickett's got it. Kicks to a pack. Nankervis is there, can't do it at ground in the air, tries to do it at ground level. Cotcham with a under pressure handball out. Crisp is fighting hard. Quick hands Adams. Gives it off to Nick Dacos, dashing across half-back. Handball was low for Pendlebury. Had to get down. He got it. Gets it back up to Mitchell, who puts it out in front of the run of Jamie Elliott. Slides in. Clever to Myercheck in the pocket. Grubbers the kick. Under the pump is Bolter. He misses it. McStay gives it to Elliott, who's been crunched by Baker. Elliott saw and he's just been hip and shouldered. And the high ball, side bottom, clever basketball-like slap. Back to Crisp, into that left forward pocket it goes again. Mistake flies. And it's over by Bolter.
I'm purely being picky here, only because Collingwood are dominant and playing so well. Just again, Mick, that last kick inside forward 50 from Tom Mitchell, just not quite on when this game should be well and truly over for the Pies.
Pies by 21, 13 scoring shots to 2. Time on second term from the boundary throw-in. Comes down to Cochin as he runs back onto his right boot, tumbles a kick out of the defensive 50. Murphy tries to smother the awkward bounce. Judson Clark, hand pass against the line to Ross. He just jams it on the boot. Kicks in Hope down the members' wing. There's no one there for Richmond, and Frampton takes the intercept mark.
There's the tall. It's just virtually useless because Jack Rewell's playing in front of him.
1-4 to 1 behind for the quarter. Heads down to a contest at half forward. Cameron competes in the air, spills front and centre to Crisp. He was legged, hand pass inboard to Adams, takes the advantage, pops it to the top of the goal square, and Noah Bolter takes the intercept mark for Richmond.
It's the only bit they're getting wrong about this, the Pies.
Just the finishing touches, isn't it?
Yeah, last kick inside 50.
So the Tigers share it around by foot. Ralph Smith.
They've had 16 of them, Collingwood, inside 50s compared to 7 to the Tigers this quarter.
Goes short, just caresses that to Taranto, who goes short. Vloston brings the defender towards him and then gives it over to McIntosh, who off a step has to go long. Charging out was Murphy. Oh, he saw from that landing as well. Clever little flick down there by Revolt to Prestia. Prestia to Baker, breaks one tackle, breaks two, back to Prestia. He's caught. Caught by Hoskin Elliott. Caught by Noble. Can't go anywhere. And these Magpies defenders are just suffocating the Tigers.
Yeah, it's just a rash. They're just absolutely like a rash all over them.
Cameron wins it down to side bottom. Cheap possession getter on the ground. Gets a kick 5 metres forward to Cameron. He too just puts it on the boot. Straight to Prestia though. Hand pass to Taranto. The Tigers to Dan Rioli. Lifts a hand pass to Ross. Murphy bangs into him from the other direction. Ball spits out to McCreary. Had it, lost it. Dan Rioli sits on it. Ump says holding the pill. Free kick. Centre half back for Collingwood.
Each time that happened where Richmond had a little bit of threatening play, Josh Dacos first and then Steele side bottom then, in behind to protect all of that, Nick.
Yeah.
While the heat's on the ball, our eyes are drawn to that, but behind the footy they're doing so many good things, the Pies.
Oh, absolutely. And the numbers, the working numbers, they don't only cover part of the ground, but they cover for their teammate directly behind their half-back line. It's fantastic play.
Collingwood short kicking game. Nick Dacos lays a hand pass to Noble, heads down the wing, and Myercheck scrapping onto Grimes gives away the free for the hold. So the Richmond co-captain will get it at half-back. Collingwood by 21, 3-10 to 1-1. 26 gone second term.
Grimes has got to go up the line here and just get a contest.
Doesn't have any other option. He does exactly what Mick Moldhouse tells him to do. Ryan flew. Chance here for the Tigers. Quick handball off to Revolt. It's going to kick to the top of the goal square. Getting back his side bottom. Almost bounced through. And it bounces through for a minus score. So Collingwood by 20 points. 1-2-8 Richmond in nearly a half of football. Collingwood 3-10-28. We're in the final minute before interval here in front of a heaving MCG. Friday night footy.
Isn't it crazy if Richmond could just scrounge a goal now? 14 points? They'd have to believe something.
Nick Dacos from the kick out to a pack at half-back, spills down to Murphy. Hurried kick back on the 45. Baker there for Richmond though. Shakes a tackle, hand pass away to Taranto, gives it to Graham, feeds it to Vlosten inside the middle of the G. He kicks in the McIntosh direction, who leaps up on side bottom and rips it down. He marks it left half forward, 35 from home. Here you go, Lingy, a look at them for Richmond.
Yeah, it's huge, this kick. They have been horrendously outplayed in this first half. But it's 20 points to margin, make it 14, get in at half time, and as a group, work through where Collingwood are getting a hold of the Mick. And in the weirdest way, they've got to believe.
Yeah, and conversely, Collingwood settle on their last kick in the forward line.
The second score in the game came at the 14-minute mark of the quarter. Their third at the 27-minute mark. 1 minute later, Camden McIntosh shanks the set shot. He misses to the near side, and now Richmond aren't helping themselves, having been met with an onslaught from Collingwood, 3-10 to 1-3. 28 minutes gone in this second term, and as the kick out from Maynard heads along to half-back, that'll do us. It just would have added another twist in the game. Instead, it's Collingwood who lead it by 19 points at half-time. The Magpies are 3-10-28. Richmond 1-3-9. A goalless quarter from Richmond. They've been horribly outplayed around the ground, and Collingwood should be in front by a lot more. Just the one goal in the quarter went to Ash Johnson in the first minute of the second term. Other than that, Bobby Hill kicked one in the opening quarter, as did Brodie Myercheck. And Shea Bolton kicked the first goal of the game, Richmond's only major. It came in the first 3 minutes of proceedings. A wet night at the MCG in front of about 85,000. Collingwood 3-10, Richmond 1-3. Before our grandstand AFL experts, Tim Hodges on the boundary line. Hodgie.
I'm just trying to work out what's happening to Noah Bolter. He's just walked from his position over to the bench, sat down, and I don't know whether he thought it was quarter time, but he's now running back to the team. So he came over for a drink and then was told to get back to the squad. So he's just meeting up with the rest of the Tigers as they walk off the ground now.
Thanks, Hodgie. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with their take on that first half.
Well, obviously he thought, like most of us, that when you look at a scoreboard that says 1-3, he probably did think it was quarter time. I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that wet. I'm not back at Wendouree West either, Lingy, thank you.
No.
You know where that is? Part of Ballarat.
Up near Lake Wendouree.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think the people at Lake Wendouree would want to be suggesting that's Wendouree West. But anyway...
I just heard the word Wendouree, so I went with the only thing I heard of.
I loved it anyway up there. What do we got here? Side bottom, Dacos. It's not surprising that Dacos is doing what he's doing. Mitchell, DeGoey, Dacos, Crisp. And Pendlebury, every one of their midfielders or wingers.
The only thing we harped on in that second quarter for Collingwood. So completely dominant, absolutely dominant in that first half of football. They're bad kicking for goal, yes, they miss chances, but it's the kick inside forward 50 and their kicking in general that Craig McRae would be wanting to fix up and talking to them about. So they're going at 51% kicking efficiency for half of football. Now, just to put that in perspective, teams aim for, 70%, is a really good day, a really good game. 65 to 70% kicking efficiency aim for. On a night like this, maybe it's more 60 to 65. So at 51%, it is very, very, very low for a highly skilled Collingwood team with their kicking efficiency in that half.
Now, I don't understand totally all these stats, and I'm going to ask you this question. If I kick the football to you, and I think I said about Ralph Smith.
Yep.
He has spoilt the ball 3 times that was going to be marked. He was outstanding. Because he has spoilt that football, is that a ineffective kick? Because I'll say that because of his desperation, that could have easily been 3 Collingwood marks. He spoilt from nowhere. Bolter once and Grimes once. So I reckon there was 5 distinct spoils, maybe even Baker, that potentially maybe some bit of greasy ground, but potentially could have been marked. I'd be interested to see whether they are effective or ineffective, because quite frankly, I thought the kick was effective. It was spoilt brilliantly.
Brilliantly, yeah. That's a really good question, Nick. I don't have the exact answer.
But that's
for
what
you
saved.
on
That's
it.
what has saved Collingwood. That has saved Richmond. That back line.
But then throw in the ones I'm picturing in my head of Tom Mitchell just missing a target. About 4 or 5 times they went long, high, slow. I think Floston might have marked one.
Did.
And more the easy spoil ones.
Yeah.
The ones where it's a desperation spoil, I'm with you, because one, that's a brilliant defensive effort, but two, the ball's still alive and scary for the Richmond defenders because it's in space. It's when it's just dumped and the defenders can all coordinate. That's just where I reckon Collingwood have to fix up. For all their great play and for all their high numbers and possession winning, the last kick inside forward 50 is where they can end this game. And in the third quarter, they flip that around and they get, let's call it 14 inside 50s, but they are so much more efficient with that last kick. They get the shots at goal, they kick the goals. This game's cooked. It's well and truly done. That's what Craig McRae, I think, would be just settling his team out about. It's not a structural thing. It's definitely not a skill thing, because these guys can all play. It's just calm down. You see a target, hit the target. We don't need to do anything too crazy here. Take the easy one. If you've got a guy presenting up, 20-metre kick on the lead, just take it. Settle your mind down when you're going inside forward 50.
And if we can just flip this over, everything you said is fantastic. And I'm just looking at, they can't change this now, but I'm just looking at Jack Riewoldt 1-1, Ryan 1-1. Now, probably Ryan may have to stay there because of his ruck duties. But there was a couple of times when, a couple of minutes, or a lot of minutes, when Richmond had 3 talls and still had an extra forward in front of the ball. So in other words, they had those 3 talls and only 2 ground players, and they wonder why the thing come back so quickly, because Richmond, Collingwood get a winger behind for a start off, and then they start their launch from there. And I still can't work out why they only kicked 3 goals, quite frankly. But I think you're spot on. Craig McRae will just say, well, we'll get it right. Richmond have got to change a lot of things to get back in this game. And they got back. And full credit to them. I reckon in the last 10 minutes they become really highly competitive. But they're not going to score with that forward line.
I wonder if that's the tactical sub now used, probably for Ryan. I mean, they might be thinking about him for the ruck and a little concern there. But you're right, Lynch, Ryan, Riewoldt, it's not the perfect night. Only one mark between the 3 of them.
Has Pickett rucked before? Didn't he ruck?
He has before,
Why not just whack him in there? I mean, you're not losing a lot by... look, we praised Collingwood up over the last couple of weeks in regard to stoppages. Richmond have actually winning the stoppage numbers, and that's probably helped them a little bit as well. But for the life of me, you've got to get another running player on the ground.
Yep. What have you been more entertained by, the first half tonight or the first half last night?
Oh, tough question.
It's one of the most hyped rounds of footy in a long time, but fair to say there were 6 quarters in.
We're still watching the best team out of them all of them, the 4 teams that have played so far in Collingwood here.
And we're watching the best players still be the best players.
No, I subscribe to that. Collingwood 3-10, Richmond 1-3. On a wet, greasy night at the MCG. Collingwood by 19 points. They should have shut the door on this game already. It's still just ajar for Richmond. We'll see what they can give us after half-time. There's big news out of the Pies, a setback for one of their champs after surgery, so I'll tell you about that in just a moment, as well as the teams. The final teams are in for Sunday, and a star premiership cat makes his return. So all of that coming up. The second half is about to begin shortly, but first, let's head off to get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Analysts believe a review into the Reserve Bank spells the end for its Governor, Philip Lowe. A review with 51 recommendations has now been handed to the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, who's expected to release its findings in full next month. Philip Lowe claimed in 2020 that interest rates were likely to stay near zero until 2024, before 10 consecutive rate rises from last May. Judo Bank economist Warren Hogan says Governor Lowe's position is untenable.
I can't see how the government will reappoint him. They certainly haven't gone to any great lengths to defend him or the RBA's board's monetary policy. And I think it would be politically risky for them now to reappoint the governor.
An economics professor's rejecting arguments made by business groups that wage increases for Australia's low-paid workers will impact unemployment and inflation. The federal government's recommended the Fair Work Commission should ensure real wages don't go backwards, but hasn't put a figure on the rise. Professor Alison Preston from the University of Western Australia says businesses are always concerned about rising costs.
A lot of the workers that we're talking about, the low-wage workers, are in occupations that are in high demand. So we are talking about childcare workers, we're talking about workers in the aged care sector. If we're not going to be giving increases in the minimum wages, then those businesses themselves are going to struggle to be able to attract the labour.
Protesters have gathered ahead of the first formal event of a No campaign opposing a voice to Parliament enshrined in the Constitution. Claudia Jambor has the story.
Holding high Aboriginal flags, a group of about 30 demonstrators held a silent and peaceful protest ahead of the event at Tamworth Town Hall in Western New South Wales. Tonight's event is the first of a series of regional speaking tours by the Recognise a Better Way movement, which is led by Warren Mundine. Hundreds of people from the community and from interstate have descended on Town Hall for the event to listen to speakers such as One Nation Senator Pauline Hanson, federal member for New England and former Nationals leader Barnaby Joyce, and broadcaster Alan Jones. Members of the local Gomeroi Indigenous community are also in attendance.
John Farnham's family says he's comfortable and receiving the very best care in hospital with a respiratory infection. Here's Christina Cavalieri.
The Australian music legend's family has released a statement saying he's being treated for a respiratory infection. His wife, Jill, says he is responding well to the specialist care he's receiving and has always been a strong and determined person. The 73-year-old underwent major surgery in August last year to remove a cancerous tumour from his mouth. Since the successful surgery, his family says Farnham has been receiving ongoing care and rehabilitation support.
Meanwhile, the Sydney radio presenter Amanda Keller says that broadcaster Doug Mulray radically changed the landscape of Australian radio. Mulray's died at the age of 71 after a long illness and is being remembered as a giant of Australian radio who rose to prominence as host of Sydney's Triple M breakfast show in the 1980s and 90s. He was also the host of Australia's Naughtiest Home Videos, which was famously dumped from air during its first broadcast by the head of Channel 9, Kerry Packer. Amanda Keller says many of Australia's biggest media personalities got their start working for Doug Mulray.
You never saw the like of him before on radio, and I don't know if you have since. He was so instrumental in shaping so many people's careers, but not only that, I think there's a whole generation of people today who feel they've lost their Uncle Doug, who grew up listening to Uncle Doug.
The former US President Donald Trump is expected to face court next week after he was indicted by a grand jury in Manhattan. Our North America correspondent Jade McMillan has more from New York.
Donald Trump's lawyers have indicated that he will surrender voluntarily to authorities here in New York City, that a court appearance could take place on Tuesday local time. That will be an unprecedented moment in US political history to have a former president facing court, facing charges, and we still don't know at this point in time exactly what charges he's facing. But we know that the grand jury had been examining hush money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels in 2016.
And Virgin Orbit, the rocket company of the British billionaire Sir Richard Branson, says it will lay off 85% of its staff after failing to secure new investment. It comes weeks after the company paused operations in an apparent attempt to shore up its finances. ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
To start the second term, and already Collingwood have a goal. Ash Johnson puts it through on a set shot.
Yeah, it's huge, this kick. They have been horrendously outplayed in this first half.
Camden McIntosh shanks this set shot. He misses to the near side, and now Richmond aren't helping themselves, having been met with an onslaught from Collingwood, 3-10 to 1-3.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Just the one goal in that second quarter. It went the way of Ash Johnson, as you heard. It's the Pies by 19 points at half-time. They could be a whole lot further in front. They lead at 3-10-28 over Richmond, 1-3-9. The Tigers really struggling to win sort of many battles around the ground, let alone put any pressure on the scoreboard. So a 19-point lead for Collingwood, but it feels much more than that. Richmond's only goal in the match came in the first 3 minutes. Shea Bolton actually kicked the first goal of the game, and the Magpies have kicked the other 3. In the NRL tonight, if you're following along with what's happening in the world of rugby league, a huge win for the Penrith Panthers, 53-12 over the Canberra Raiders in Canberra. 41-point win for Penrith, the reigning champs. And the Melbourne Storm are on at the moment, so half an hour to go. They lead the South Sydney Rabbitohs 18-6. That's at the Olympic Stadium in Homebush, so a 12-point lead for the Storm. If you want to listen to that on the ABC Listen app, just look out for the big green ABC Sport button. So we've got all the AFL and the NRL in one place on the ABC Listen app. Some newsy type stuff out of Collingwood before the game started. Jeremy Howe has had a setback. He's got an infection in his forearm after the compound fracture, of course, sustained here a couple of weeks ago. So unfortunately, he's had a second stint in hospital. And Mason Cox, who's out of the Collingwood team, has bleeding on his spleen. So that's the reason why he's not playing. So unfortunately, no Mason Cox tonight, and you'd think a little stint on the sidelines for him. Sunday teams are in Lingy. Changes at the Gold Coast. Farah, Hawago Oya and Will Powell all come back into the team. Charlie Constable loses his place, as does Braden Fiorini and Bodie Yuland. So they're the changes for the Gold Coast. For Geelong, John Segler's in, as is Tom Stewart. So he's missed just 1 week with that knee complaint. Reece Stanley's out with the ribs after Tom DeConing put his knee into him last Thursday night. And Gary Rowan is out, having been managed.
Yeah, it's a remarkable recovery by Tom Stewart. It's a huge in for the Cats, given they're 0-2 and having to go up to the Gold Coast. That one surprised me. I knew that Tommy Stewart's a very diligent, driven young man who does everything right, but his powers of recovery are outstanding.
But he did that with his foot too. He was on the cusp of almost. Remember he did that that fracture.
When was that?
That was
2 years ago.
Yes, when they played Melbourne. That was remarkable. That'd be an interesting game, because the strength of the Gold Coast is their midfield, and there's been a heap of pressure put on Geelong. I'm just wondering whether they've got to get Atkins back in there and leave him in there as that player that can look after a Toot Miller or a Anderson or whatever the case is. The competition's alive and well at the top end. I don't know at the bottom end, though.
Sydney-Melbourne, that's more a top-end matchup here at the MCG on Sunday. Lance Franklin comes back in. Hayden McLean is the guy who misses out. So given the fact that Amartey and McDonald kicked 9 between them last week. For Melbourne, Stephen May's back. He had scans yesterday on his calf, but is expected to play. James Jordan and Michael Hibbert also return. And Jacob Van Rooyen, a boy from Claremont, is going to make his debut on Sunday. So he's sort of that, medium-sized forward to play up front for, or medium to big forward in the forward line for Melbourne. Tom McDonald's been dropped. No Tomlinson, no Harms. Harms missing for personal reasons. Tomlinson omitted, and Max Gawn obviously is the big out there on the Melbourne front.
Isn't it? You're right. Medium-sized forward, Van Rooyen. He's listed at 193 centimetres, 96 kilos, and that's just medium forward these days. If you're not up over 200, you're not a big forward anymore.
You're not a big if you're under 2 metres.
Lingy, you were recruited as a forward.
Yes, at 189 centimetres.
Full forward?
As full forward, yep.
Could you just imagine that redhead coming out of that goal square? Junior footy, you'd slaughter him.
Just hit me lace out. Just right there. Thank you very much.
What was the most?
Did you kick many?
What was the most you ever kicked in a game?
Oh, juniors or TAC Cup?
No, well...
third. I think I kicked 13 in a game in juniors. But
third. Just a lazy third.
TAC Cup the most was 8 in a final.
Like Lance Franklin, 13.
Yeah, that's it.
And the Western Derby, of course, is on Sunday as well. Matt Johnson is going to make his debut, who's a high pick from Fremantle a couple of years ago. Nathan O'Driscoll also makes his return to the Fremantle lineup. So he's back. Bit of speed. Will Brodie's been omitted, which is interesting, and Bailey Banfield is the other one who is out for the Dockers. Tim Hodges is on the boundary line. Hodgie.
Corbin, just keeping an eye on the Tigers, Noah Cumberland has the top off, which tends to suggest that the sub might be activated. I'm just wondering, for Mick, how long, if you're Damien Hardwick, do you wait with Ryan, with Rewalt, with Lynch just not working inside that forward 50? Do you tend to...
We're at the 5-minute mark of the first quarter, Timmy.
So you might be firing one out now?
Oh,
He's
absolutely.
Yeah, so he's going out to position. So I reckon Samson Ryan is coming towards the bench. Maybe he will be given...
Well, that's still 4, though. So does that mean that...
No, there's Rioli is also coming to the bench.
Well,
so I would suggest by the time that Ryan gets to the bench in about 4 more steps, he'll be given the substitutes T-shirt.
Well, it'll be interesting now who they ruck as a second ruck. But nonetheless, I feel sorry for the kid because he's okay. He's okay. He's if you move the ball slowly like Richmond have into that forward line, he's just a sitting duck against his back line because they'll get numbers back in front of him. I thought he's rucked okay. But Vancouver's just have to take on 80%, find a 20% player, hope that Vancouver's can stand up, get another running player because that's where they're getting absolutely torched.
The ups and downs of AFL, hey Mick. He's 3 straight against the Crows in their big win last week, Samson Ryan. And now he's been subbed out at half-time. He's sitting in the back of the bunker.
Kel, it's not a sin. You know, the thing is, he'll feel bad about it, but it's not a day for him. And so he should not feel too bad about it.
Here we go. Into the third quarter. The Pies fans are here to see goals and goals and goals, and we haven't seen too many of them yet. It's been low scoring and scrappy. De Goey overruns it, taking it out of the centre. So now the Tigers with a quick chain of handballs. Nankervis off to Baker, and then Baker's going to kick it to a one-on-one. In fact, it goes over their head. He's Cumberland, the sub, activated and straight involved in the action. He's taken high in a Darcy Moore tackle. The left boot of Cumberland into the heart, deep into the 50, and he's able to hit up a teammate as well, and Mansell's got it.
Well, exactly what you're talking about, Mick. Just even Cumberland involved at ground level, drew the free kick just because of mobility and hunting after the footy, and quickly got the ball forward. And things happen. On wet nights, sometimes you're just better off getting it in there and letting things happen. Mansell with a chance.
Directly in front at the Punt Road end. The Magpie Army, rather the Tiger Army, will tell the story. He's put it straight through the middle. He slaps his hands together. He's excited. And can you believe the margin is 13 points? The Tigers have been completely outplayed so far. And they trail by just 13. 2-3-15. Collingwood 3-10-28.
And this is a different sort of challenge for Collingwood now, isn't it, Mick? Because they've played just brilliant, scintillating footy for 2 weeks. They've played it tonight, but it hasn't quite ended up in goals. And so there'd be a level of frustration. So how do they work through that and still get the game completely on their terms?
I'll be interested too, Lingy, to see, we didn't have a chance to see that there because the ball happened so quickly, whether Richmond have and do something with their 6-man forward line and they can bring him up to a stoppage, but get him back quickly. It'll be interesting to see what happens now.
Interesting goal in the context of the game. Collingwood by 13 points. Pendlebury first clean touch back in the middle. Out of that southern wing to Goey, scrapping on, outnumbered. Almost caught in some sort of a wrestling manoeuvre. Almost that was a hurricanrana. Had the legs around the legs of his opponent and Jack Graham around his head, and somehow receives a free kick. Graham thought he was caught in the eye, and yet De Goey's going to get it. Logo southern wing. Long kick down to half forward. Spoil comes from Young of the Tigers and skids off his knuckles and out of play. A throw in half forward for the Magpies. Marcus in South Melbourne putting Bolton in the middle is a good idea, Mick, but at the moment he is also the entire Richmond forward line.
Yeah, well, you're not far off it.
And Wayne says, greetings from sunny Sicily, enjoying the coverage and the special comments from Lingy and Mick. Love the streaming, thanks Auntie.
Twirling ball back in. Who was in the ruck there? There was about 4 ruckmen going through it for it. Comes down to Prestia. He kicks along to the wing where Frampton beats Tom Lynch in a marking contest.
He's had a good night, Frampton.
He's had an excellent night so far.
He gets a lot of help, but he's still got to win those types of ones when you're caught one-on-one. He's done that well.
Frampton kicks it high towards the ruckman. Off hands, Mitchell had it, got it to Elliott. He's tackled by Nankervis, got the hands free. Cameron. He can't get his hands free. Spun around in a 360, and that is holding the ball. Prestia got him. Tackled Darcy Cameron, the big ruckman. So Prestia now across half-back. Big pack at the back. Running onto it, Cumberland, he had to go back and get it, weaves his way through traffic and then puts it on the chest of Pickett, who's going to handball it, he'll get there just in time, quick shot, goal, 2 in a row for the Tigers, and it's Judson Clark who snaps it at the top of the goal square. Noah Cumberland injected into the action to start this third term and 2 goal assists. And it's 7 points the difference. Collingwood 3-10-28. Richmond 3-3-21.
Well, it's amazing what can happen when you get some mobility. The ball gets on the ground. You can win a 50-50 ball. And you can provide opportunities. And they had multiple there. Pickett could have easily just gone back and had a set shot if he'd wanted to. Gave the handball over the top instead. Very nice finish. By young Clark.
Noah Cumberland, 19 goals, 13 in his last 8 games. Played in the elimination final loss, and first time we've seen him in the new season. A lot to like out of the Brisbane Lions Academy. The left footer from Queensland, back in the middle. De Goey hands it back to the ruckman Cameron. They get the centre break. Collingwood to centre half forward, but it's knocked down to Pickett of the Tigers. Off half back, tackled, lost it. Hand pass ends up with Pendlebury. Feeds one back inside 50 for the Pies. Elliott slick hands to McStay. Hand pass to De Goey. Snapping, missing. Another behind. De Goey's missed 3 chances to try and put one through tonight. He's been busy again. 5 minutes into the third term. Collingwood by 8. De Goey 19 touches, 0 goals, 3.
It's funny when you're having one of those types of nights as a team. You do just get more and more frustrated. You play tighter. You know the goals aren't flowing.
Rioli on the kick in. Just bobbed up that kick. Put a bit too much air in it for Baker. It allowed Myercheck to invite him to come in, but he got there too late. So Baker now goes towards the southern wing. Spoil from Cameron behind. Goes the way of De Goey. Little handball to side bottom. A give and go. De Goey gets it back. Bouncing awkward one to pick up here for Baker. He sets off after it. He had it. He got tackled. It's holding the ball. It'll be a free kick coming back to Myercheck of the Pies.
So let's see what Myercheck does here. Rather than just a long bomb, easy to defend, do they try something else?
Wheels around. He goes into that left forward pocket. Oh, bravely bowing back there was that Nankervis, and a boot to ball on the line. I think it might have been a big toe by Johnson. Is it there?
It's out of bounds.
Point.
No, it's out of bounds.
No, out of bounds first, was it?
Yep.
No, I reckon it's a goal review.
Well, the goal umpire was signalling out of bounds, wasn't he?
I reckon the ball was over the line before Johnson got his foot to it. Mick?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So Ash Johnson, who was electric for the Pies in that second term.
Gee, there's millimetres in there, so all the ball, of course, has to be over all the line.
And it is, and his yellow boot on the yellow Sharon makes contact once the ball has crossed that line. And the score review will flash up on the giant screen here at the MCG with Collingwood leading by 8 points. It says it's behind.
Yeah, I could have swore the boundary umpire was sort of indicating, but it must have been a central umpire from that pocket.
Collingwood by 9, 3-12 to 3-3, early stages of the third term.
Johnson got the result from that when he was already on the bench. Came off while the score review was being conducted as Vlosten goes long out to half-back, and Pickett trying to take a chest mark, bobbles it over the line, and a throw-in half-forward for Collingwood.
I'm not convinced that Richmond haven't put their 6 in, but I reckon McIntosh has now worked out that he can't let Sidebottom dictate where he plays.
Cumberland the sub in the game for Samson Ryan from the boundary throw-in, high half forward for Collingwood. De Goey soccers it to centre half forward. Adams likewise. Elliott hits up but coughs it up. And Baker for the Tigers out to half back for McIntosh.
It's a good move if McIntosh plays on him, because he's another player that can run all day like Steele Sidebottom.
He plays on, kicks wide, wanted to get it down Rioli, had to try and take a slips catch at full stretch, and then when he got up, Murphy closes him down, laser smother on the kick, and the ball ricochets out of play. A throw-in on the southern wing. It is Collingwood by 9 points, but the Tigers have kicked the last 2 of the game. Magpies dominating the first half. A low-scoring affair, 3 goals 12 to 3-3. Collingwood by 9.
Cameron and Nankervis tangle in the ruck. Boundary throw in on the southern side. It spills the way of Prestia. Tackle.
Prestia's been freed up from that role on Mitchell.
Yeah.
Hunting after the foot. He's already had 3 disposals this quarter. Nearly another one then.
Tackled by Degoe. It wasn't going anywhere. Tossed up in the air. Cameron only as far as Dan Rioli. Flicks it out wide to the runner Prestia. Dabs the kick over the top, and it was a well-weighted pass as well. Taking the mark. Mansell. Goes looking for Revolt in front. Hasn't got the leap in those ageing legs. Taranto with a handball. It was smothered down. Picker puts his body on his line. Was that a hold? It was against Jack Revolt. Jack Revolt rather gets the free. And he's going to have a set shot directly in front.
That's a silly free kick. Really silly free kick.
It's against Maynard.
No, I think it's against Adams.
Oh, it is as well. You're right.
Yeah, which you know when a player's lost the ball, Dingy. You know, it's, no mate believes in this. You know, it's simply, you know, when he's got, and you can't keep that tackle going.
To make Taylor Adams and the Pies pay. A free kick directly in front. Jack's back. The Tigers are back. It's a 3-point ball game here at the MCG that's heaving with a crowd of more than 80,000 this evening. 3 in a row to the Tigers. They've woken up in this third term. 4-3-27 they trail the Pies. 3-12-30.
Well, this tip's going like the Essendon Premiership tip. Not well.
It's funny that
it's a long way to go, though.
Yes, and the margin should have been 10 goals at half time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to Richmond's credit, we mentioned it just before half time. They got a little bit of the playback.
Yep.
Camden McIntosh had that shot at goal. He missed it, unfortunately, for the Tigers. But they had a bit, and now they've come out in this third quarter. They're winning more of the footy, 26 disposals to 18. They're getting the ball inside forward 50, using it better.
Not often, but often enough to kick goals.
Pies by just 3. Cameron down to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Mitchell. Kicks a bomb to centre half forward. Mycheck competes. Spills to Crisp. His kick smothered. Shea Bolton inadvertently sockers it away to Ross. Collected by Baker on the southern wing. Receives a handball. Feeds a hand pass to Nankervis. Back to Baker. They're running in waves now, the Tigers. This is more their trademark. Hand pass out to Bolton. Kicks inside the forward pocket. They all miss it. Cumberland's onto it. Trying to get back onto his left peg. Half forward. Centering kick. Wayne Orr takes the intercept mark. And the game's gone up a notch as Richmond have kicked the last 3 goals after trailing by 19 at half time. It's Collingwood by just 3, 11 minutes played in the third term.
And they kicked those 3 goals, Corbin, in 10 minutes after having 1 goal in the opening half. 1 goal in 60 minutes, 3 in the last 10. Deep in the defensive 50, Frampton goes long. Gets it out of the dangerous zone. Murphy's kick ricochets the way of Nankervis. Quick hands comes to Taranto. All under pressure here. Right on the 50. Rioli's got it tackled by Murphy. Morris Rioli. Umpire says it'll be a ball up.
And sometimes it's as simple as just hunting after the footy. +5 contested possessions for Richmond this quarter. They're outnumbering. They're getting after the footy. They're getting the ball forward.
So a ball up, 60 out. Toe poke from Nankervis into that right forward pocket. Here's Lynch. Can't keep it in play. Frampton for company.
Can I also add on, they've got 6 forwards playing forward of the ball. Now that's the first. Now they're not letting Collingwood have the extra. And if Sidebottom moves into that forward line, I'll be interested to see what McIntosh does into the back line, Robert.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Tigers from the boundary throw-in. Cameron wins it down. Josh Dacos just gets it out of the defensive 50. Kicks out for Mycheck in a tangle with Young. Spills through to Elliott. Slick hands to Hill. Trying to shoot a hand pass back inboard. Richmond with the numbers. Nankervis wins it. Hand pass away to Dan Rioli. Goes to ground and the pressure from Hill. Up says play on. Pendlebury wins the ball. Hand pass to Elliott. Gives it to Hill. Kicks outside right boot to centre half forward. Degoe's hand pass back into congestion. And Baker inadvertently sockers it away to Cumberland to Ralph Smith, who's deep in defence. He gives it back to Baker, and the long kick to half back for Ross, who marks for Richmond and sends a hand pass over the top to Dan Rioli.
They've got some run about them now, the Tigers. I don't know what Dimmer Hardwick said to them at half time, but it certainly worked. Although the kick down the line is spoiled over the boundary line.
They're feeling it, Cal. You're right, though. They are all over them around the contest, and now they're feeling good to run off and create and get used.
Collingwood by 3 points. Flick back in on the outer side. Off hands it goes to Josh Dacos, who gives it to Crisp, who goes long. Young and Mychek tangle. They go to ground. A little soccer toe poke, and it goes over the boundary line.
Can I just also say this? Steele Cyber is either waving to us or he's waving to their coach. I assume it's a coach.
Yep.
McIntosh was all over him. So McIntosh has now moved back to a half forward because Sidebottom was running into the back line. So that's a very, very solid move, that one, because you know that Steele's not going to move from half back or wing.
Spinning ball back in. Nankervis assumes front position. Got it down to Graham. Handballs off to Baker. Slipped over. They set upon him. Hot footy in there at the moment. Baker can't get it out. It'll be a ball up. He's one of your favourite players, still Sidebottom.
Love him.
Well, he probably was giving you a wave. Up here, we're up on the 3rd level of the MCG.
What are you saying? What would you do?
So, ball up. Mitchell skies it. Mychek launches. Bounced off his chest in the end. Mychek with a little handball. Gives it off to Elliott. Gives it off to Pendlebury. Gives it to Dacos. It's a Dacos moment. Older brother Josh with the snap. And that's the major they've been looking for in this second half. Bit of breathing space. Back out by 9 points. First goal after half-time for the Pies. 4-12-36. Richmond 4-3-27 at the 14-minute mark of the 3rd term.
And came about because of a fantastic contest by Mychek. Launched himself. And then, pretty simple, Collingwood got numbers to the fall of the ball. Didn't leave the contest until it had been won, and then when they did, had a couple of options darting forward and took the class of Josh Dacos to finally finish for the Pies at 4-12. Nice goal.
Off the SMS, Brett in Canberra posed earlier, are Richmond capable of winning this game tonight, or the Pies too hot? I think we've seen that the Tigers are well and truly still in the game. Shout out for both Mick and Cameron. That's from Brett. Fran, who's a loyal listener of the SMS, go the Pies. Shout out to Kevin in Myrtleford. And from Ralph, who's listening in Serbia, as we're back underway in the middle of the ground. Collingwood by 12 points, but it's Richmond out the middle as Taranto sends a hand pass away to Ross. He goes back by hand to Pickett. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. Kicks across the back edge of the centre square, and Taranto marks. Wants to move it on quickly. At the southern wing for Ross, with the game just opening up in the 3rd quarter. Short kick to Graham. Between wing and half forward. Pokes the pass down to the 50, and Prestia takes the mark overhead. Looks back inboard. Taranto marks centre half forward. 48 out.
They're all running now, Richmond. They all want to get the footy, get involved. It's funny. All footballers are the same. When you're a chance of getting a kick, you run hard. And you just know that you're going to use. Your teammates are now looking to, with a bit of urgency, to get the ball moving. But you start running very hard.
But I also think, Lingy, they know that they haven't got the extra tool there, so therefore the mediums have got to get involved.
Tim Taranto will take his best effort with a wet footy from right on the 50. Won't have the trip. Lynch competes on the behind line. Spills down to Noble. Off-balanced. Kicks wildly out on the full. And Jack Rewalt with the late pressure forces the turnover. Hugo Ralph-Smith will get it 55 out left half forward.
I know I've been saying a lot about Steele, but when he does get tagged, he does go out of the game. He's only had one possession now.
So Ralph Smith into the heart of the 50 with a high ball. It'll take something special to mark it. Off the hands of Moore to Nick Dacos. Bouncing ball to Noble to Sidebottom. Hemmed in against the boundary. He just throws it on the boot. Great mark by McStay. Launched from the side. Wheels around on his favoured left peg. Kicks to a one-on-one. Over the head of Hoskin Elliott. And now the foot race is on. Jamie Elliott with the toe poke to Johnson. Rolling ball getting closer to the goal square. Johnson with the toe poke, but he doesn't make sweet connection. It rolls through for a behind.
Yes, it's another ball there, Kel, that was really just bubbling. You've got to have a very good plant foot to make that work for you.
4-13 to 4-3, Collingwood by 10.
Ralph Smith, the exiting kick out to halfback. Ross competes, spills down to Taranto. Hand pass back to Ross. Richmond still with it, gives it to Mansell. Back to Ross, keeps running down the southern wing. Third touch in the chain. Hand pass forward to Graham. Between wing and half forward. Kicks to the 50. Lynch competes. Moore spoils late. Ricochets to Graham. Runs straight into Moore. Heavy tackle. Ball squirts out to Maynard. Says holding the ball advantage. Adams gives it to Hill by hand. Collingwood back the other way to Mitchell. Hand pass through to Ash Johnson. Can't pick it up but fumbles and soccers it away to Hill. Looks inside 50 for Elliott, who makes it centre half forward. And Collingwood able to burn the Tigers back in transition.
Just quickly hit rewind for 2 seconds. Go back to Darcy Moore. He was gone, out of it, wrong-footed, and somehow his supreme athleticism and desperation got the spoil in on Tom Lynch, and from there, bang, away they go. Great play.
Just as the Tigers tried to get a bit of momentum going with the first 3 of this turn, Collingwood for back-to-back blows. Jamie Elliott from right on 50. It's got the trip. It's a goal. The suspense from the goal umpire. Everybody looked on the line. He signals full points. And Jamie Elliott, more than capable in a big-time spot, puts Collingwood back up by 16. As we tick into time on in the third quarter, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, Grandstand AFL.
Oh, it's now turned into I won't say an Indian arm wrestle. It's opened up a little bit in the game. I think there's more speed. We haven't had any showers in the last few minutes, so the ground's a little bit firmer, a bit surer. Richmond are taking... I hate saying taking the game on, but what they're doing, they're moving the ball a lot quicker because they know they haven't got the big aerial strengths in the forward line, so therefore they're able to use players in front of the ball. Probably overdoing the hand pass a little bit, could move the ball quicker with foot, but they're back in the game, and of course Collingwood's steady.
Bounce down in the centre. Josh Dacos wins it out. Kicks out in front of McCreery. Does it sit for him? It does. Bearing down is Baker. Kicks around Baker's body. It's a high ball. They launch. Johnson with the sit underneath it. Will Hoskin-Elliott goes without it. Good tackle by Bobby Hill and squirts away. And Pendlebury. It's going to be 3 in a row. He dashes around 1. He dashes around 2. And the beloved Pendle snaps the goal from the goal square. And they're threatening to pull away now, the Pies. Energised and adrenalised. Thanks to the former skipper. The blink of an eye, it's 22-point margin. 6-13-49 to 4-3-27. 20 minutes gone in the third.
Where's he come from there, Lee? Is he playing half forward? Yes, he is. He's playing half forward, which is a rarity. He's normally half back mid. Very rarely goes that forward line. But smart player when the ball is a bit not so sure with the surface of the ground.
And I think every player on the ground knew that he wanted to get on his left foot, but he still made 3 players look ridiculous.
And they're going forward again out the middle as Tom Mitchell jams it on the boot. McCreery marks 52 out. He loads up, kicks to the goal square. Down there, Johnson and McStay knocked away by Bolter. Grimes with the goal-saving effort, dives on it. Knocks it through for a minor score. It's Collingwood by 23. That's as wide as it's been. So after Richmond drew within a goal, Collingwood flexing with the last 3. Time on third term, Collingwood 6-14, Richmond 4-3.
What's changed a lot is the clearance rate now. Richmond were in front clearance. This quarter, Collingwood have taken over.
Boston on the kick-in duties to Pickett, who thought he had the sit until Quaynor rose high and just took it right at the peak. A lovely mark.
Nice little bit of space opened up here in front of the leading forwards.
And he's going to that forward, but filling the space was Baker.
Well read by Baker. They were trying to engage him so he couldn't get there. Space was good. Johnson was the target, but well done, Baker.
Well, the experience of Liam Baker kicking towards Jack Revold, who had to slap it down. Free. Holding. Going against Jack.
Yeah. Jack doesn't think he's ever given a free kick away in his whole career, you know that?
Like any good key forward, Mitch.
Exactly.
Nathan Murphy. Off to Nick Dacos, who pierces that pass, but wrong jumper. Sliding in Vlosten.
They can't lateral it either, Richmond, because Collingwood just sit right inside.
Vlosten's kick tried to hit up Precious till side bottom came through. Made a contest of it. saw it over the boundary. So it's gone from Richmond's possession to a 50-50 throw in here, 60 around from Collingwood's goal.
Well, just saying that Collingwood sit just inside you, so you've got to be a perfect kick to find those targets.
Pies by 23. Nankervis wins the hit out from the boundary throw in. Shea Bolton off half-back. Hooks a kick down the wing. Rewalt competes. Spills front and centre to Nick Dacos. Cumberland and Rewalt have him. Somehow the ball comes out the pack. Pendlebury sockets to centre half forward. Baker shoots a hand pass straight to Adams. Collingwood back with it. Cameron gives it to Pendlebury. Sweeping hand pass to centre half forward. Johnson clean pick up. Tackled. Lost it. McCreary likewise shoots the ball out. Still at half forward for the Pies. McStay and Pickett bang bodies. Pack forms behind them. Umpire circles. Still lets them play. And eventually it comes out Richmond's way. Noah Bolter off the back flank. Chips the ball down the line. And Shea Bolton takes the mark. Still defensive side of the wing.
23 points. Pies lead it. Richmond still coming though. The kick hits up Ross. Off to Jack Revol. To Lynch. Long arms. Out in front of Hampton. He got a step or two on Frampton rather. And Tom Lynch, who's been beaten tonight by Frampton so far, has a chance to go back and put through his first for the evening.
Was it Cumberland that kicked the ball?
Yeah,
he's been fantastic since he's come on. Really moved the ball quick, accurately.
So to keep them in this contest, 24-minute mark of the third term, Lynch directly in front, and he's missed to the
long
left.
way too.
Yeah.
Long way.
Hung that out to the left. I was watching the Tigers Army meet, waiting for them to go up, and I was waiting, and they didn't. Collingwood by 22.
So Dacos to Dacos. And it's Nick to Josh, who marks at half-back. Plays a hand pass out to Frampton. And here goes Nick Dacos, just burns them off. Defensive side of the wing. Kicks to Elliott, can't pick it up. Just volleys it over to the advantage of Hill. He pushes it back in front of Elliott, and the boundary line beats them.
Wow,
I'm just wondering whether
power running is
it's fantastic. But I'm just wondering whether that instruction of kicking the ball off the ground is regardless of whether it's be a wet game or dry game, because they are just moving that ball. They're gaining yards nearly every time on that loose football.
Collingwood by 23 from the boundary throw-in. Falls out the back to Shea Bolton. Kicks a high bomb to centre half forward. Murphy spoils. Back in the middle of the ground. Pickett collects for Richmond. Hand pass to Cochin. Floats a ball to centre half forward. Lynch just coming through like a wrecking ball. And there's going to be a free kick for Lynch. He took out his own teammate Rewalt. And yet it's a Richmond free. Lynch to take it centre half forward.
I guarantee you, with what that's paid for, if that was a forward doing that, they would never have paid that. It's just the most subtle little encouragement to keep going. A bit of a push with the left hand, Nick. Jeez, the forwards get away with that every time, don't they?
Oh, you're going to come back on this earth. Come back as a forward or an umpire. Can't be wrong as an umpire.
It's a generous free kick. Tom Lynch goes back, set shot. He's out to the left. And the Magpie Army just roar their approval. Collingwood by 21. 26 gone, third term.
That's unforgivable for a key forward. You missed the first one, you have got to adjust.
Yeah.
And it virtually went to the same area, so it's even worse.
So Nick Dacos has taken the kicking duties upon himself. He has a run, he has a bounce, he gives it to Noble, he gets it back, he kicks it long, looking for McStay, who goes to ground in the marking contest. And it rolls over the boundary line.
So the last two kick-ins for Collingwood, because of Nick Dacos's run, the ball has ended up at the wing on both sides of the ground, each time really, really simply.
Yep.
So at minimum, and they were even half a chance of sneaking through then and going further. But at minimum, they're on the wing, just like that.
Attacking side of the wing on the northern end as the ball spins back in. Nankervis hands to it. Chris picks it up, though. Off to Josh Dacos. Touches the Sherrin on the turf, assesses the options and then goes long and waits for Myercheck to rise. He does. He follows up with a tackle on Pickett. And Pickett's going nowhere. Ball up right on the arc of 50. Collingwood pushing again. Slapped down by the ruckman. De Goey goes without it. Josh Dacos gets it back. A little give and go, and then he gets it and he kicks long. Good leap from McStay in the end. Couldn't quite grasp it. kick was smothered off the ground, ricochets back to Myercheck. And they pile on top. The question's been asked. It's holding the ball.
Cal, no.
They're both
It's holding the ball against Bolter. Grimes, rather.
So Grimes is the one who's initially brought it in.
Yep.
But he's done everything he can, including almost trying to do a backflip to get away from having the ball underneath him. And the Collingwood players just held it to him, round his neck, holding it to him.
Yeah, that's
come on.
Really bad decision.
It means that Jamie Elliott, the sharpshooter, is in the right forward pocket at the City end to give them a 27-point lead as we approach three-quarter time. Socks down, fluorescent orange boots. Never gave it a chance. He hangs it out to the right. He was already thinking about celebrating in that right forward pocket with the Pies fans hanging over the edge of the fence. Collingwood by 22.
Dan Rioli, the kick out finds Hugo Ralph Smith against the boundary line. Southern side, long kick down the line. Cumberland caught flat-footed and Frampton floats through to take the intercept mark. The first year at his third club after stints with both South Australian teams. There's a blood rule here. It's going on Brody Myercheck, who's got a cut on his forehead. He'll have to trot across the ground. Saw a sub made for Richmond right on half-time. Samson Ryan out, Noah Cumberland in, and he's had an impact. And Josh Carmichael is the sub for Collingwood, unused so far. Last time Carmichael played was actually that semi-final against Fremantle on this ground, and he was the unused sub that night. Obviously very different rules last year. That's now a tactical sub, which the coach can pull that lever at any time he wishes. Last year we had to be at least disguised somewhat as a medical sub. Long kick down to half forward from Frampton as play restarts, and intercept mark for Tyler Young. Well, that's a dangerous kick. One back flank to the other. McCreary trying to outposition Baker, then just lays a body on him. Side bottom, got it back to McCreary under pressure from Grimes. Coughs it up. Pick it off the back flank for Richmond. Hand pass down the wing to Prestia, to Baker. Spin move out of trouble. Got a hand pass through to Ralph Smith. His handball back into dispute.
Pressure everywhere. Overpossessed it. A tangle of arms and legs on the broadcast wing. It'll be a ball up.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, just one on Brody Myercheck. A nasty gash above the left eye. He's been taken down to the rooms. I think he'll need a few stitches.
Collingwood by 22 points. They led by 12 at quarter time, 19 at half time. Tigers kicked the first three in this third term to get it to within 3 points. Pies with the last three. And the ball currently just lurching from stoppage to stoppage on this northern wing. Pendlebury hands the Sharon back. Flicked up in the air. Cameron. Side bottom. Pinballs around in there. De Goey puts his body on the line. Breaks free to side bottom. Off to Crisp, who's dashing away and keeps it low. And Jamie Elliott cradles the Sharon to his chest, takes a mark directly out in front at centre half forward.
And really good leadership there watching Braden Maynard. Went straight to Elliott. Said go back, have a shot. Don't try and pass it off. Don't try and do anything. More to get everyone else set up. Everyone take a breather. He's a beautiful kick of the ball. He was trying to look for a pass, but Maynard just settled him down. Good leadership.
He's already kicked one tonight, Jamie Elliott. He's going to launch from right on 50 directly in front. He launches an absolute rocket. The sharpest shooter of all for the Pies. They've peeled off 4 consecutive goals and they've blown the margin out by 28 points. 7-15-57. Richmond 4-5-29. And 32 minutes nearly gone in this third term. We're into the last minute before three-quarter time.
I know, we talk about players that may have gone a year too long. I'm just, I know that they're great players, but I look at Koch and Rewalt. They've had one possession each this quarter. There comes a time when you've really got to have a callousness about you in many respects.
Because that's the issue with Richmond this quarter. As good as they were earlier, they haven't been able to sustain it.
No.
They don't have that run and sustainability the way they play.
Pies by 28, and Curvis wins the hit out and the clearance. Sends a high bomb to centre half forward. Quaino spoils. Slides off his knuckles though straight to Cumberland. Hand pass out to Pickett. 55 out, looks for Morris in the pocket. He's overcooked it on the kick. It's out on the full. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just at the moment, the Magpies have 2 players down in the rooms. Brodie Myercheck having that face patched up. Darcy Cameron just limped off the ground, spoke to the physio, and he's been taken straight down to the rooms as well. So I'll report back when we know more, but not great news for Cameron.
And Johnson be in the ruck then if that's the case. I don't know whether they don't put McStay in there a little bit more too.
Of course, Mason Cox hurt last week as Moore goes long down the line and clears the pack. Side bottom jams it on the boot, kicks it out on the full.
You don't see that from side bottom often. If Cameron can't come back on, and we don't know that yet, Hodges just told he's gone down to get checked out. That changes the game in the last quarter.
Baker with the free kick, pumps it back to half forward, and in the end, Cumberland just lets it bounce off his chest. A little bit of frustration as the siren beats him into three-quarter time. Really very different start to finish in that term. Richmond started the quarter like they'd been shot out of cannon. They kicked the first 3 goals inside the opening 10 minutes. They drew back within 3 points, having trailed by 19 at the half. And then Collingwood just flexed again. They kicked the last 4 of the game. And it's the Magpies by a game high, 28 points at three-quarter time. Collingwood 7-15-57. Richmond 4-5-29. Three-quarter time at the G. Collingwood by 28. I mentioned Ralph, who's listening in Serbia. Great call, guys. Keep up the good work. Go Richmond. And shout out to Benny, who's listening from... sorry, I'm not sure that's from Benny. It says, thanks, Corby, for poaching Benny from WA. It's Ben Cameron, who's now part of our team, of course, on Grandstand AFL. I'm not sure I can claim total credit for that. But
well, what you can say about him, mate, he's a very good deliverer of the pies.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about the pies on the ground. It's the pies and sausage rolls. He's very good at that.
Yeah, he wrote off the poor old toucan earlier today, Ben Cameron, but he'll bounce back. You'll hear him across the weekend on Grandstand AFL. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. The more serious and proper football analysis from Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse coming up on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital, and through the ABC Listen app in 2023. This is Grandstand AFL.
We are one, but we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, and sing with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cumberland into the heart, deep into the 50, and he's able to hit up a teammate as well, and Mansell's got it. He's put it straight through the middle. He slaps his hands together. Cumberland, he had to go back and get it. Weaves his way through traffic and then puts it on the chest of Pickett, who's going to handball, and he'll get there just in time. Quick shot, goal. 2 in a row for the Tigers to make Taylor Adams and the Pies pay. A free kick directly in front. Jack's back. The Tigers are back. It's a 3-point ball game here at the MCG. Myercheck with a little handball. Gives it off to Elliott. Gives it off to Pendlebury. Gives it to Dacos. It's a Dacos moment. Older brother Josh with the snap.
Collingwood for back-to-back blows. Jamie Elliott from right on 50. It's got the trip. It's a goal.
Johnson with the sit underneath it. Will Hoskin Elliott goes without it. Good tackle by Bobby Hill. It squirts away at Pendlebury. It's going to be 3 in a row. He dashes around 1. He dashes around 2. And the beloved Pendle snaps the goal from the goal square. He's already kicked 1 tonight, Jamie Elliott. He's going to launch from right on 50 directly in front. He launches an absolute rocket.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Pies by 28 points. If you're at the ground and filling out the record, it's not too wet and hasn't just completely disintegrated. I forgot to give the goal kickers. Jamie Elliott's kick 2, 1 for Josh Dacos, 1 for Pendlebury, Bobby Hill, Johnson and Myercheck. While for Richmond, Rewalt, Bolton, Mansell and Clark have their 4 goals. Before Mick and Lingy, down to the boundary, Tim Hodges.
You can see in front of me, guys, Graham Wright's been given the paper to hand over the substitution. I can only presume it's Darcy Cameron who is being taken out of this game. and Josh Carmichael will come in, it's only because the doctor and physio have both returned from the rooms and there's no sign of Cameron. So it would tend to suggest maybe some soft tissue damage. It looked like a calf when he came off, to be honest. Might be a hamstring, but that is what it looks like at the moment, that Cameron's going out of this game and Carmichael will come in, and that's a big one with Cox also injured this week.
Yeah, Jimmy, hamstrings above the knee and calves down the bottom end. So
yeah, Mickey. Righto, smart Alec.
What was he holding?
No, he didn't hold anything. He hobbled off and he spoke to the physio, and the physio said, "Let's take you straight down to the room." So he didn't really point at anything, which sometimes is what we look for down here.
Yeah.
So flying blind a little bit.
That's an interesting moment with what it means for Collingwood, even if he's out for a month, given he's really their sole ruckman. As we know, Mason Cox is out with a bleeding on the spleen. Brody Grundy, who's now the only man rucking for Melbourne, obviously with Max Gawn's injury still to play this weekend.
They've got another ruckman on their list, the Pies. I think he might be a young bloke, so I think they have got a ruckman there, but they'll get by with Johnson. We saw Johnson there do a ruck. I think you called it, Corby, that he just about, it was like going a big hanging mark. So he will jump. Johnson will jump, and that's all you need is a contest, and you bring in your secondary, because let's face it, they've got McStay, who can ruck. Richmond, really, it's a flip of the coin.
So the next...
Who's the next ruck? You put Jack Rewalt in there.
The next tallest guy on their list is Darcy Moore at 203 centimetres after Darcy Cameron, and then Billy Frampton at 201. Is it Oscar Steen, the big guy they picked up as one of the pre-season picks, but he wasn't on their list until... we're talking sort of February. Picked up one of the last spots. I think he comes from
Oscar Steen. No, he's on there, 201.
Sorry to jump in. Just watching the replay, it looks knee for Darcy Cameron. We've just seen a replay there. After a ruck contest, just grabbed straight at his left knee.
Oh, that's not good.
There wasn't anything obvious in his landing.
Did he hit anyone in the air though?
No, not really, because it wasn't a bounce.
Contest.
It was a boundary throw-in ruck contest.
McStay's into the ruck for this one.
Well,
28 points, Collingwood's lead, final term underway. No surprises. Nankervis leaps up, wins the hit out, but straight to Goey. Kicks out to half forward. Intercepted by Dan Rioli, bangs Richmond back to half forward. Gee, Murphy getting across, knocks it out of bounds. Judson Clark backing back in the hole, just avoids the contact, and we'll have a boundary throw in 70 out from the Richmond goal. So Darcy Cameron hurt. Knee complaints subbed out. It means that Josh Carmichael is into the game for the first time for this final term. Pies by 28 points, 1 minute into this final quarter.
Another throw in. Goey reads it best. Ball's into space. Carmichael goes without it. Rioli's got it. That's Dan. Straight to McStay. Zigzagging around, but he goes to Cochin. Cochin skies it to centre half forward. It's spoilt by Noble. Quick hands in there by the Tigers, rather. Taranto gets his kick away. Bolton, no, it's slapped down in front. Well played by Maynard. Now De Goey. They're trying to use hands, quick hands, but he's caught De Goey. He was taken high. No, the umpire says it is holding the ball, and Cochin's got him. He's a little slow to get up, Jordan. So the former captain, Trent Cochin, inside that centre square. That trademark run around, drive it long, spoil from Josh Dacos. Chris Paddock lost it, stolen there by Prestia, a high ball. Lynch can't launch himself from the side and control it. Side bottom goes to ground. Here's a chance for McIntosh, tries to wheel around. Great smother by Maynard. Great hustle. And over the boundary, and warm applause by the Pies fans in the first couple of rows for one of their favourites in Braden Maynard.
I mentioned Oscar Steen, Nick, from West Adelaide, so picked up in February, basically right on the eve of the season, along with Oleg Markov. Got the last 2 spots on Collingwood's list. So that'll be a hell of a turnaround if he plays AFL footy in the first month from the boundary throw-in. Josh Dacos tackled.
Daniel McStay's got to be careful. I reckon he's nearly given away 2 push-in-the-back free kicks in the ruck contest.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be doing that. 25 out from goal.
Ball up, half forward for Richmond as Nankervis grabs it out of the ruck. Spills to ground level. Nankervis has another go. Gets it to Shea Bolton. Has one arm held as he kicks inside 50. Great mark. Gee, running back into a dangerous spot, and Ryan Mansell pulls down a tough contested mark.
Yeah, it's a good mark. Really good mark.
He's kept his eyes on it well, didn't he? He's listed at 77 kilos too, Mick, so there's not much of him.
No.
And just to throw himself at that one and then stay balanced in the air to get it on the second grab.
Got to run up like Jeff Thompson at the moment.
So he was a defender last year, Ryan Mansell, and got actually suspended the last time these two teams met for striking Jack Ginnivan 17 times at emergency last year. In his new role up front, he leaves one out there. Mansell misses wildly out to the right and behind. Collingwood by 27, 3 minutes into the last. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, we appreciate the Magpies always been very helpful to us. They've confirmed Darcy Cameron has been subbed out. It is with a knee injury. They say he'll have scans in the morning to determine the extent of it. So that's going to be a really nervous wait for Craig McRae and his coaching staff.
So it was Dacos to Moore to Frampton and then round the outer side. Baker out of bounds on the full. Well, that is a big developing story, isn't it, in the AFL world? Darcy Cameron scans on a knee injury with Mason Cox already out of the side. Collingwood leading by 27 points. 4-minute mark of the final term against the Tigers.
Of course, a lot of people forget Oscar McInerney was concussed early in that elimination final last year, and they won the game against Richmond on the back of Dan McStay rucking.
Yeah, it did too.
McStay in the ruck here, and he just assumes the front position, Mick, and he puts his palm up and he slaps it back over.
Well, he's tall enough to do that. If he starts to get in a wrestling match, and it's interesting that first bounce down when he went in the middle against Nankervis. Nankervis knew he had him, so he belted the ball out. It didn't go, it went Collingwood's way, but he will rate himself on every contest here, Nankervis.
Collingwood by 27. On the boundary throw in, McStay wins that one, grabs it out the ruck, gives it to Adams, hooks a kick down the wing, unkind bounce for Johnson, it'll work though for Jamie Elliott, collects on the bounce, has a bounce himself, feeds a hand pass back to Tom Mitchell on his preferred left peg, kicks deep inside forward 50, it'll slide through to the top of the goal square, Dan Rioli back for Richmond. Able to mop it up and heads out of the defensive arc to a one-on-one. In fact, it carries Clark and Murphy, and Maynard arriving to lend a hand takes the intercept mark.
He's been very good, Rioli. He's Rioli, backline Rioli.
Dan?
Yeah, Dan's been very good, very quick.
Maynard 70 out, pokes the kick inside 50. Wanted Johnson, carries his head. Carmichael collects, hand pass back to the 50 for Adams, tackled. Off his backside, hand pass to Maynard, to Nick Dacos, feeds it to brother Josh, just kicks to the top of the goal square, a nutmeg on Myercheck went straight through his legs. Back pocket, Richmond will get it out of defence as Bolter just jams it on the boot.
Only as far as Maynard, who tried to soccer it off the ground. He missed everything. The underground handball by Baker was interesting. It might come off here. Cochin just gets it away before he's tackled. Bounce needs to favour Jack Revolt. It does. He handballs out into space. He's putting his two-mate Clark under the pump. Noble closing quickly. Noble, that little shove over the boundary line. And Clark really asked to do too much then. He couldn't control it.
All he had to do, Cal, was instead of trying to grab it, just punch that ball on. He had a player in front of him, just probably lack of experience more than anything else. He's no doubt he would have tried to get the football, but just that little bit of experience could have had a different result from that.
Judson Clark playing just his fourth AFL game here this evening. Boundary throw in. Just snuck inside 50 here for the Tigers. Game Josh Dacos reads it. Hamble was looking for Carmichael. Maynard's there to mop up. He's kicked down the line, needs to be precise, and it was pinpoint. It hit up Johnson. Now they're running in waves. He gets the kick away to Myercheck, who marks uncontested. Attacking side of this broadcast wing. His kick's really going to make his teammate Chris work for it, who handballs into space, looks to give it to Elliott. Elliott held off the ball. Bolton swoops. Bolton to Vlaston. Vlaston then down the line, and he's got Clark. Clark can go further still to Revolt, closing over the top. Here's Darcy Moore, and he slides over the boundary line. There'll be warm applause for the skipper in his first year in that role at Collingwood. His team's leading by 27 points.
He's led well from the front, Darcy, in that back line. He's just there's no safe ball in the air because he'll get to it. He's just got that so much speed.
48th captain of Collingwood, just as his old man did. Of course, two-time Brownlow medalist Peter Moore from the boundary throw-in. Taranto tackled immediately and a ball up on the wing. Collingwood by 27. 7 gone final term. Richmond drew within a goal midway through the third, and then Collingwood have kicked the last 4 in the game. What did I miss, Lingy?
Bit going on between Tom Mitchell and Trent Cochin. as this ball went up. I don't think it was anything. Well, it probably should have been a free kick. Yeah, but I don't think it's beyond that.
Mitchell on Cochin slipped high, a push and shove, and it might have looked like it was an open hand. And there's a bit going on between Cumberland and Dacos as well. Cumberland, the sub, has come in for the Tigers. The umpire spotted something in this and says...
Look at the Mitchell.
Tom Mitchell's ball. That had to happen at some stage. Cochin was just throwing everything at him.
As you get old and cranky and slower, you really do become undisciplined.
Tom Mitchell, defensive side of this northern wing, to a 2-on-2 in the contest. Elliott was the smallest player. It's thumped forward to Josh Dacos. He skies it. It's going to land right on the arc. Lost him with the sit. He got his hands to it, couldn't control it. Hoskin Elliott, a little side step and then kicks. Which way will the ball roll? To Bolton, to Rioli, who's bowled over by Braden Maynard accidentally. And Morris gets the free, wants to move it quickly. Here comes Nathan Murphy. Nathan Murphy, closing speed was wonderful. Prestia standing still right in the interchange, and he slapped it over with both hands. He adjusts the headband with the long hair. He trots back to the defensive 50, and they love him here at Collingwood.
Well, you should come and meet the ball, but secondly, they do give it too much air, Richmond. They've been doing it all day, giving an opportunity for Collingwood to run them down.
Oh, the boundary throw in. Murphy's involved again. Closing speed, crunches into Prestia. And a ball up on the wing. This Collingwood team, with 3 rounds into the season, they treat every contest like it's the most important one of the night.
He keeps doing that. They're going to love him, Murphy.
Pies by 27. On the restart, Nankervis grabs it out of the ruck, spun around, hand pass a turnover. Josh Dacos got it out to Adams, just tried the deft touch down to Quaynor. He wasn't up for it. And now Quaynor becomes the tackler. We'll have the ball up. It's Taranto's held up, 70 out from the Richmond goal. Now, by the way, Tom Mitchell up to 24 touches. Isaac Quaynor, who we had on as a guest pre-game, had him booked in for 32. So we'll follow that in the final term. The outskirts of the stoppage to go. He spears his kick down the line, and Tyler Young knocks it out of play for Richmond. A boundary throw in right on halfway. 27-point lead for Collingwood, 10 gone final term. Concern for the Magpies. Darcy Cameron with a knee complaint, subbed out of the game at three-quarter time.
Collingwood by 12 at quarter time. 19 it was at the half, 28 at three-quarter time. And it's hovering around that 27-point mark. Boundary throw in right in front of the interchange gates. Bolton kicks it down, and guess who? He's having a purple patch. Nathan Murphy outmarks Cumberland. Every time he goes for a contest, Lingy, he's got the long hair like you, the long locks, the curls, but he's got the headband. He has to readjust the headband.
He's got to fix up the headband.
He
Make
does.
sure it's looking good.
Yep, camera's on him. Kicks down the line. It's all Collingwood. Mitchell hurries the kick. And Baker goes without it. Here's a chance. Adams goes to ground. Was taken high by Dan Rioli, and eventually the umpire sees it. Sliding down low. Rioli got him over the shoulder. So we have not seen a goal in this fourth term so far.
A lot of numbers back for Richmond.
Gone 11 minutes. Adams forced to kick to a contest, and Bolter swooping across takes the relieving intercept mark, and now his kick's gone straight down the ground. Quaynor with speed gets there first. Handballs over to Nathan Murphy. Pushed as he got his kick away, and sitting underneath the ball and taking a strong mark is Ross for the Tigers.
Very brave, really brave mark. Then he had to go back knowing, we heard the footsteps from here, so it was a terrific mark.
23 and kicked a goal in the elimination final loss last year, Jack Ross, and started as the sub game one, just his second game of the year here. Dan Rioli heads down to half forward. Maynard through traffic for Collingwood. Hand pass up to the wing to McCreary. Back to Maynard. Jams it on the boot. Bouncing footy will spin out of play in front of Richmond's bench. Off the SMS, Jason at Beacon working on a wheat bin. Good football comments by Lingy and Mick. It's tipping West Coast in the Derby.
Yep.
Are you the same there, Mick?
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
The purple haze from last year, it's not cranking up, mate.
Collingwood by 27. Boundary throw-in. McStay wins it down to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to Crisp. Hooks his kick down to half forward. Bolter and Elliott compete. Spills down to Bolter. Under pressure. Short kick to Cochin. Hand pass to Cumberland. He goes long to a one-on-one. Lynch and Frampton, it carries them both. Race on towards the boundary line, still 50 out for Richmond. Lynch paddles it inboard, but Frampton wins it. Hand pass to Murphy. Lynch, the follow-up tackle, forces the ball to come out. Presti, a short kick in the pocket, and Rewalt marks. Gee, good follow-up from Tom Lynch.
That's what you want from your key forward, not having a brilliant night. Was beaten in the initial contest by Frampton well, but then the second effort to get back, read the handball going to Murphy and nailed the big tackle and set up Jack with a shot at goal now.
This might be beyond Jack, the distance, he's lost 4 or 5 metres.
Against the boundary line, right half forward. He's got to kick it from 45 out. That is superb.
Beautiful.
Just flushes it on the finish. Straight through it goes. It's his second of the night. The only multiple goal kicker for Richmond. Collingwood by 21. It's the Pies 7-15. Richmond moved to 5-6 on the back of that goal. 14 minutes played. Final turn.
Left to right. And the other one who does that very, very successfully,
Tom Hawkins.
So 2 key forwards who know how to bend that ball consistently the right way.
And know their kick, don't they?
Absolutely, they do.
Talk about forward line craft. It's about how you find the football, where you lead, your back leads, your use of your body, your little just buying yourself space, protecting the drop of the ball. But the other part of that is knowing your kick and knowing your routine and your set shots. And obviously, when you've kicked 760 goals in AFL, Jack certainly knows his kick well and nailed it perfectly there.
The 10 minutes to go, 21 points the margin. Richmond takes it out of the centre. Pressure and up and under. Tap down to Mitchell, to Quaynor, out into space. It's Cochin and Chris. Cochin overruns it. Chris Paddock, stolen by Baker. Back to Cochin, just grubbers it all the way to Bolton. Beautiful little sidestep there by Morris Rioli. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Lynch and Frampton. Lynch! It bobbled, it juggled, and he snared it. Frampton's gone to ground. Tom Lynch, who's been barely sighted tonight, will have a set shot, top of the goal square, city end, to get it back to 15 points.
And Cal, I'll tell you now, knowing Lynch, he will be really nervous about this kick. He's missed 2 sitters.
He sprayed them, didn't he, up the other end? His radar's been off. Can he dab this one through? Here they come, the Tigers. Revolt and then Lynch to start this 4th term. He turns to his teammates and he says, let's go. 9.5 minutes to play. 15 points they trail by. 6-6-42, Collingwood 7-15-57.
And go back to the middle of the ground and you've got Toby Nankervis staring down Daniel McStay and a little bit of momentum your way. Richmond have got to just keep attacking that footy. In the 3rd quarter, they were able to do it early, scored well, and then couldn't sustain it. They just simply must keep attacking the ball, hunting around the footy. And now that Rewalt and Lynch might have a little bit of confidence going, going to sniff a tiny chance here.
Pies by 15. By Lee Fisher just pulled out as he went to go and bounce the ball. He resets now and chucks it up in the air. Nankervis and McStay, who's rucking in the absence of Cameron, swatted down to DeGoey. Collingwood win it here. Hand pass to Adams. Gives it to Quaynor off the back edge of the square. Bangs it to centre half forward for Collingwood. Backing back, Young had hands on it. No mark. Spills to Ralph Smith. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. Heavy tackle. McCreary takes him to ground and a ball up. 30 metres out from the Collingwood goal, left half forward.
There's a dominant ruckman, and yet the ball now is in the Richmond Collingwood half forward line.
Pies by 15, and Curvis arriving late. She jumps up into the back of the head of Myercheck. There's a pack which forms as DeGoey's locked up, but she arrived late, and Curvis and threw himself in there recklessly.
Need Myercheck in the head too.
Pye doesn't waste any time, tosses it up. Cochin lifting. The former skipper wheels around on the left. Mark's taken by Cumberland, gives it off to the run of McIntosh, streaming down the boundary line on the northern wing. It's Quaynor who sits for it. Morris Rioli takes off after it. Quaynor gathers, does really well done. Cool head to McStay and then hits up Frampton on the chest. Half back, gives it by hand over to Nick Dacos, over the top to Nathan Murphy. Backing board by hand, goes to DeGoey. Umpire's blown his whistle. DeGoey says, let's hold it up.
Smart play.
free down the ground.
Yep. McIntosh just bumping into Murphy after he got rid of it.
So De Goey comes back. He's got the Sharon in his hands. Penetrating kick. Charging out after it is Elliott. Cochin taken high. It was accidental by Elliott charging in. And Cochin wins the free. He's got it across half-back. 8 minutes to play. The Tigers trail by 15 points. Oh, Cochin's been felled by McCreary as he got his kick away.
Good play by McCreary. It was as he kicked. He affected the kick.
It meant that Darcy Moore has taken the mark down the line. So now the Pies have got it. He wedges it, just chips it over the top to the goal.
That was good umpiring. Too often umpires react to what looks like a violent bit of play, but it was actually just good pressure.
To go is short to Nick Dacos, chips it across the ground. McStay marks, lays a hand pass off to Quaynor, can kick it deep inside the forward 50. Nankervis back, takes the intercept mark. Richmond have got it, top of the defensive goal square, chasing the game. Collingwood by 15 points, 19 gone final term. As Big Nate comes out wide with the kick to Pickett. Goes straight down the line. It'll pitch once and head out of play in front of Frampton and Lynch.
Collingwood have got to stop dumping the ball when they go forward. Because right now, Richmond have got the size back there with Darcy Cameron down and McStay into the ruck. Richmond are starting to intercept and getting their game rolling a little bit from those dump kicks by the Pies.
Collingwood haven't scored in this final quarter. Richmond with the last 2 goals of the game from the boundary throw-in. Collingwood by 15. Throwing a boot at it to Goey, just sockers it back into the centre square. There's a free kick. Bobby Hill just hanging onto his opponent. It's Marlon Pickett who'll get the free kick, outer edge centre square.
And he can flare it wide to the run of Baker, who raised his left elbow as McCreary was bearing down on him. Made contact, still gets the kick away to Cochin. Inside 50, what does it do here? Jack's got it. Jack throws boot to ball. Well, it was Lynch while he was tackled by Maynard, and it's through for a minor score. Just a show of strength there from Tom Lynch. Broke the try-hard tackle there of Frampton, and then Maynard wrapped him up. So Pies send it back.
As Noble goes long out to half-back. Plenty of players around the footy. Maynard squeezes a kick out down the wing. Spoil comes from Grimes. McCreary had it, lost it as Grimes lays the tackle and Hunt says free kick. So Richmond with their ends up here. They've got the only 4 scores of the quarter. They're back within 14 points. As we tick into time on final term, Grimes retreats to his premiership teammate Vlosten. Across the centre square to Ralph Smith. He's going to go himself. Standing right in the middle of the G. Didn't quite hit it. High ball to centre half forward. Lynch competes. Frampton spoils. Spills through to Rewald. He goes to ground. Quaynor kept his feet, won the footy. Hand pass to Mitchell. Hand pass to centre half back for Adams. He shares it with Maynard. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Awkward half volley pick up. Elliott made it look clean. Tumbles a kick out to Carmichael. Bangs bodies with Ralph Smith. Carmichael wins it. Sweeping hand pass in the middle of the ground. Maynard is going to kick across the G. A high ball. McCreary underneath it. Looks at Cochin. Paddles it out in front. Wins it on the wing.
And he spears it to De Goey. 60 out.
Open side of the ground. If De Goey spots side bottom.
Eyes are darting. Instead he goes in the direction of McStay, who had to go back. Bolter came late. Courageous mark by McStay directly in front.
In the end, it was a good kick and a courageous mark. They had options galore. Side bottom had snuck down the far side wing. He was free inside 50. I think was it Ash Johnson who ended up in the goal square by himself as well.
For a long time. So the former Brisbane line, Dan McStay to the punt road end to just about do the job tonight. It might just be the final exclamation mark for the Pies. Back out by 20 points. The settler. 8:15:63. They're holding the Tigers at bay. 6:7:43. 4 minutes and 44 left on the clock.
Just looking at who was in the ruck. So we know Nankervis is in the ruck.
McStay's going to go there again.
Well, it's interesting enough that McStay got forward, which is very rare that Nankervis wasn't with him. Nankervis, when that mark was taken on McStay, Nankervis was in the centre square. So he's starting to tongue it a bit. Although the fact that McStay has stayed on the ball with him, that was a good bit of play by McStay to get forward then, because they needed the height
666 warning against Richmond. By the way, the crowd guys posted 85,241 on a wet night, Friday night footy in round 3. Hell of a roll-up for Collingwood Richmond on a bumper weekend. Round 3 in this loaded fixture. Back in the middle, Pendlebury sockers it out at Bobby Hill. Picked it up, kicked it almost in the same motion. Inside the forward 50. Ralph Smith collects against the boundary line. Hand pass to Grimes. Short kick back inboard, and Dan Rioli marks. Continues to move it across the ground. Nankervis shares it with Noah Bolter. Goes on a bit of a run. Short kick. Shea Bolton clean pick up. Hand pass out to Vlosten. Beats one. Caught the second time. Got a hand pass away, but it favours Collingwood. And Maynard shields it through for Hoskin Elliott. Trickles a kick down the wing. Back in Collingwood's front half. Vlosten had it. McCreary drills him in the tackle. Ball slips out of play. Throw in front of Richmond's bench.
Nick Vlosten asked, why isn't that a push in the back? You can't land fair and square in the middle of a player's back.
20-point lead for Collingwood. By the way, Jack Ginnivan will play VFL tomorrow night with McCreary and Hill in front of him. Gee, this is going to be a hard team to break into in that position.
Bolter is sore and labouring behind play. And boundary throw in right in front of the Tigers bench. A free's been picked out in the ruck, and it's going to Nankervis. Trail by 20 points. Less than 4 minutes to play. So Nankervis short with the left. Baker got it on the wing. Wants to step inside Hoskin Elliott, and he does, and then he bananas it. It's going to make it a difficult one to control in the air. Lynch was there, so too Revolt. And then Lynch jumps on it. So too does Revolt, and they pile on top of him. Trying to soccer it out. It pinballs around. Eventually Cochin had it, lost it. Toe thrown at it. This is Ross. Gives it to Taranto. Still on the 50. Ross plays for the free. The umpire says, yep, it was there. So Jack Ross, right on 50, he's got it.
I think he definitely played for it.
The grunts were there. I thought they were saying he doesn't have the distance. The grunts were saying it was a controversial key. Free. But don't worry about the distance. Ross has slotted it from 50. And it's 14 points. They couldn't, could they? They are hanging around, these Tigers. It has not been their night. 7-7-49. They trail Collingwood 8-15-63. It's going to be a nervous 3 minutes for Pies fans.
Well, Pies fans who just did the big Collingwood chant after their last goal, they thought it was done and dusted, Kel. So
that's usually the calling sign, isn't it, that it's game over?
It's game over. Yeah. And if they do get nervous, they might get extra nervous because they jumped the gun.
How much did Jack Ross just flush that kick? From 50, as Kel called. It just absolutely hammered it.
Good free kick to win a few awards with that, I'd reckon.
Damp night, sort of just goes back, 50 out, bang, straight over the fence. Back in the middle of the ground, Richmond within 14 points, close enough, if good enough, as we like to say. Pickett got a hand pass out to Young, to Prestia, slick hands to Taranto, kick smothered. Taranto gets a second go at it, sockers it into the front half. Clean bowls Cumberland. Here's Maynard trying to paddle it out in front. Cumberland has a second go, sockers it out wide. Murphy, gee, almost a throw, tried to scoop it up. Ump says paid. Oh, Morris Rioli had the blinkers on. Run down by Maynard. Great chase down tackle. Gee, and Nick Dacos wanted to let him know about it. Morris wasn't having any of that as he gets straight back up.
And 50.
It's a bit of push and shove, and the ump pays. And then a retaliated in Morris Rioli, and he'll be danced 50 metres downfield. Braden Maynard, and there's a melee behind them.
I reckon Tom Lynch has had a bit of a go at Frampton there. I'll call it a jumper punch for now.
Okay, we'll keep eyes on that. Tom Lynch. He's probably had a frustrating night. He's been well held by Frampton. Maynard takes the advantage. He kicks in the middle of the ground for Quaynor. Continues the shift out to the southern side. McStay pokes the pass to Crisp. There's the Collingwood chant back again. Just haunting, ringing around the MCG with 85,000 in the house. Short kick to De Goey. Goes back to Quaynor, back to De Goey.
Just had the binoculars on Nick Dacos after that little scuffle. Just giving it to Jack Revolt and Tom Lynch.
Short kick, trying to find Tom Mitchell, and Cumberland knocks it out of bounds.
It was a verbal barrage, wasn't it, Lingy, after their tussle? He's just a little punk that doesn't mind taking it up to the big boys.
Oh, I love that.
And you can just imagine what Jack was saying back to him. Yeah, still they're going. Still Lynch. A lot of trash talking going on out there. And that's irrelevant as De Goey's got the ball and tackled by Prestia on the other side of the ground with less than 2 minutes to play. It's Collingwood by 14 points. Still Lynch and Frampton pushing and shoving. Meanwhile, across half-back, McIntosh has got it for the Tigers. Good spoil, closing late. Hoskin Elliott down to McCreery. Just tumbles inside 50. Mycheck couldn't control it. Grimes back to McIntosh. Tackled by McCreery. Did he have it? Umpire blows his whistle. To McCreery. Bo McCreery is just a wrecking ball out there tonight.
Yeah, he does a power of work off the footy as well, Cal.
Incredible tackler. McIntosh down the line. Nathan Murphy with the spoil. Down to Maynard. Now here's Quaynor. Mitchell. Pendlebury. Running backwards, handballing backwards to Frampton. Or Lynch for a moment lined him up with the hip and shoulder and then thought better of it and pulled out at the last minute. So he used Dacos. Short to De Goey. Into Adams who marks. And then Brody Mycheck still with a bit of blood dribbling from that forehead where he's had that nasty cut. To Mitchell. Winding down the clock to Hoskin Elliott. The Pies Army going early. They're going to be 3 straight. Elliott, great smother. And over the boundary, Elliott with a little grubber of a kick to try and snare and sneak a last-minute goal.
Pies by 14 points. 8-15 to 7-7. Boundary throwing, and Curvis grabs it out of the ruck, down to Grimes. He's tackled front on by Crisp. He got him high, said the umpire. And a free kick for Grimes in the back pocket. They outplay and outlast the Tigers. Collingwood a 3-0 for the first time since 2011. The Magpies by 14.
They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting, as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
They did it a different way tonight. Wet weather footy in the opening quarter. Collingwood really should have had the game wrapped up at quarter time. They led 2-6 to 1 straight. In fact, Richmond's second score in the game didn't come until the 14-minute mark of the second term. They were down by 19 points at half-time, yet drew within 3 in the third quarter, and they hung around in the final term but could never get back within 2 goals. Collingwood close out to win by 14. They're 3-0.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting, as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Their reputation continues to be enhanced. Another win for Collingwood. They're 3-0. They'll be high on the ladder. The question is their height going forward, with Darcy Cameron picking up a knee complaint, subbed out at 3/4 time, and Mason Cox has bleeding on the spleen. So they'll be going deep into their roster in the big man department to try and navigate the next few weeks. Collingwood by 14 points over a depleted Richmond team in front of 85,241. A hell of a roll-up. Round 3 this rivalry weekend in the AFL. Off to a big start here at the MCG tonight. So the Dogs winners last night. Collingwood here over old foes Richmond. A 14-point win. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL.
Not overly pretty, Mick, but to Collingwood's credit, a different way to win. They certainly didn't play anywhere near their best, but dominated for big periods of that game. There would have been a level of frustration, a level of this isn't going to be our night, and they worked their way through it. They battled hard, and they get a win. An ugly, ugly win compared to 2 scintillating wins in the first 2 rounds. Probably really good for the growth and evolution of this group. Different ways of winning in different games.
Well, the other thing is too, Lingy, it gives the coach something to sort of be able to look at and go, okay, we know what sort of game we've got. What happened when we should have been dominating on the scoreboard, didn't. Okay, so we know that was probably just, there was a few shots on goal, and we hit the post 3 times in the first quarter.
Yeah.
But what then took place? I feel that both sides. Look, I didn't have Richmond in the 8, or maybe just in the 8. But on today's performance, if they can, and I don't for one moment say that Damien Hardwick, I'm not going to jump in and say Damien Hardwick should have done this, should have done that, because I'm not the coach of the side. He knows him. But I would say if they had their time over again, they would look at the sky and go, we probably need another runner. And where are Collingwood getting a lot of football over the first 2 weeks? They got a lot of football off the half-back line and just really got it forward in such a manner that the other sides couldn't go with them. I reckon Richmond fed them that in the first half, where Lynch, Rewalt, Ryan just couldn't hold the ball in there, and with an extra play behind the ball meant that you got 2 players on the half-forward line that had to be Supermen to even at any stage get close to Collingwood and hold them up. And as it turned out, what at half-time score was 1-3. So they had one goal, and I think they kicked the first goal of the game. So they virtually went an hour without a goal. So, but when they started to get there, they changed it up. They were able to get a more medium-sized players who got involved in the game. They started to move the ball a bit quicker. They started to actually win the stoppages, change the course of the game. Collingwood, they'll go home and think about this and go, well, why weren't we 8 or 9 in front at half time and do something about it? I'm hoping that Darcy's okay. We don't like to see any player injured. This will throw another curveball at the Pies. They've still got a very, very talented midfield, and that's where you win it. I mean, Ruckman are good if you've got a good one. Ruckman can get a bye if you have a contest. It's not going to be all end all, but it might change the dynamics of how they get the ball from the stoppages now.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, you look around that Collingwood group and you think, well, I mean, Jordan De Goey I thought was excellent for most of the night. Really dangerous, high quality clearances and all that. He did kick 3 behinds. He was one of those. The others go, okay, Nick Dacos has had a heap of the footy, but it wasn't he wasn't at the level of the last 2 weeks with that real dangerous ball. Crisp had a bit of the footy. Josh Dacos had a bit of the footy. Steele Sidebottom had a lot in the first half, but then went quiet. But I don't think any of them would sit there going, I played one of my best games today. They were all kind of scrappy-ish, and it's too simplistic to say they kicked poorly for goal, 8 goals, 15.
Yeah.
I think the field kicking inside forward 50 was also not where it needed to be. Even in the last quarter there, where they had a smaller forward line, because McStay had been forced to go into the ruck, they just continued to bomb it long and high and on the heads of Jamie Elliott effectively playing centre-half forward on a Noah Bolter or these types of players, and Richmond got their game going. So I think Craig McRae with the team will no doubt review the tape and look and think, okay, in this situation, we need to change the way we take the ball forward. It doesn't have to be go long, deep, dangerous at all costs, because the opposition team is set up really well and is going to cover that quite well. And in fact, we're going to play into their hands. So they'll learn to shift between gears of how they take that ball forward. But the good thing is they'll do all those learnings while still clocking up another win, which is so important early on in the season.
I follow, obviously watching a fair bit of Collingwood, and they've been on, especially on Friday nights or thereabouts. Another dimension tonight, I was convinced the weather had something to do with the way the ball on the ground was going to be charged forward and let's get some credit, because I know that, everyone knows Craig, I get on pretty well with Craig McRae, and early in the season he sort of suggested that they're going to not keep the ball in the back line. They don't want to overuse the ball in the back line. The new dimension to me tonight was that anything on the ground in front of them, I've got permission to kick the ball off the ground. I think some of those were good, some weren't good. they'll modify that. That'll become another weapon because a loose ball on the ground, you're automatically thinking the player's going to pick it up and try to do something with it. Players forward of it are now looking. The first thing you do is think, as a backline player, who am I going to pick up? Because if he picks it up, who's he going to kick it at? Now the ball's just been a haphazard ball getting kicked forward. You are now under more pressure. That's a new dimension. I think Collingwood have taken another part of the game tonight forward, regardless of, they won by, I said 1 goal late, didn't I?
Yep.
Did I say 1 goal late?
1 goal, what? 8 or 8 goals won? I can't remember, Mick.
We'll
check the tape.
Collingwood by 14 points, powered by Jordan De Goey, 35 disposals, and Nick Dacos has done it again with 33. Into the winners' rooms, Tim Hodges downstairs.
Corbin, just keeping an eye on Darcy Cameron, who has ice on his left knee. It's strapped. He's able to walk around, so I'm not sure if that's a good or bad thing, but he'll have scans tomorrow morning, which will be pivotal, you would think, to the Magpies. Not their season, but they're certainly the next month or so, especially with Mason Cox out with that serious rib injury. So the Pies come in, it's pretty subdued, that's got to be said. After round one was so jovial in here after they beat the Premiers. Just a workmanlike performance. Every player is getting to Darcy Cameron, so it's really nice. Taylor Adams the last, he's got an arm around him. So you just cross your fingers and hope those scans are going to be okay. As they always do, the Magpies go very silent before the song, and here they go. There's the Magpie song for the third time this season. Give me a couple of minutes, guys, and I'll have an old premiership teammate of yours, Mick, Scott Pendlebury, will join us very shortly.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Hodgie. So a 14-point win for the Magpies. 3-0 for the first time since 2011, Mick. Of course, the season in which Collingwood lost to only one team.
Yep. Yeah, and the bloke sitting next to me had a fair bit to do with that. I think I said all along, I thought that they would be. It's hard to go away from the premiers of the last year, so you tend to pre-season tend to pick them in the top four and perhaps playing off. And I don't see any. I know that Geelong have lost 2, but I expect them to rebound. But Collingwood were their danger in that final series, so I had no hesitation thinking that when you get a Dacos in his second year, recruitment of McStay, Hill, and Mitchell, you go, well, they can only improve because they didn't lose anyone. So if they're going to improve on last year, they're going to be right up there. And early indications are these sort of games actually help you a little bit. They squeeze you, they test you, they put pressure on players that aren't necessarily, haven't been tested, and some get found wanted, some come through for it pretty well. So I reckon tonight, Craig McRae will go home thinking we needed that test. We've come through it okay. I'm thinking Richmond also would be going, you know what, we were very lucky in the first half, but we were also, our key forward missed 2 sitters, which could have put another dent in that charge that Collingwood had. And we're not that far off it. No, I've got to say that on tonight's second half, Richmond are not far off a top 8. A little bit of luck, a top 4.
It's such an excellent season, and last year was brilliant the whole way through, and probably because the team that won the grand final won by 81 points. People forget how good the year was week to week.
Yep.
Even if you look ahead to round 4, so the Thursday night and the Friday night teams split. So next Saturday afternoon at the G, we've got Richmond and the Western Bulldogs. Great match-up at the right time.
Yeah.
Chance to see what we get from Richmond. They've got 1 win, 1 loss and a draw. They play the Bulldogs, who finally have a win, but it doesn't look like they're going crash hot. And on the other side of things, Thursday night to start the Easter weekend, you've got Brisbane. Who knows what we're meant to think of Brisbane? They had the nice win at home, accused of being flat-track bullies, and whether they can actually do it consistently week in, week out. They play the hottest team in the competition right now in the Pies.
Yeah. Well, it goes at home for Brisbane. I think we've said in the past, Lingy, well, I'm sure we have, that we're just not convinced about it. You've got two key forwards that just either get in each other's way. Joe Danaher, we've interviewed him on this program from time to time, and he's just the most delightful person. I think now's the time, going into his 30s, probably 1 or 2 years before he finishes, he's got to get really serious about his football. You can't miss the goals he missed last night, and quite frankly, I think that I think Collingwood are every bit as good as Brisbane and go past them next week. That'll be the test of Chris Fagan to be able to handle the 1 and 3.
Oh, I'm already looking forward to next Thursday night. We've still got 7 games ahead of us this weekend. Collingwood winners tonight in front of 85,000 by 14 points over the Tigers. Back into the winners' rooms with Tim Hodges.
Corbin Scott Pendlebury has been good enough to come out to join us. Scott, what's your take on that? Probably not the sexiest game of footy, but 3 straight wins. It's real reason for optimism for this footy club right now.
Yeah, it was a funny game. I feel like we did a lot right all night with how we wanted to play. The process was, I think, really solid. We just couldn't finish our work in front of goal, but to the boys' credit, I feel like we stuck at it. We didn't let the scoreboard. Sometimes you see that the scoreboard dictates the emotion of sides and they can get flat or whatever it is. So I was really proud of the way the guys fought it out all night. And I feel like we played our brand for a really large part of that game.
I'll let the boys talk to you about the game, but can I talk to you about a moment in the third quarter? You wound the clock back, sold some candy, got around on that left boot and kicked a great goal, and I loved the celebration. It was like you were a teenager again.
Yeah, it was a bit of fun. I got swapped down forward and I don't spend too much time down there, so it's funny how it works. Ash gave me a nice handball and then sort of opened up nicely and almost got tackled but managed to kick a goal, and it's a bit of fun. All the boys ribbed me that I'm old and slow, and it was nice to be able to get through a gap and kick a goal.
You've got an old premiership coach upstairs. Mick Malthouse is looking forward to talking to you. I'll send you up to him now.
Well done, Scotty. Really, really well done, and I've never seen you kick a goal like that before.
Come on, Mick, you've seen it before.
I've seen you kick goals, but certainly not like that, because I was expecting you at any stage to get back on your right and knock it over. No, but you needed that left. The side itself, I was going to say at half time, you would have been saying, you would have been licking your lips thinking, well, we've got this mob, we can actually now tear them apart. You seem to have a complete domination, and then they changed their style in terms of a tall went off, a medium come back on, they started a bit of run. You guys have to settle again. What took place in that between, say, at the end of the second quarter to the end of the third quarter?
Yeah, I think they started, as you said, a little bit quicker. They won some one-on-ones in front of the ball, just from someone would hack it off the ground and their forward would react better than our back. And I thought Cumberland made a little influence straight away. As soon as he come on, you could see his speed and power influence the game, and they were a bit quicker with the footy as well. So we needed to readjust, make sure defensively it was switched on as a whole group. And then I felt like once we got switched on, the weather dried up a bit as well. We could start to use the footy, and we just needed to kick a couple of goals to steady, and fortunately enough we did.
And your forward line, now, do you think it's functioning? I mean, not the fact that you were down there for a brief period of time. Do you think it's functioning enough? We were saying tonight that we just thought that the ball going in there, I'd like to see how many marks were actually taken from direct kicks as opposed to the big bombs going in. There just seemed to be a lot of play forward of centre and hoping that someone took the big mark, Myercheck or McStay or Johnson. It didn't come about. Richmond started to adjust a bit and spoiled a lot of that football.
Yeah, I think especially in the first half, we had a lot of plays where we had them out the back and our ball use going in was pretty ordinary. We'd hit the Richmond defender when we had 2 options, and I felt like, and then as you said, Mick, I feel like we got a little bit bomby as well. We just started to then just kick high balls in and hope. But I think once we sort of calmed down a little bit, used up our numbers, we started to hit Jamie Elliott on a few leads, Ash Johnson on a few leads, and we absorbed their pressure a little bit better. But I feel like early on we had a lot of chances out the back. Just our connection, whether it's one forward should tick up and one forward should lengthen and stay out of each other's ways. I think it's room for improvement, definitely.
And look, this is the final one for me, and I know this is probably a bit contentious, but I thought Steele's first half was absolutely outstanding. But the moment they sat on him, they had McIntosh on him early in the third quarter, then it swung around a bit. He tended to go out of the game. Your reliance on Steele's side when we get him behind the ball was outstanding that first half, where anything that went into the back line, your back line, he was able to be the 7th player and just run it out. Is that a worry that he can go out when he gets tagged like that?
Yeah, well, I think Sidey just plays that role really well, and as you know, Mick, he's such a tremendous runner that he gets back really hard, and definitely. I think both their wings started to really clamp down on Dakes and Steele and not let them get back as hard. So they were matching them. Every time they got back, they would match that. So, we just need our forward to come up and help out a little bit with that as well. But, as I said, it's all these little things that sides are going to try and take away from us that we can learn and move forward and make little adjustments here and there.
Yeah, well, congratulations, mate. You've been fantastic.
Thanks, Mick.
Mick, it's okay. Corbs, Kelly and I have just gone out and grabbed a cup of tea. We'll let you and Pendles keep catching up if you want to keep asking questions. No, I'm going to jump in with one, Scotty. Congratulations on the win tonight. Fantastic. Hey, can I take you to the half-time break? After a complete domination in the first half, but scoreboard-wise it wasn't quite happening, was there a bubbling sense of frustration? Was there almost this anticipation of, it's just going to happen? Like, what was the communication like at half-time to calm everyone down for the job in the second half?
It was really calm, to be honest, out on the ground. It's something that we do a lot of work on, is just staying in the moment and just worrying about the process. And we come in at half-time and the Fly was really happy with how everything was going. The process we felt like was spot on, and we just need to go out. Don't worry about the scoreboard, because we've been down before by 5 or 6 goals and we've never worried about it. Just keep going out, keep playing our way, and eventually we'll get the result. And I feel like we didn't let the scoreboard dictate how we're going.
Yeah, fantastic. Can I ask you one more about one player in particular, Nathan Murphy? Every now and then I got him mistaken for Darcy Moore, because he's got that hair going, but he covers the ground like Darcy, maybe not quite as big, as tall, but he just seems so desperate, so quick to cover and pick off a dangerous forward who's spat forward for the opposition. He seems to be a real favourite of the group. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of fun with Murph. He's a really lovable character. He's probably one of our best defenders at reading the cues up ahead, and whether to roll off his man or win his one-on-ones. And all summer the way he trains is the way he plays. It's just a privilege to play with, because he gives everything, and you know what you're going to get. And in this game, it's when you run out with guys and you've got guys like Murph beside you and you know exactly what you're going to get. That's just all you can ask for when you run down the race.
Hey guys, we just have to let Pendles go. Can I just ask you as we wrap, Darcy Cameron, do you know any latest on him? Everyone got around him when you came in before you sang the song. That knee injury looked a bit nasty.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think he obviously had ice on his knee, so fingers crossed it's not too bad.
We thank you for your time. You're getting called into the meeting.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Thanks upstairs.
Pendles.
Thank you, mate.
Thanks to Tim Hodges and to Scott Pendlebury, of course, in the Collingwood rooms for his insight. So, as Hodgie told us, ice on the left knee of Darcy Cameron. They're also missing Mason Cox, who's got bleeding on the spleen, so his return is indefinite. The next tallest player on their list is Darcy Moore at 203 centimetres. They do have young Oscar Steen, who they picked up from West Adelaide as a young ruckman.
Darcy Moore won't be playing in the ruck.
That's probably fair to say.
On the record.
It was good to see Mason Cox. We get the vision, obviously, up here in the commentary box that Mason Cox was in the rooms and walking around and congratulating the players and mingling. So that is good news.
I heard him on his sort of radio spot yesterday where he said he went to training, didn't even know that there was any problems, and then when he got a knock there again, thought, that didn't quite feel right. Went and got it checked out, and it sounds very dramatic, doesn't it? But he's serious, he's in good spirits.
He is.
So he went to he's been out and about this week, and has a serious injury internally.
Mick, can I ask you, just as a coach, every now and then did you just find yourself pinching yourself when you get a player like Scott Pendlebury under you, where you've got another coach on the field, but his demeanour, his professionalism, his attention to detail, combined with his exquisite skill and football brain.
Well, the thing is, Lingy, too, he took everything in. Like, I sometimes talk to business groups when I get the opportunity, and there's one little passage of play deep in. It's a long time ago now. It's one of the finals, and I spoke to only probably 5 or 6 players at best about this play that I expected Hawthorn would do, and it was a prelim final, so you're playing for 100,000 people, 100 minutes of football's gone, and that bit of play it happened a few times, but it happened at a time, and I thought, who's listened? And then I saw players involuntarily go into different roles than what we had them playing because of that one play. I only spoke about it once on the Monday, and then you see a player like Scotty Pendlebury. Part of that was also Dale Thomas, Luke Ball, side bottom. filtered out and took away what the opposition thought that was going to be the play. We pinched a goal and won the game. And it was extraordinary. Not the fact that it happened, but the fact that it happened when it did, when fatigue was absolutely at its end. Like, you can think about, you know what it's like. In fact, we played Geelong in a final like that, which you guys won by 3 points. So you can imagine making a play with 2.5 minutes to play, 100 minutes, and what's at stake, and you make the right call.
Yep.
So that's the Scott Pendlebury's that I've been used to, and again, even in the drawn grand final, just to fill that gap of where the ruckman, you knew he was going to push the ball against Lenny Hayes and Del Seno, who crisscrossed because they're right and left foot, fill the hole at the right moment. And again, it was Dale Thomas and Scott Pendlebury.
Just as a sports guy, obviously, that follows footy, the one thing that blows my mind all the time about Scott Pendlebury is his understanding of time and space. And I know that all the champions have a certain element of that, but even at this stage of his career where clearly he's not as quick as he once was, but to move through that gap tonight, and he's like something out of the Matrix. Like, he's always kind of knows exactly where he needs to get through, and to be able to move through a gap tonight and perfectly judge where the opposition is and probably hold on to the ball for a fraction more of a second than other players would, because he can judge that better than everyone else.
Well, I reckon 8 out of 10 players there kick that on their non-preferred, a little bit rushed.
Yep.
There were 3 players coming at him. Now, one, he had the realisation that Bolter went up and jumped, that's just perfect for you, because you know you can get rid of him. But it's still all happening quickly. And then he had almost like a door just between the other 2 Richmond players where he had to move sideways through that just at the right moment. I mean, that's special stuff. I mean, that's why he is 361 game champion. We'll go down as in the top 3 greatest Collingwood players ever.
And that's, look, you've got blokes who've kicked 1,000 goals in Coventry and all these sort of players, and Bobby Rose and Nathan Buckley and so forth. So whatever way you look at it, he's going to be in the top echelon. And he led the side as a captain as well. So, and I think that was almost for a record number of games. So, and he's played and he's won a premiership. So there's a little ticks which some players can't tick. It is a team game, and if you're lucky to play in a grand final, good on you, and win it. Some players go through the whole career and maybe playing finals, maybe not win a premiership. A lot of players don't win premierships, but he's done it all.
The special thing about Scott Pendlebury now is he can be that on-field coach and that calming influence of this younger group. Dacos is coming through, etc. But you're not trying to hide him either.
No.
Okay, he can't play 90% midfield time anymore. That's fine. But when he goes in the midfield, he influences. He gets clearances. He'll have a moment where just off half back, his calming ball use is spot on. So Craig McRae can sit there going, I get to have Scott Pendlebury and everything that he brings from a leadership and on-field coaching perspective, and he's playing excellent footy as well. So I'm not making up excuses to have him in the team. He's still comfortably in my best 10 or 12 players.
Yeah, I mean, injury bearings, easily get to 400.
What's he need?
361.
I think he's a certainty. Honestly.
Probably 2 this season, 1 more.
Plus they'll play finals.
And finals, yeah, I reckon.
He really
next year.
He rarely gets injured. I have seen him injured. He broke his leg in the first minute of the game against Sydney and missed 6 games. That was when I say that was the what's the smaller bone in your here? It's a fibula or
tibia or fibula, one of those.
Yeah, one of them. But outside of that, and it's a bit what you just said. He doesn't get touched. He's going to be very stiff to get bumped into because he's the Matrix. He just he makes them look very rushed and him not.
He looks like he loves playing with Nick Dacos, doesn't he? It's just giving him an extra pep in his step. And we saw we mentioned in the commentary, Lingy, that Nick Dacos was taken. The 2 big boys came from Jack Revolt and Tom Lynch, and straight away Scotty was in there and he said, just leave my little mate alone.
Yeah. And I think he knows too, he's got the 2 Dacoses, he's got Jack Crisp, they're the ones now with the running power that he no longer quite has. So he's smart enough to know, I'm surrounded by some blokes who can seriously play here. There's another premiership in the offering for me because of these special talents we've got right now.
Lingy to votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
That's right. I'm supposed to do those, aren't I? Here I am pumping up Pendles, but I'm going to go to one vote for Liam Baker. I thought he was Richmond's best player throughout the course of the entire game. Ended up with 32 disposals and just some crucial moments. 12 intercept possessions for Liam Baker. I thought he was superb. 2, it's going to a Dacos, but you know what? I thought Josh was better than Nick tonight. Because Nick won a heap of the footy, don't get me wrong, a lot of uncontested possessions. Josh, on a night where contested possession was important, Josh's balance of 14 contested possessions, 15 uncontested, was absolutely perfect. 7 clearances for Josh as well, plus he kicked a goal in what was a low goal-scoring game. So Josh gets my 2. And that leaves Jordan De Goey as the best player on the field with 35 disposals, 15 of those contested, 9 clearances, 8 inside 50s. His only little blemish, he kicked 0 goals, 3, but still enough to get best on ground.
Oh, it would have been a monster night had he put through 2 of those, and it was big enough anyway to be the best player on the ground. So he's had 2 bests on in 3 weeks.
Yes.
Feels like he's all business. The focus is on the footy, and he's starring in a really good team. So Jordan De Goey 3, 2 for Josh Dacos, 1 for Liam Baker. Cal, I read a piece which you did with Mick Malthouse on a pretty interesting matchup tomorrow, and one that Mick knows a little bit about.
Yes, about legendary premiership coaches coming up against the team that they won premierships with. So I did ring Mick during the week in an article for Code website and their digital platform about Clarko's matchup tomorrow, which is just mouth-watering against Sam Mitchell. You did it twice, of course, because when you were at the Blues, you would have come up against Nathan Buckley as well, that had a little bit of an extra layer, an extra edge to it.
Twice, 3 nights, because I went to West Coast and Footscray. From West Coast, from Footscray, Western Bulldogs, to West Coast.
But in particular coaching against a player that played under you, like you would have with Worsfold, and you did the same with Buckley.
Well, Terry Wallace was my assistant at Footscray before he took over. It's interesting. So when you start thinking individually, you have lost the plot. And particularly as a coach, you cannot afford to let any ego whatsoever get in the road of what you want your team to do. So it goes very quickly. The only thing, I said to you, Carl, is that sitting in the stand, sitting up watching West Coast finish their training after I went to Collingwood, and then my side went on the ground and we trained, I felt very awkward because you spent 10 years there, and those players running around were players that a lot of them, you'd started their careers. So the awkwardness was more my interpretation. They may not have. In fact, I've got a very good rapport with most of my West Coast players, as I have with Collingwood. So I just think you just got to quickly get into the next stride. You can't afford to think this is about me.
It's got to feel different, though. Sure. Like, surely the human emotion, like when you're coaching against Nathan Buckley for the first time in charge of the Blues, big matchup, arch rivals, the same way, obviously, Clarko's going to have that experience tomorrow against Sam Mitchell. Surely there's part of you somewhere, Mick, that goes, gee, I'd really love to beat Bucks and his team.
Well, I don't want to disappoint you because the team, yes. Because you want to win, but you don't want to lose. It's like here we are. You want to win, but you don't want to lose to in this case, it was Collingwood. It's not a matter of, I don't want to lose to Collingwood. It's, I want to win. So that's your first priority.
But you said to me this week, you have to hide your emotions.
Yeah, you've got to hide your emotions.
You had emotions where you felt awkward at times, and that's what he'll need to do tomorrow. He has to grin and bear it, but deep down he'd be churning. And
he's been there I'll just say this, Cal. For 17 years, people. I watched Dunkley the other night, last night, get booed a bit by the Footscray crew. I reckon if he went out and stood out in the middle, 80% would cheer him. He's been part of a premiership side. People don't forget. I think if you go in, if you like Ollie Henry the other night when he kicked that goal and then baited the crowd, they hate that. But I still remember Luke Ball. We won the premiership.
Yep.
He showed hardly any emotion because he spent his life at St Kilda. He wasn't going to rub anything into them. So I look at that and think, how professional. Ollie Henry's a boy, a young man, so therefore it's almost acceptable. But now in Clarko's case, there'll be thousands of Hawthorn people would still remember him winning the premierships for them, and they should never forget that. There might be a handful that will heckle him and this sort of stuff. That's what you've got to get over, is it's a handful of people. The others generally think, that they what you did for them.
Did you go and shake Buck's hand before the game? I can't remember. Did you get vision of that, of the two of you shaking hands? And I imagine Clarko will have that moment at some stage tomorrow with Sam Mitchell where they're going to come together and do that.
We didn't.
I don't think. I'm thinking no for Mick, and I'm thinking no tomorrow. But anyway,
I think times have changed a little bit.
Yeah.
You tend to.
We'll be on the lookout for it as the media.
Exactly,
There'll be no doubt about that, Mick. There'll be enough interest as there was that day. Always love your insights on Friday Night Footy. We'll see it. It's Good Friday next week, so we'll all be there at Docklands, of course.
Early start. Absolutely.
You bring the Easter eggs, Mick.
And all of a sudden, it's looking like it might be a good game for the first time in a while. North Melbourne could be undefeated. A whole lot to play out, of course, this weekend.
A good type of chocolate too, not the cheap chocolate.
Thanks to
I have invited you over for coffees and soups and everything else.
What's wrong with you? Tim Hodges, to Stu Baker, to Ben Cameron and to Adam Jones back in the studio. You can hear the theme in the background. The Magpies got home tonight by 14 points. Join us tomorrow on Grandstand AFL.
For extreme entertainment, stream comedy whenever you like on ABC iView. That's so cool. Extreme feel-goods with Ghosts, Ronnie Cheng, international student, and Summer Love.
Never hold back, kids.
Extreme funnies from the Melbourne International Comedy Festival.
That means a lot.
And extreme good times with Starstruck, Peep Show, and Fisk.
Why would you say that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Extreme Comedy Gold.
So cool.
And you can stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
Your home of football.
Can you be more specific?